All right. Good morning. Had to make the coffee. Can't broadcast without the coffee. Morning, everyone. I'm your host, Kozovitin, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday the 15th. Just got a little rain shower. It was nice. All right. So, overnight NVIDIA news, of course. Everybody knows about NVIDIA tensions subsiding between the White House and Jensen going to China to talk to their officials. Amazon's up right now. There goes Tesla. Amazon, Tesla. Amazon, Tesla popping. Google up. It's listening to Yahoo Finance and CNBC. They almost sound disappointed that we didn't have a sell off. The CPI number wasn't like really hot. They're like sick bastards. These talking heads. Some of the things they say just doesn't make any sense. You know, NVIDIA is definitely part of AI. No shit, Harry. Like AMD, NVIDIA. I don't know where they find some of these people. I'm sure I could go on there and at least make some sense. Anyway, aside from my bitching and moaning, Google's up, Amazon's up, Tesla's up. Just about everything is up. We've got about 40 stocks advancing on the NASDAQ 100. Let's look at the S&P. Tesla's at the high of the morning. UMAC is higher. Need to get back towards 12-ish. We're getting close. UMAC. Upgrades this morning. Let's see. Dino, DINO. That one's an oil refinery, right? Sinclair. I believe they're a refiner, right? Dino, DINO. We've traded this one before. Dino got an upgrade. RMD got an upgrade. ResMed. Okay, these don't look that interesting to me. Let's go to the S&P 500. S&P 500. Okay, AMD, NVIDIA, SMCI, First Solar. Those are the top four. AMD, NVIDIA, SMCI, First Solar, and what else? Let's see, First Solar, Micron. Top five stocks, SPX. This morning, AMD and NVIDIA being allowed to sell chips to China. I guess the regulatory paperwork, whatever, supposedly going to be approved or is approved. I guess they just have to resubmit paperwork and start production. I guess they've already probably started that. What else can I tell you? Let's see. All right, we got less than a minute to go. We're about to tick into the open. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets after about 9:45, 9:50, looking for stocks with high relative volume compared to the previous 5 days for candidates that might be in play, and looking for a trend after 10 o'clock. Okay, let's get ready. Seconds away. Okay, there goes TSSI. Bought a little TSSI this morning. I'll add to it, even if it dips a little bit. I'll add to it as long as it doesn't take out Monday's low. If it takes out Monday's low, I'm out. I don't see that happening. SPY. Oop, I just hit my volume button right when the bell started to tick. So we're open. We're open. Okay, TSSI, a little gap down there from the high. Okay, everything just went green. NASDAQ just flushed all of the negativity out. Wow, that's pretty amazing. We to went from 40 green to 60 green and like right at the open. So that's looking pretty good. Let's see if that trend can continue. Take a few things off here, a little profit taking. Oh, let's see, Google looking good. Okay, Google. All right, so these stocks that were up, Apple's starting to push now. Broadcom is up. Nvidia pulling back a little profit taking, short sighted. People taking profits though. Nvidia, nice little pop on Nvidia. Looking for that. I gotta have August calls in Nvidia. August calls Nvidia, so I'm looking for Nvidia to bounce here. Let's see. Google looking good. Google. I should add to this. GG. I have GGLL. Okay, we got 60 stocks advancing, got a 40 declining on the Nasdaq 100. S&P, almost 300 stocks advancing out of 500. Let's see what up down volume says. Survey says up down volume is up across the board. Up down volume across the board. So we're probably going to have a trend day today, I would think. We're looking for a trend day. Okay, we're looking for a trend day. They're so funny. What they're talking about. Investors digesting CPI. No, it looks like they're pushing prices up. You can tell when they're ad libbing. Okay, up volume. Okay, we're probably looking at a trend day. Okay, some profit taking. First 15 minutes, look for profit taking, then we'll look for the markets to settle down and start to bounce. We've got some buy order blocks right here at the open. There goes Apple. Apple on the move. Apple pop. Okay. Meta profit taking. Nvidia profit taking. That's okay. We're looking for a bounce in Nvidia. Look for dip buyers on Nvidia. Oh boy. Okay, NASDAQ 100. We're starting to see a few more decliners, a few more profit takers. Apple, nice pop on Apple. Do I want to take any Apple off here? Let's see. I have August calls, right? Apple. Apple. CoreWeave. What's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave, we bought some yesterday, all right? CoreWeave. CoreWeave, nice. CoreWeave was a nice entry yesterday. Okay, CoreWeave. CoreWeave up. Okay. CoreWeave. CoreWeave trading 157. Sorry, 143. 143. Nice reversal yesterday. CoreWeave 143 and change. CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave looking for more. TSSI, it was a pretty decent pullback there. All right, I'll add to it again once I see some buyers step up. CoreWeave, TSSI, Supermicro up 4.6%, 4.7%. Supermicro clearing some levels. Let's look at sector rotation. All right, sector rotation looking okay. This is a 60-minute time frame. Financials should maybe see a little profit taking. JP Morgan was lower when I was reviewing it pre-market. JP Morgan. Okay, JP Morgan's okay. Okay. Okay, AMD. AMD, big gap up on AMD. We took some AMD, I think late last week, right? AMD looking good. Got the 155 call. Okay, 155, 157.50. So I need to take some profits off here. Okay. Do I want to hold on to this? We started this yesterday, right? Some of you got in earlier. I think, Stephen, you've been in this since last week, right? Or longer? Okay. Google, starting to see dip buyers coming in. Dip buyers. Okay, let me look at TSSI. A little dip in TSSI. TSSI. Okay, bought some pre-market. Looking for this. The base in this area could come down to the 50-day. I just don't want it to take out the stop. Take out the low from yesterday. Looking for a follow through. CoreWeave, of course, gapping up. A little fade at the moment. CoreWeave. CoreWeave, I'm going to take half off. I'm up 100%, so I'm going to take CoreWeave. Take half of this off. CoreWeave. Take half off, or should I take more off? It's holding up very well. CoreWeave holding up very well. Okay, so I'll leave this alone for now. I have calls. Pretty nice profit. Should I just go ahead and take this off? One less thing to pay attention to. That's what I'm going to do. If it does continue higher, CoreWeave, I'll go ahead and get back into it on any dips. All right, that's me. That's me exiting CoreWeave. It's staying up here at the highs. I'm going to take the gap up. If it drifts down a little bit, I'll buy some more a little bit further out. Maybe August again. Looking for the daily to form a base above the 50-day. Looking for CoreWeave to continue. It's going to be part of this whole build out AI, obviously. What's going on here? What's going on? Oh, I don't have. Applications, display link. All right, that's better. All right, so watching Bitcoin, which did pull back a bit from yesterday's high, obviously. CoreWeave. I took some profits on CoreWeave. See how the coffee turned out. Need the coffee. Hope everyone had a good evening. So we're looking for a trend after 10 o'clock. Let's keep an eye on Trace. All right, so we're just starting to get going here. It takes about 30 minutes for a trend to develop, if any, with regard to dealer hedge flows. That line will start to show up. We're looking for direction. Okay, we got resistance overhead. Let's see what 0-day looks like, how they're building up. Okay, 0-day is all over. Got quite a bit of volume on 0-day. We could stay sticky right in this area. Okay, so NVIDIA, right? We want to keep an eye on NVIDIA. UMAC just dropped about 80 cents. UMAC. There goes Apple. Let's take a look at what's going on with Apple. Let's see what the flow looks like. Okay, flow is holding up fairly well on Apple. Palantir pulling back a little bit. Palantir. Okay, Palantir at the highs. Okay, so we got some selling in Palantir this morning. Okay, Broadcom, that pulled back. Let's see. Microsoft starting to go. Microsoft flows are up. Just keep an eye on Apple. Let's see what Apple looks like. Apple, we bought some Apple yesterday. Okay, let's see. Apple. Okay, the 210s. Apple. Looking for more upside on Apple. Apple looking for more upside. Okay, so we broke a downtrend a couple of weeks ago. We broke a downtrend in Apple. Okay, we moved above the 50-day. We've just been sitting here right at 210, looking for some action. Apple seeing a little bit of action this morning. Okay, Apple moving off of into the gap from yesterday. Apple, still early. Okay, Apple starting to push. We got some supply right here, right at this level. Let me see what Money Magic's levels were again. Refresh my memory there, Money. Apple's at 210, 215. So if we get through 210, we're above 210. Above 210, you know what the deal is. Above 210, dealers will buy shares to hedge up to 215. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple dealers will have to buy shares to hedge. Now we could see a move to 215. There goes Microsoft ripping. Microsoft, boom. Microsoft with a big move there on Microsoft. There goes Apple. Okay. Okay, instantly seeing a move here on these calls. Apple. All right, looking for more upside on Apple. We're running into supply right here at this call wall. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take these off. These expire on Friday. All right, Apple took a little profits off on Apple. First 15 minutes, that's all I'm doing is taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets. If Apple continues to trend, I'll take another trade, but a different strike. These were up about $50 per contract, so I went ahead and took those off. All right, Bitcoin. What? Coinbase looking good. Watching Coinbase. Okay, MP Materials deal with Apple. Okay, cool. MP continuation. Nice trade there, Frank. I know you got into this earlier. Okay, Microsoft on the move. Microsoft, definitely a nice look on Microsoft. Microsoft on the move. Okay, first thing I do is look for buy order block. Okay, do I see a buy order block? That's the first thing I'm looking for. It's early in the morning, so I'd love to see buy order blocks at the opening. Okay, so it's just before the opening bell, pre-market zone. Okay, 15 minutes prior to the open, between 9:15 and 9:30. You get this pre-market zone activity. That's usually institutions. Volume looking for more upside. Okay, Microsoft looking good. So we got buy order blocks. Where's supply? Looks like Apple, Microsoft wants to go here. I don't want to buy it right this second. We'll see if this follows through or pulls back into this fair value gap. Apple coming back in a little bit. Netflix starting to bounce. Netflix has earnings after the close on Thursday. I have put credit spreads I like to adjust or take off. Netflix. What? How the hell did I do that? Tesla. How the hell did I get a call credit spread? Tesla. Okay, let me get out of this. I don't know how I did it, but I have a call credit spread instead of a call vertical. All right, closing order. Okay, I'll go ahead and take that off. I don't know why I did that or how I did it. Tesla. I really want to be long Tesla. Okay. Oh boy, don't look at your P&L. I just looked at mine. That's a bad omen to look at your P&L and see it up so much. It makes you make, I don't know, maybe some silly decisions. I don't know how I got that credit spread on Tesla. Anyway, I took a loss on on a credit spread for whatever reason. I had a call credit spread. I make mistakes on Tesla, on Toss. Still not used to this platform. I get in a hurry sometimes. I really need to slow down a bit as I'm broadcasting because I see setups and I get into a setup that, in the case of Tesla, that I made a mistake. I sold the 320s and bought the 330s, 325. Sorry, not sure why I did that, but I did. So I took it off because I'm bullish on Tesla. I'm looking for this to get above the 50-day. Okay, let's see. What's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave. All right, CoreWeave's going. Okay, so CoreWeave, I can take another position on this. Got a nice profit. I'll leave that alone for now. CoreWeave, Coinbase. That's looking better. Let's take a look at Coinbase. COIN. Coinbase. COIN. Coinbase. Okay, so this is just trending. So I'll leave this alone too. I have Coinbase calls and CONL shares. Maybe add to CONL shares because Bitcoin's probably going to continue. Okay. Got 600 shares already. I'll leave that alone for now. Coinbase. That looks fine. It's trending. Just adjusting and taking a look at positions, reassessing, looking for markets, looking for direction. Okay, Supermicro, that's another one I probably want to add to. I have 600 shares of Supermicro SMCI. I have 1,000 shares of SMCL. I, like Mondo, think this stock is way underpriced, undervalued. A lot of people hating on it for the longest time, I guess because they had some bad news last year. You know, the stock dipped. They didn't announce earnings, and everybody called them a fraud. Blah blah blah. They made an opportunity for J.P. Morgan was buying it down at the lows. Goldman Sachs was downgrading it when J.P. Morgan was upgrading it. So I thought that was kind of funny. Core Scientific is one Mondo's son got us paying attention to. I have Core Scientific as well, Corey. That looks good. Thank you for the update. Okay, CoreWeave. Watch CoreWeave. This one could get some jiggity in it. Could take off to the upside. Okay, CoreWeave. This looks really strong. CoreWeave. Let me do another trade on CoreWeave. Let me go further out. Go further out. Wow, that was fast. My son went to get his braces adjusted. 9. Oh, he went at 9, so it's almost an hour. Okay. CRWV. Supermicro looking good. Do I want to add to it? 1,000 shares is enough. I might start selling covered calls on Supermicro. Okay, CoreWeave. Do I want to do it to CoreWeave? CoreWeave. What do I want to do here? I'll give it a few more minutes. I don't want to chase after this right now. I took a nice taken a nice profit on CoreWeave already from yesterday's entry on the dip. We did see interest. There was a bid in CoreWeave yesterday. We sold it this morning in the first 15 minutes. So I'll wait. I'll wait and see what happens after 10 o'clock. If it starts to trend, I can do something a little bit different. Microsoft. Okay, I don't want to chase Microsoft. I'm thinking it's going to come back into this fair value gap and maybe give a better entry. But that looks good. UMAC, that's all over the place right now. UMAC, it dropped down to 1065. It was $1.10 off the high, $1.20 off the high, and it just bounced back up into the upper part of today's range. Watching Apple for a follow through. Tesla chopping around. NVIDIA fading. People taking profits. We'll see after 10 o'clock, 10:15, maybe 10:30. If the bid comes back into NVIDIA, gapped up. Same with AMD. Let me look at AMD. AMD, what do I want to do here? AMD. Okay, AMD is still looking really strong. Upward sloping flag. Okay, ascending flag. Okay, that's pretty strong. You got a big fair value gap there. Gapping up. Should I take some AMD and reassess on the next dip? Because volatility ramped up. Let me go ahead and take some AMD off as well. Understand what I'm doing? Because of the increase in, plus I had the 155 call vertical. So sell. Okay, oh shoot, I have a whole bunch of these. Yeah, let me take some of this off. AMD. All right. This is me exiting AMD. Get a fill. AMD. Okay. Come on, AMD. You can do it. Let me do a limit order here. All right, that's me exiting AMD. AMD took some profits. 150, 155. What was it? What was that? AMD. AMD. Okay, AMD. That was a nice profit there. 155, 157.50. All right. All right, Netflix with a nice bounce. I want to take some Netflix off. We got earnings on Thursday after the close. Uh, um, I would take profits and buy some shares. Just me. 1,000%. You don't get that very often. Oh, okay. I would just take them off. I would take them off. When did they expire? September? Yeah, where is Rick, right? Mhm. Mhm. Okay, TSSI is still fading. All right, so some profit takers there. TSSI on the gap up. My plan is to buy some. Once I see the bid come in, I'll scale in. This morning I bought a quarter position. Okay, it's only 100 shares. I was looking to get to like 500 shares on this one. So I'll buy another 100 shares once I start to see a bid come in. TSSI. I'm not going to do anything right now. If I'm not paying attention and TSSI starts to catch a bid, let me know. Okay, Microsoft is flagging. I'm tempted, but CPI. Now we still got data. We still got the Fed to deal with, right? Let's see what these markets are doing here. It's still early. It's only 9:57 on the East Coast. Okay, we can see that dealer hedge flows are just sideways. We can also see that 0 day. If you look up at the top here, 0 day is enabled. GEX. You can see that it's a pretty sticky area. What I mean by that is there's lots of action in this area, positive and negative gamma, right in this area. Okay, you got 62.45. It looks like right here. Looks like that's pretty decent level of support as well. Let's go. Let's remove 0 day. Pretty much the same picture. 0 day. Okay, support below. A little bit of resistance right at 6,300. We expect that. Okay, let's go look at SPY. Let's see what the hedging flows look like on SPY. They're just kind of sitting here. We had a 60-minute buy signal on the futures that disappeared. Still on a sell signal from earlier. Okay, SPY, you can see that the hedge flows are still moving lower. Yeah, yeah, you could take half off. Quarter. Just do it. Just do it. PepsiCo. PepsiCo. What do I think of PepsiCo? Pepsi. Well, it's a defensive stock. It is. It has broken a downtrend. Okay, volume looks good. Volume end of June. Okay, that volume end of June. Nick, the volume at the end of June suggests that PepsiCo is being accumulated by somebody at the lows. So with earnings coming up, looks like they're okay with prices right in this area. We are slight trend to the upside on the 90 MA, similar to what we saw on Apple, right? Apple's doing a very similar thing. Okay. Institutions buying, same scenario. Institutions buying the low. That's what I'm doing. That's what I would do if I was a portfolio manager. I'd be looking at stocks at a discount like Apple. Maybe not as heavy weight as something like, say, I don't know, Microsoft or Nvidia or Google or Qualcomm. Let's see what Micron looks like. You know what? Let's check out what's working right now. That's what's working with the highest relative volume at the moment. Okay, AMD still looking very strong. Supermicro, First Solar, Nvidia. Okay, so those are the top four. Okay, Nvidia is up 666. Okay, time to sell some Nvidia so it doesn't show 666. $9.70. That was a good move on AMD. That was like an earnings move. So I took some AMD off. I'm out of AMD presently. I'll get back into AMD. I'm bullish on AMD long term, right? Years. I could see AMD over the next few years continue to give us nice setups and swing trades. Okay, so super micro trending. Okay, last time it popped, super micro, last time it popped over here, we had 3 white soldiers off of the 20-day. We had volume picked up. Okay, so we have a move higher this morning. However, the volume is only about half of yesterday's volume, which was half of the end of June volume where they were buying right here. Buying over here in May, again in June. I have pretty decent sized position in SMCI. If anything, I'll start selling some covered calls maybe, but I won't do it until I see Bollinger Bands open up like over here. Okay, that's when you want to sell premium. It's also when you're going to see the most volatility in the stock. So if you sell premium up here and the stock drops 20 points, what are you really gaining, right? So you want to see the trend first. You want to see the trend developing and then the volume, then the expansion and volatility. That way you know you're at least you're in a bullish trend. Meta pulled back. Okay, look at Nvidia already pulled back a bit into its range already. AMD is probably going to pull back. Oh, there goes AMD. There goes AMD. Okay, so that's why I like to sell in the first 15 minutes. Okay, what you got there? What you got there? Dollar. That's AMD earnings. Okay. 160. Okay. Looks good. All right. So AMD, I want to buy again. AMD, I want to buy on this dip. Yeah, with CoreWeave, I'm anticipating that this is going to base in this area. Okay, so I hesitated. I thought twice, thought three times about buying after taking profits this morning because we're gapped up. So these dips most likely will get bought. Now watch, we went into this gap on AMD. Went into the gap. We're still up there quite a bit. Still up there. Still elevated quite a bit, AMD. However, look at TTM on the daily. I was watching this. I want to do something with AMD, but I won't do it until I see more buy order blocks. We had a buy order block right at the open. We sold immediately into that strength on the gap up. Had a great exit, nice profit. So now I'm looking for a second entry. I'll probably go out a little further. What did I have this morning? I had the August 8th. August 8th. So maybe I'll go to the same expiration. And do 157.50, 160 this time. Any buy order blocks off of Apple off the low? Let me see. Let's see. Watch for those buy order blocks. There was pre-market. Pre-market. Pre-market, yes. Looking for a bounce here. Fair value gap filled. Apple looking for a bounce. Okay. Bo. Also, let's check out Hero for Apple. Okay, let's see what the hedging flow looks like on Apple. We want this to echo what we're seeing. All right. So it is turning up. Okay. You can see it is turning up. Okay, right around 10 o'clock, we had the low. Now we're starting to rise. So I'm thinking that Apple's going to keep going. The only problem is supply now is the high of the day, basically. So we have to be cognizant of that. If we get above 211, above the call wall, you're welcome. You're welcome. Let's see. Let's look at Money Magic updates again. 210, 215. Oh, so if we can stay above 210, Bo, if we can stay above 210, dealers will need to start buying shares. So there's no hurry. I would say there's no hurry. You could watch. Maybe it gets above 211. If it gets above 211.50, then you got about a 4-point move up to the next call wall. You could buy some here. Let's say that you're going to buy 10 calls. Maybe you buy 2. Maybe you buy 1. Okay. Wait for this volatility maybe to collapse a little bit more, and keep an eye on the S&P because the S&P is dipping. As the S&P dips, a lot of things are going to go with. Okay. Why is this off the screen? Because I'm doing manual. Okay. Okay, looking for why. Okay, here we go. Futures. We're still on a sell order. The sell signal that we got earlier on on the futures negated the buy signal we had right at the open. At 7 o'clock, we went on a sell signal, and we drifted lower from the all-time high on the futures. Okay, we were up 50 handles. We pulled back some. Now we're watching futures. They're up 10 handles, so we lost 40 handles on that dip. Okay, Apple, I might scale in, Bo. I might scale into Apple. Look for it to get back above 210 because they've already tested the 210 level. So there's probably a lot of traders that are looking at Apple for a move. I don't know. Maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll wait. Second guessing myself. I second guessed on CoreWeave. That turned out to be the smart move on CoreWeave. CoreWeave, we took profits off into strength, right? First 15 minutes, and then it's dropped off again, bounced and then came back down. So CoreWeave is a doji. The trend is still down on the daily, on the short term, 60-minute. Let's go look at the 60-minute. All right. So this is another thing you want to look at, Bo. Okay. So look at Apple, and then check out the 60-minute. Apple looks good. It's just sitting here, but was a 60-minute thing. Okay. So look at Apple, and I'm going to compare it to another stock, okay, in just a second. But look at Apple. Look at the 20 EMA. Now, it looks like it could keep going. All right, so your odds on this one probably not as good as something like, say, Nvidia. Why is that? Look at the trend in Nvidia on the 60-minute, and look at the trend on Apple on the 60-minute. Apple, Nvidia. Look at Microsoft. Look at Microsoft. That's up again today. Microsoft. So buying the dip back to the 20 EMA on the reversal, once you see the reversal on the 60-minute, that's a better opportunity, I would say, on Nvidia and Microsoft. So we're also looking at AMD. AMD is probably a better entry too, only it's gapped well away from its 20 EMA. But I did. Okay, there goes Broadcom. Broadcom chips. Okay, Broadcom also has security, which I wasn't aware of. It also has security segment. So security, AI security, that's going to be a big deal. Is beginning to be a big deal. So you want to pay attention to cyber, CIBR, the cyber security ETF. We had a dip, and most likely will be an opportunity on many of these stocks, like Palo Alto Networks, PANW. All right, day 2 off the 200-day. Now we could base here like we did over here back in May. You can see we based for a few days, and then we took off. We came back and retested the 200-day, and then took off and started trending. So right here, while it's okay, we got our second day, so we do have a certain bit of confirmation. It could still base like it did over here in May, and then start to trend again. Zscaler, want to see all of these doing the same thing. Zscaler, not quite there. It's at the 50-day. Zscaler, CrowdStrike. Fortinet was active yesterday. Fortinet, FTNT. And of course, we know Broadcom is also in the security space as well, in addition to, chips and stuff. Okay, there goes Broadcom. Broadcom's going. Broadcom at new all-time highs. Looks like, yeah, Broadcom's at all-time highs. Here goes Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom can run. Just want to point out that Broadcom has an ATR of 7.5. All right, it's up 6, so not the best advantage here. Let's look at Broadcom. Hope you're following the train of thought here. Broadcom. Okay, we got about $1 left in the ATR. There's no overhead supply. Do we have a buy order block? Yes, we do. Pre-market. Okay, Apple's still sitting there. Okay, Amazon. Okay, Amazon's got lots of things, lots of revenue streams that will affect this stock, aside from what you might think is the core part of Amazon's earnings, right? It has Alexa. It's heavy into agentic AI. AI agents, while maybe not a lot of people talk about it, I'm trying to develop one for myself. Watch Apple, Bo. Watch Apple here. I'm trying to develop an agent for myself. I mean, there's so many things that I need to do. It would make my life so much more efficient and a bit more enjoyable. I enjoy doing what I do, but it is time consuming. I spend as much time as I can with my family, especially with my kids. Um, but the weekend with my son reminded me that I need to spend more time with him, and I was able to do the video, from the hotel room. I didn't bring my studio mic, so it sounded a little crappy on the audio side. But the point is that these AI agents are a big deal, and all these big companies are developing their own. Amazon has Alexa. It also has Alexa's like excellent. You compare that to Siri. Siri is a joke. You know, Siri is it's, it's such a joke. It's been a joke for years, right? Watch Google here. Google might get going. Let's take a look at Google while I'm chatting the room up here. So it's a dominant leader in the cloud market, Amazon, right? So AWS. It also has 750,000 robots, the last count, 750,000 robots. It's the second largest employer of robots in warehouses and logistics, right? There's a discount to fair value of 33%. It has a 50% upside potential, Amazon. I don't have the same kind of bullish data to give you for Apple. That's the biggest problem Apple has right now is that Apple is really falling behind the AI. And it's the weirdest thing. Why? I mean, Apple is such a leader in so many ways. Dan Ives talking about this weeks ago. Everybody's talking about why isn't Apple more into AI? Um, why don't they take some of the cash that they have on hand and buy some companies? You know, what's Tim Cook doing over there in Cupertino? I mean, seriously, there goes Google. Okay, there goes Google. So what about Google? Anyway, so Amazon has a 50% upside. Fair value is at 311. 311. Um, Google, 276 is fair value. 276. I was talking to my son about Google this morning, and he was saying, "What do you want to buy? What are you looking to buy?" He's asking me, "What am I looking to buy?" I said, "Well, Google looks good." I talked to him about, what their discount to fair value is 39%. That was when it was trading at 168. It's up nearly 20 points from when I wrote this down. This analysis I wrote down 2 weeks ago on the weekend, prior to the July 4th weekend. 90 billion in revenue at the last earnings, 12% year over year. Okay. I mean, I've talked about this several times. YouTube uh, search ads on Google. You've got Android and Pixel smartphones, Google web browser. You've got Google Workspace and Gmail. I thought about it. Yeah, Gmail, they do make money on Gmail. You have the regular, the primary, right, that you look at most of your email, and then you've got the promotional and something else. I forget what it is, but they have ads on that, I think, right? Google Cloud Incorporated, Google DeepMind, they're into agentic AI too with their Gemini app and Gemini Pro 2.5. They've got their Ironwood 7th generation GPU chip for large scale AI inference. These guys are all over AI, these big tech names. So buying dips are going to be great for your portfolio. You know, just don't buy the high. If I can't say it enough, I don't know what to tell you. But if you're buying the highs, you're going to have less positive results, right? So technically, you could say this is a high. So I'd be looking for dips, right? I'd be looking for dips. Barely a dip this morning. You had the high. People take profits first 15 minutes, like me. Wait for the pullback. If the pullback catches a bid, I buy again. Same thing with AMD. I'm looking to buy again. AMD, right? It's holding. I'll give it a few more minutes. As long as it holds this gap, if it starts to trend and it makes it above 158, I can put a stop underneath 154. Does that make sense? Okay, let's talk about that. Let's say that again. Okay, here's AMD. I'm thinking about getting back in. I took profits first 15 minutes right here. I took profits. Okay. So do I want to buy it on this little dip here? No, what I want to do is I want to wait for it to break above this level. Then I can put a stop. I can put a stop under this. Okay. So I'll put my stop right here. Okay, underneath this level. So if it drops into this gap, if it drops into the gap, then I'm out. But I'm looking for it to start taking off to the upside. I'm looking for AMD to do this, in which case I'll be happy. And what I'll be looking at is probably August monthlies. And maybe I'll do the same thing again. I bought at AMD yesterday when everybody was chattering about it. I bought on a dip. I sold it this morning, made a huge profit thanks to the timing that we had on Jensen talking about going to China and talking about his speaking with the president. There's supposed to be some sort of announcement today too, right? There's supposed to be an announcement today. Um, okay, today we're supposed to get some sort of announcement from POTUS. It had to do with AI and nukes. You remember that? Okay, so yesterday we're talking. They right towards the close, some kind of sort of news came out. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft new high. Microsoft new high of the day. Okay, so everything just there goes Broadcom. Broadcom going for Farmer Jip. Farmer Jim. There goes your Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom is trending. It looks good. Okay, Corey, let's go ahead and take a look at SPY. Okay, let's look at the hedging flows on SPY. Okay, hedging flows are starting to make higher lows. SPY making higher lows. Let's see. Yeah, Broadcom looks good. Let me go back. Let me look at Broadcom here. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. Hedging flows definitely echoing what we're seeing on Broadcom. Okay, so let's look at Broadcom. Okay, Apple, Google. Okay, so there goes Microsoft. Microsoft ripping here. Microsoft, boom. There goes Microsoft. Broadcom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, looking good. Buy order blocks on the daily, you can see that at all-time highs. We've got 2 weeks ago, we had some buy order blocks on the daily. We got buy order blocks right there on the dip. We came down to the fair value gap. All right, I'm going to buy some Broadcom. We're pretty close to this level right now. Broadcom. What did I say the ATR was on Broadcom? I'm going to miss an inch. Okay, maybe not. Maybe okay, let me get out of this. Okay, we got about 45 stocks advancing on the NASDAQ 100, making a note of it. Most of them are chips in the top 10. Okay, so AMD, if AMD can break above the high of the day, I can put a stop underneath that pivot low and look for a follow through. Microsoft looking good. Okay, same thing with Microsoft. It's breaking through this area, so you could put a stop underneath this little flag, these wicks on this flag, about 50% into this big candle. Microsoft, So you see where VWAP is, the dotted purple line? Maybe put a stop underneath that or that red dotted line, which would be right around 504. Microsoft currently at 506. We said that its ATR. ATR was $6. It's currently up 2. So this looks good on Microsoft. I would just like to get a little bit better entry. Broadcom looks good. Broadcom, what did we say Broadcom's ATR was? Broadcom's ATR is $7.60. Okay, it's up 720. So I'm not going to chase Broadcom right now. Microsoft looks better. Really, though, I don't want to do either one of them. They look good. I just would like a better entry. AMD gapped up. Think, Finny, think. Okay. Okay. First Solar. Okay, First Solar had a dip. Okay. Maybe solars are the place to be in phase. In phase. Okay. Sunrun. Where are you, Lee Star? Sunrun. He used to trade Sunrun a lot. He'd buy it at the lows and then look for a rip higher. So this is $6 off the low. Wow. 100% off the low.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, it's trading 11. Solars. Man, I miss you, buddy. Keep his soul alive. You know, talk about him. Look at his setups. He's always gonna. That's the. I don't want to use the word funny. The funny thing. It's a heartwarming, to me as a man, a heartwarming feeling to know that somebody affected you in a way that you can share with people every day, right? He was a good guy. He would always help out people, a great cook. Although I'd never met him, you know, some of you have. David in Jacksonville, you met him with your wife. He came up to visit, I believe, right? But yeah, he would always be sharing and helping people. That's a really great thing. After the hurricane, he was helping out people in his neighborhood. He rebuilt his house like twice in the time that he'd been a member. 2 hurricanes. Played guitar. Was in a good mood. Always sharing things. So the point is that, you know, we're going to share ideas that he helped us with. Watch Microsoft. I think this is going to do well. Microsoft. Microsoft, we said, was 100% of its ATR, right? I believe we did. Microsoft ATR is $6. It's up to no. Okay, so Microsoft looks okay. So we want to get a dip on Microsoft. We had the first dip. Watch the volume. Okay, is there anything going on with Microsoft? Was any news or anything? Let's see, Microsoft news. Jefferies raises price target to 600. CoreWeave, an AI cloud computing company, reported that Microsoft accounted for 72% of its sales. So Microsoft spending money on AI, obviously. So that looks good. Microsoft technically breaking out. Better entry on the pullback on Friday. Apple looks like it wants to go. I already have a position in Apple, Bo. By the way, Bo, I have an Apple position. I just not going to add anything at the moment. I had a swing that I took yesterday. I took that off already. The 210s. So those with the gap up this morning, a lot of these stocks looking good. Let's see. I have July 18th. So I have July 18th, 215 call that I'd like to see Apple head towards. So if it does, maybe I'll add to that one. Okay, that's down currently. Yeah, 212.50 seem to be the area, the strike that works as well. 210, 212.50. So you should be good on 212.50s. Palantir reversing and breaking out. Shake and bake. There goes Palantir. Shake and bake. I love it. I love it. If you couldn't tell, I'm really into Palantir. Why am I so into Palantir when the stock is trading what, a 260 PE? Because its partnerships keep growing. It's probably the number one stock, software as a service company, aside from say Microsoft or Amazon or Google, in terms of software as a service. Now they have other growth engines, but this company is doing so much and building up such a client base that they're just going to keep growing, right? They're in the growth stage. You know what an S curve is? You guys know what an S curve is? So an S curve, if you don't know what it is, S curve is you get this look, this imagine this is a company over here, okay? Imagine this is a company. Okay, in the beginning stages of a company, it grows, you know, fairly uniformly. The early adopters are in it, but not the masses. When the masses start to get in, you get this change from this S curve starts to do this. Okay. That's like Cisco and Intel back in the 1990s, Oracle and stuff. And then once the company gets so big it can't really grow that much, it's kind of like Apple right now. It starts to slow down. So this is called the S curve, right? So we're in the beginning stages of this ramp higher. And what's fueling this is AI, right? So AI is going to last the next, from conservative estimates, anywhere from 5 to 10 years, the growth part of it. So I want to be buying dips, all along this. I want to be doing day trades and short-term swings, and also want to be buying larger positions as these companies continue to grow into one of the biggest things that could probably happen to you if you're a millennial, somebody that's under 40 years old. I guess that's what the age group, right? If you're under 40 years old, millennial, Gen Z, whatever the age groups are, you're young. You've got so much potential. I mean, you could just buy like one AI ETF, find the best AI ETF out there. I happen to like VGT. Watching Apple here, or Apple just pulled back. VGT. Okay, the Vanguard AI. Information technology ETF, right? Just buy some of this maybe, or maybe you buy some. Do they have, I think they have calls, right? You can buy like VGT Leaps, VGT. Yeah, they have options. The only problem is the lack of volume. Let's see, that's August. I guess people don't buy these things. Let's see, volume, VGT. Yeah, there's no volume. September, November. Let me go to the 10 strike. Let me go 10 strikes. 10 strikes, BGT, volume, nothing. December. Okay, we got somebody buying two of the 675s, VGT. Okay, so they're buying in the money. So instead of buying 100 shares or 200 shares of VGT, they bought two calls, which controls 200 shares. So in the money, this is a 60 delta. So this is going to climb with price. So that's There's a $2 spread though, so this person probably paid up a little bit, or maybe they had a limit order in that got filled. Let's see what January holds. January, any volume? Nothing in January. February. And no open interest. The only problem with buying options on something like BGT, there's no open interest. Who are you going to sell to? There's no one to sell to. There's no open interest. So you're lucky if you can get out at a decent price. So I wouldn't buy options on this one. But I do have a position, so looking for that to follow through. What's S&P? S&P is still sitting here. Okay, SPY. SPY. Okay, SPY. Okay, we hit a new all-time high pre-market, fading back in. NVIDIA turned back up. So NVIDIA for the second day in a row, NVIDIA second day in a row. NVIDIA, this is the second day in a row NVIDIA did this. It dipped yesterday too. If you recall, it dipped early in the morning and dip buyers came in. Okay, there we go. NVIDIA, I have options on NVIDIA. Okay, so they can sell to China. When is their earn? How many weeks do we have before they report? August 27th. All right, so we got a whole month to add to their potential earnings. So we're probably going to get upgrades. Probably going to get upgrades on NVIDIA. I mean, China is a huge market. NVIDIA looking good. So I'm also looking at AMD, right? I want to see AMD break out above this area here, these wicks. Okay, so I could buy here and look for this to follow through. AMD most likely will. Broadcom's following through. Okay, so finding buy order blocks on AMD. We have them right at the opening bell. Volume tapered off on the pullback, which is good. I'm going to buy some AMD instead of just yapping about it. AMD. I'm going to buy August again. Okay. August, I'm going to give myself a little.
Ticker minus 800.
Okay, so this dip right here might give us a better opportunity. I will wait a few minutes to see how the S&P plays out. Okay, Broadcom. Here's Broadcom at the high. You can see flows at the high. Let's look at, we're looking to get into AMD. So AMD. Okay, Microsoft pulling back, so we didn't want to chase. We'll see if there's some trend afterwards. Okay, you can see AMD, the flow is just kind of flattened out. Okay, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Well, I think it's still a company trying to figure out, what it's going to be after many years of being in the penalty box. So I think everything has been, everything from a regulatory point of view is back to normal, meaning that they're like everybody else. So the question now is how much are they going to grow? What are they going to do? Are they going to acquire things? Are they going to try to, be more competitive in the capital market business, et cetera? So, I give it the benefit of the doubt, and we'll see what happens. But I certainly would not sell it here. There's a lot of good things that they can do the next couple of years.
And David Ellison, I know that you're also watching sort of three big trends in the banking market, or drivers. What are those?
Well, I think the thing, I think the whole sort of, there's a lot of new products in terms of fintech products that are out there, and you see, companies coming public and providing these products. You see Hood, you see, Coinbase, etc. I think the banks are going to adopt these products over time. And I think the second one is the regulatory sort of cloak or real problems have been lifted a little bit. I think that's a good thing for the banks because they've been in a pretty significant penalty box for a number of years. And I think the fact that they can now potentially do more transformative deals is a positive. And I think finally, which everybody talks about, is the AI and the ability to cut costs. This industry has really not benefited from any of the new technology out there from a banking perspective. They either haven't adopted it or haven't wanted to. I think that the companies that start to do that are going to see cost benefits, and that's going to drive the returns higher. And I think you already see that with JP Morgan, which has a return that is twice some of the smaller banks that are out there in the return equity institutions.
All right, TSSI did bounce. I missed the opportunity to add. I could add here. It's a little bit off the low of the day, so I'll probably add TSSI. Okay, I just added the TSSI. That's me adding to TSSI. TSSI.
In terms of lending, in terms of products, in terms of customers, and it's been a tremendous loss. That's why you have millions and millions of
There we go.
So they just got to stop losing customers. The only way you do that is to invest.
Okay. Yeah, you guys got a lot of water? Mondo? Okay, there goes NVIDIA. Broadcom looking good. AMD. Let's look at AMD. It's still fairly flat. All right. Do TSSI have anything? TSSI. Okay, nope. Supermicro. Let's look at Supermicro. Flow is bullish. Okay, flow is bullish up and to the right from the open. Apple, looking for flow. Apple, it's flat. Okay. Google, let's look at Google. Want to add to Google. Flow is bullish. Google flow is bullish. Hedging flow is bullish. All right, so that looking good. Let's see, what kind of calls do I have on Google? I might want to do Google. SPY is still fading a bit from all-time highs. Google, what do we have here? Google. Survey says Google, we have 190, 195, August. Okay, so I'm not going to add because I added recently, it looks like, Google. I doubled up on Google calls. I have the 190, 195 call vertical. Wow. My wife wants to move back to Jersey. Never happened for me. The taxes are just ridiculous. Only way I can move back to Jersey is if they cut the taxes in half, and I know that's never going to happen. So, kiss my ass. I'm never, never coming back. $20,000 in taxes for a year. That's another mortgage. That's crazy. You got to make at least 300,000 just to make it in Jersey, and live well. Go on vacations and such. You need at least 150, 200,000, I would think, minimum, as a maybe single person. And the taxes kill you. Taxes kill you. Just the feds and the New York, Jersey state taxes, just crazy. Oh yeah, wow. No bilge pump. Are you still hungry? Here. Kind of slow right now. Anyway, kitty cat. Here, I'll feed you. Okay, Google looking really good. What do I want to do with Google? AMD. All right, AMD is starting to go. I'm going to get back into AMD. I took profits this morning. I'll go out a week. I'll go out to the monthlies. Okay, the 40 delta, 50 deltas. I find that verticals are better if you do a 40 and sell a 20 or something like that. Buy a vertical. Okay, AMD starting to go. I'm here yapping. I'm going to go ahead and do it. 165, 170 for August 15th. That's 150 to make 325. Maximum loss is 150 to make 325. I would never let 150. All right, so AMD bought August monthlies. Okay, August 15. The 165, 170 call. And I'll show you what I did there. 170, 165, 170. All right, stop 75 cents. $75 risk. Make 350 max. All right, so looking for AMD to continue to truck higher. You can see the moving average is up and to the right. Buy order blocks at the open. There's no overhead supply. Okay, let's look at the daily. Supply is up there. Daily shows supply at 180. Okay, so if you can see the workflow here. All right, so I took profits in AMD, overnight held, gapped up, looking for the dip to get bought and to hold, show strength. I'm also looking for the other stocks in the group to show strength as well. NVIDIA got bought, so it's holding at highs. Broadcom getting bought. Okay, Broadcom getting bought. Another chip related, also in security. Micron Micron, a little dip this morning. So the dip's probably going to get bought with Micron. Apple's just sitting here. Microsoft's just sitting here. Broadcom took a little hit. S&P is starting to turn. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the flow, hedge flow. Hedge flow is sideways. Okay, so we're, because of you see the GEX, the gamma in the area, okay? The red, negative gamma, the purple, positive gamma. We're right on top of the purple with dealer hedge flows moving sideways. So that signals that we should see probably sticky price action, not a huge drop off, unless we were to lose 62.50, 62.40. Then I would reassess the markets and look for more downside. But for now, it looks like the fade will get bought. We have positive gamma. We have the stability rating up there on the top. You can see it's 67. Stability up here is 67. See that? Okay. 59 now. 59%. So back in April when we had the move lower, March, April, this was 1%. This was showing 1%. So the volatility was huge. So now that stability, this number is rising, we can expect to see less price movement. That echoes what I'm seeing here. And if we look at up-down volume, let me check that out. Up-down volume should be good. Okay, we had 2-to-1, 3-to-1 up volume or more. Now we have 1-to-1 down on SPY. So that's telling you doji, again, echoing the same idea that we should see prices stay in this relative zone, not sell off and not pop. Let's look at the junk bonds. Junk bonds. If you do this every day, or you have me to do it, you can get a sense of what the markets are telling you. So junk bonds looking like they're taking profits. To me, unless this bounces and closes back, at a minimum, this looks neutral with a slight bearish twist to it. You can see RSI is dripping lower. This tends to move. This tends to move before the markets, before the indices do. The exception was back in February, where this actually trailed the S&P and the Qs. They moved lower on the 19th when the president mentioned tariffs. Markets took a dump. We're starting to lose it here. So that's telling you what you need to know. Be mindful that we could drop. You don't want to take a whole bunch of new risk. You don't want to take on a whole lot of new risk. If you're doing anything, maybe day trades and quick to get out, like Tesla. Tesla's already turned back down. So I could have got out of those call credits that I bought or that I sold erroneously at a better price, but that's okay. Yeah, looking good. Looking good. All right, so up-down volume is mixed right now. The New York FANG is mixed. Apple pulling back a bit. So did Microsoft. Broadcom is starting to take a break. Okay. Amazon, AMD. Okay, Google's trying to continue. All right, AMD, no follow through yet. No follow through. Okay, TSSI, I added once. I started TSSI this morning. TSSI, I started and I added on the dip. Okay, I added on the dip. Looking for this to bounce and to follow what SMCI is doing. Okay, we could be seeing a little micro rotation. We did see software stocks, XSW software dip last week, Thursday, Friday. We bounced on Monday. Okay, Palantir, one of those names in the XSW. Palantir making new highs. Note the Bollinger Bands. Palantir. Sticky right in this area. Mhm.
Details to follow, which actually a certain optimism, but then when he actually released the details, which in that case was a 20% tariff on Vietnam, which had a lot of overlap with Indonesia markets, or at least footwear manufacturers. So there's a lot of details that may be taken here, but it doesn't appear to be kind of essentially a foreign trade deal.
Okay, price action looks sticky in this area. Okay. Not looking for a big drop off unless we lose 62.50, 62.45. Meta still dripping lower. 713, $10 off the high, $12 off the high. Okay, so Vold has a definite negative bias today. Vold. Watch SPY continues to fade here. The hedging flows is still moving sideways. Supermicro, AMD, holding up fairly well. AMD. Still on a sell signal on a 60-minute. The future is still on a sell signal. SPY gapping up this morning. Made a new all-time high. Okay. Okay, so junk bonds giving you a warning signal. Junk bonds and high yield corporate giving you a warning signal. Bitcoin. Do all these start to crack? Bitcoin is reversing. Okay, so day 2 off of the high. We hit 123.4 more or less. Bitcoin pulling back. So looking for the next pivot higher low. Okay, so we're looking for a higher low. Sellers, people who bought into the strength, got all crazy happy, finding out quickly that they need to buy dips and not the rips. NVIDIA is starting to fade a bit. Okay, be careful taking on too much new risk. Okay, so Bitcoin, okay, IWM is another risky asset that's losing the 9 EMA. Okay, so I wouldn't buy puts at the low of the day, but I would definitely be thinking about some puts short term if we do fade more. We had biotechs trying to get above the 200-day, got rejected. Okay, biotechs, these are risky asset classes, and this can show you where the money flow is entering or leaving. In this case, leaving biotechs, people who bought the 200-day and didn't wait for the follow through. Okay, are now regretting probably their entry. Still bullish, 921.50 up and to the right. It's just not at the moment. We're looking for the dip to get bought. Once it does, we'll start to see this turn back up. The security stocks, Palo Alto, those bounces are starting to dissipate a little bit. Okay, just sit tight. I wouldn't do anything at the moment, is what I'm getting at. So we covered, okay, so let's look at breath. Breath is probably headed down. Okay, breath. Yeah, all of these are headed lower. Okay, good. Okay, so we'll get some energy for a move higher after some people get shaken out that chased. Never want to chase. If you find yourself chasing, step back, Give yourself some time to reassess. Okay, we're starting to pull back a little bit on the equal weight index. So this removes the weight of all of these big cap tech names, which are holding up fairly well, all things considered. Meta and Tesla dropping off a bit. Broadcom coming right back down to the pre-market zone. So this is telling me don't bite. Don't bite at this point. Wait for these to pull back a little bit. Look at the number of stocks up to the 20-day. This moved from 80% down to 60% within 2 weeks. Okay, all of these things are starting to come to a head. Will the Fed drop rates a quarter under pressure? David Bowie, under pressure or not? Okay. So most of my indicators are telling me to wait, sit on your butt, sit on your hands, sit on your butt. I hear you. I would sit on your hands right now. Let's see if we can get the hedging flows to turn back up. Okay. Looking for hedging flows to turn up. We're right at support right now. Technically, I would say this is support. If we lose that, then look for 6,200 to get tested. That'd be 40 handles, more or less. Palantir turning back up. Palantir. Okay. Relative strength in Palantir continues. Oh, you sit up on your hind legs now, huh? That's a new trick. Kitty cat sitting there on her tail backwards on her hind legs, standing up, trying to get my attention. You're cute. You're a cutie. All right. All right. So I don't see anything right now. Microsoft might bounce, but this looks just like day trades, for 20, 30, 50 cents, a dollar. With the bias currently looking sort of iffy, fading. Okay. Remember, we were taking profits the last 3 weeks into this week. And I have a lot of cash. I'm about 40% cash in my trading account, about 20% cash in my investing account. Let's take a look at investment timeframes. Let's look at investment timeframes. Okay, let's look at SPMO, Momentum ETF. S&P 500 Momentum ETF, okay, SPMO. S&P 500 Momentum ETF. This one I took half position back there in May after the April reversal from this indicator right here. Okay, we had the April reversal right here. That was your signal to buy. Okay, we had a nice run up. Okay, now this is starting to cycle back down. So while breadth is deteriorating a little bit, you want to wait with your cash. It requires patience, but if you're going to do this for any length of time, if you're going to do, especially if you're going to do it as a business, you don't want to just be haphazardly buying. You want to wait at this point, see what happens here. See if the hedging flows can turn back up. It does feel very risky up here, though. I will say it does feel risky. We've got NVIDIA at highs. technically all-time highs, split adjusted all-time highs. We got a doji. Yes, they'll achieve more sales being able to sell to China now, but being at highs going into earnings, I would believe that we're probably gonna maybe we'll just keep trending. It's hard to say. I don't have a crystal ball. Microsoft just won't give it up. This is the oddest trend I've seen in Microsoft in years and years and years. I don't recall ever seeing a 10, 12 week rally that just kept going straight without, coming into standard deviation one, at least a few days basing out. Since we moved above the 50-day back in late April, this thing just took off. So day trade is the only thing that we can do with Microsoft. Because one day this will break. AMD. Okay, so this is still hanging out up here. NVIDIA is doing the same thing. Okay, so we're not going anywhere at the moment. Let me just put SPY up here. I'm going to take a couple of minute break. AMD, SPY. Okay, so we're right back. Oh, you know what? Let me update the. Got to update these data points. Okay. Okay. Okay, so these numbers are adjusted. We're sitting right on top of the vol trigger. Okay, bullish above the vol trigger, bearish below. You can see right where we are right now. You see that? Vol trigger is right there. Okay, we just bounced at that area, and we also have the hedging flows in this area. Okay, right in this area, GEX, we got support right there. Okay, let's go look at SPY. Let's see if the flows are turning up on SPY. They are. Okay, SPY's flows are turning up. Is this the pivot? Okay, we've been trending lower from the open. Okay, pivots are starting to turn back up. Flows are starting to turn back up. Okay, be careful with warrants. Make sure you know when the expiration of those warrants are, because someone in the room recently had warrants. I forget what the stock was, but they had warrants and they weren't paying attention. The warrants expired in June, and I think they had like $10,000 invested. Their warrants went to zero. So if you don't exercise the warrants before the expiration date, you lose your cash. Okay, so just be careful trading warrants. Okay. I assume you guys know what you're doing. Let's see. Let me just see if this is. Okay, it was Bull. Weeble. Oh wow, 20,000. Okay, 20,000. Okay, so SPY, the hedging flows are turning up on SPY. Just be careful. Yeah, be careful trading warrants. Yeah, be careful trading warrants, folks. If you miss the expiration date, you'll lose your entire investment. Apple going. There goes Apple. Bo's Apple's going. There goes Apple. Okay, let's see what the flow in Apple looks like. I might buy some Apple. Okay, Apple flow. Apple dealer flow. Confirms. Apple dealer flow is confirming. All right, so nice move there. There you go. Okay, you see the flow there, Bo? Okay, so that's dealers. That's exactly what dealers are doing. This is real time. Okay, so Apple is on the move. Google's on the move. Let's just confirm. The dealer flows also confirm. Let's look at SPY. SPY's reversing a little bit. I would never buy puts at the low of the day. Watch SPY. If this rolls over again and dealer flows turn back down, it'll be a lower high. Apple looking good. Okay, Meta. Let's take a look at Meta because the flow has been pretty negative this morning on Meta. Okay, Meta's still pretty flat. So no go there. Google looks good. Okay, Microsoft. Let's look at Microsoft because I want to buy some Microsoft. Not that interesting. Apple, nice little pop there. Google looks good. Okay, I'm gonna keep it slow today. I'm gonna go slow with the options and new entries. Okay, what's AMD doing? AMD. Okay, survey said the flow is just kind of cranking lower from the high over here this morning at 948. The flow just keeps drifting lower. Okay, what's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave's holding up very well. Okay, so CoreWeave. Do we have anything on CoreWeave? CoreWeave. Yeah, we do. Okay, CoreWeave. Let's see. This is CoreWeave. Add a tab. CoreWeave. CoreWeave. Okay, I'm going to buy some core weave here. Okay. Core weave. I'm going to buy some options on core weave because it's holding and the hedging flow is starting to turn up and price looks like it wants to go right here. So let me be quick about this core weave. Just want to make sure I don't sell premium like I did with Tesla. Made that mistake. Okay, August 15th. All right, so the 50 deltas, let me go to a 40 delta. That'll be the 155, 160. Buy vertical, 155, 160. Let me do this quickly. $1.20. So $1.20 to make 400. I like that. Okay. Core we bought some. Core we bought some. Okay, so $1.20 per contract. Just bought 5 of those for now. Core weave. Bought the August 15 August DTE. 155, 160. I'll give it 75 cents. Stop. Max profit 350. Risking $75 per contract. Okay, core weave is probably just going to sit here, but the flow is bullish, so we'll see what happens. It's holding. It's holding up fairly well. All right, so that's all I'm going to do for now. Okay, I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
And then when there's a safe haven scare, and that trigger would be a crisis of some sort, you're going to see gold and silver outperforming the most, kind of leaving Dr. Copper behind. And then here's a bearish one. Industrial drags, that affects copper disproportionately here. And the trigger there is typically a stronger US dollar because the US dollar surges when global industrial tend to drag. And that's because the US is the least dirty shirt in the laundry basket of the world. And then finally here, we have a policy shock. This will affect all 3 metals, but especially copper and gold here. Arguably, the biggest reason is tariffs and debt. And we've seen both of those contribute to silver rising. So we could put all 3 in that basket as well. But when you put it all together, we have the perfect explosive mix for all 3 of these metals, including palladium and also platinum, which we didn't have time for. But all of these are experiencing huge thrust in 2025. And we'll have to see how these tariffs play out, especially on Dr. Copper with respect to that August 1st deadline. Remember, 50% there. So tune in to Stocks in Translation for more jargon-busting deep dives. New episodes on Tuesdays and Thursdays on Yahoo Finance's website or wherever you find your podcast.
Taryn, thank you. We have much more market action coming up. Stay tuned. You're watching Market Catalyst.
Stay tuned for a special free offer from Flash Force Tactical Flashlight. With its powerful telescopic zoom, the Flash Force Tactical Flashlight gives you a super bright light visible at a distance of over 2,000 meters with 7 useful modes, plus a USB rechargeable battery. The Flash Force Tactical Flashlight is always ready to light up the night. And if you scan the code on your screen, order right now, we'll send you a second Flash Force Tactical Flashlight absolutely free. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. Scan the code on your screen to order now.
Tired of boring blankets? Now you can snuggle up with your memories. Introducing the Insta-Cozy Photo Blanket, the customizable blanket that's all about you. Scan the code on your screen now and upload up to 9 of your favorite photos. Pick the style and size you want, and that's it. The Insta-Cozy Photo Blanket is proudly printed in the USA and shipped absolutely free. This is a limited time TV offer and not sold in stores. Wrap yourself in comfort and memories with the Insta-Cozy Photo Blanket. Scan the code on your screen to order now. Hey, do you dread scrubbing away stubborn dirt and stains? I used to, until I found the Spinny Scrub. Let me show you why this little powerhouse is a total game changer. You can also scan the code on the screen now and find out more. This is the Spinny Scrub, your new best friend when it comes to cleaning. It's got a powerful motor that rotates at high speed, so scrubbing by hand. It comes with 5 different brush sets, so no matter what you're cleaning, you've got the right tool for the job. From your bathroom tiles to kitchen countertops and more, the Spinny Scrub has you covered. So if you want to make cleaning faster, easier, and way more effective, the Spinny Scrub is your answer. And right now, if you order today, you'll get 20% off. Trust me, your cleaning routine will never be the same. Go ahead, scan the code on your screen right now and get yours today. You'll thank me later.
Nearly 2 hours into the start of trading, let's go live to the NASDAQ to get a read on what is moving markets today. Joining us now, senior reporter Brooke DePalma. What are we seeing, Brooke?
Good morning, Julie. Well, if you're just joining us right now, stocks are largely muted after that key CPI, Consumer Price Index. They came in largely as expected out this morning from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. As we saw those tariffs roll through, we saw the CPI report increase 2.7%, a little bit more than what economists had expected, around 2.6%. Now, of course, as we typically do, we heard from President Trump on Truth Social, who said, quote, consumer prices low, bring down the Fed rate now. Now, markets largely expect the central bank to hold steady, and we see a pretty much muted reaction out this morning based upon those reports. One key area that I do want to watch is this NASDAQ. What we've seen over the past few months is the NASDAQ rise to those record highs, and we see them holding on to that momentum right now in early hours of trading. What's largely leading that, once again, lead to record highs is NVIDIA here. What we know there is the Trump administration gave the okay to NVIDIA to sell those key H20 chips to China. Now, keep in mind, NVIDIA still needs to get those licenses in order to sell those chips to China. But what we're seeing is Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM, also rising. We also see Micron up slightly, and AMD seeing a big move here, up 6% in early hours trading here. Those will be something I'll be watching as we make way into the trading session.
Now it's time for some of today's trending tickers. We are watching Tesla, Joby Aviation, and Uber. First up, Tesla seeing another high-level departure, according to the Wall Street Journal. The company's top sales executive for North America has left the company after spending the last 15 years there. Troy Jones' departure coming as Tesla faces a steep drop in sales amid Elon Musk's prominent role in the White House. Brooke DePalma is still here. And Brooke, we've seen a number of departures from Tesla this year as we have seen those sales drop and Elon Musk's attentions be divided.
Yeah, Julie, a number of departures, including the top aide to CEO Elon Musk, who was promoted less than a year ago and then ultimately left the company as well. We also know that the company's director of human resources had departed back in June. And if you take a look at Tesla's stock price, what we've seen over the past year is the company down more than 30%, 34% from a record high close back in December of 2024, specifically December 17th, when the company's stock hit $479.86. Of course, that was right after the election. There was lots of momentum for Tesla as well as the larger EV space. And now we're seeing the stock trade at $314, down significantly from that record close. As investors really try to digest all these executives leaving, as well as where Elon Musk stands now, where Tesla sales certainly are.
Yeah, definitely a lot of questions about what is next for that company. Coming up next, we've got air taxi maker Joby. It's doubling its main plant's output capacity. The move coming just weeks after completing its piloted test flights in Dubai. The expansion will enable the facility to build up to 24 aircraft per year. That's according to a company statement. Joby shares today up 7%. They're up this year. I remember this company was a de-SPAC. I don't know if you remember, Brooke, but it was one of these companies that came public through a special purpose acquisition company. Exactly, like 2020, 2021, I think is when it was completed. And so it's trading like, what, $3 above that $10 start price.
Yeah, believe it or not, Julie, what I'm seeing here is 1366. That was actually a 52-week high for the company. Of course, now shares pulling back about 10 cents. Now the stock is at $13.54, 55 cents. And what we're really looking at here is, once again, this was part of a SPAC merger. There is not too much coverage on the street. It hasn't largely been adopted by the street. Only 9 analysts covered the stock. And right now ratings are 3 buys, 4 holds, and 2 sells. In addition to that, I know that you noted, but all eyes are also on the launch of commercial operations in Dubai as early as 2026. And there's some hesitation there. A JP Morgan note out recently, they said they have incremental confidence around the probability of a successful launch this year, but they ultimately expect low volume based upon that launch. As potential customers, well, they have to see how it goes before they jump in and take a ride as well.
And finally, let's talk about Uber and China's Baidu. They're teaming up. The companies plan to launch robotaxis on the ride-sharing platform in several markets outside of the U.S. and mainland China through a multi-year partnership. Baidu's autonomous vehicles will be available on the Uber app in Asia and the Middle East later this year. Uber shares pulling back a little bit today. Baidu shares getting a big lift of about 8%. And this sort of continuing, Brooke, with Uber's strategy of partnering with others when it comes to sort of autonomous driving, not owning, the sort of asset light model, if you will.
Yeah, the CEO saying this morning that Uber is uniquely positioned to help EV leaders like Bordeaux bring their autonomous technology to the world, not necessarily doing it in-house, but really relying on these key partners in order to make this happen. I mean, Julie, I still have yet to see, beyond Google's Waymo when Phoenix, Arizona, I've yet to see all these different players come to fruition. But it's interesting to see Uber continually outsource. Of course, Tesla got a bit of a rise in the stock in the last month, in late June, after they rolled out their autonomous vehicles and tested it with key influencers. That got a bit of a rally there from investors. But it's interesting to see them sort of push out the business as far as Ubers go, rely on other partners. Of course, Bordeaux, they team up with, I think, something like 15,000 cities that they're in. And so it'll be interesting to see the way that this all plays out. Of course, Uber looking to really grow their presence here, not only as what many know them as the car, vehicle, whatever you want to call it, renting to jump in and haul a ride haul service, but also Uber Eats they have. And now they're looking not to fall behind with this autonomous vehicle piece as well.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks so much, Brooke. You can scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. Well, tech is lifting the broader markets today. NVIDIA's rally sending the S&P 500 and NASDAQ to fresh intraday highs. Joining me now is Doug Clinton, Intelligent Alpha founder and CEO. Doug, it's so interesting because we have this going on. At the same time, there's this big event expected in Pennsylvania. We've been getting little trickles of announcements out that various companies, including Google, are going to be spending more money on data centers and on power investments for those data centers. So when I want to get like a sort of a temperature check on the AI trade, I think of you. Kind of where are we in the cycle right now, and how should investors be thinking about it?
I would say the temperature is probably a little bit elevated right now, Julie. I mean, you think about AI over the last 2 years, it's felt like this sort of nonstop train where we've had increasingly impressive model releases from the large model building companies. We've had, to your point today, energy investments, companies building gigawatt investments in energy. Meta, as an example, right? Microsoft, Amazon, all of them are trying to make sure they have enough power for their systems and their chips. And so I think that we're going to continue to hear a lot of news about AI over the next 3 to 5 years. We still think we're in the midst of a 3 to 5 year bull market for the AI trade. To your question about temperature, though, I think if you think about that long term, think about 3 to 5 years, and we think AI has this kind of up into the right trajectory. Along that trajectory, you will have times where you sort of undulate above and below that long-term trajectory. I think we're probably above that right now. So we are heated. We've had a lot of AI stocks up 100+% in the last few months. And so maybe it's time for things to cool down a little bit, but don't miss that long-term trade. That's the way that we're approaching it.
So I guess it depends on what your investment horizon is, right? If you're looking over the longer term, maybe there's still room for you to get in. And you guys, you use fundamental analysis, but you also use AI analysis to help you choose stocks. So I know AMD is one of those that you're looking at. And in addition to NVIDIA getting the go ahead or expected to get the go ahead to reship into China, AMD has said it expects to get a similar approval. Is that a potential catalyst here, or what are you looking for big picture?
It is a catalyst for AMD. And I think AMD, it's funny, the story has always been for the last year plus that everybody who is building these data centers, they want an alternative to NVIDIA. We just want diversification in the supply chain. And AMD has always been the best bet to be a second option. Their chips haven't really delivered. There hasn't been as much demand, I think, as people had hoped for them. And actually, that story hasn't changed, but we've kind of come back. It feels like the stock sort of got washed out. All of the optimism that I think there was that they would really become this second player last year is gone. And now the story, it's kind of come back a little bit, where they just announced their MI400 chip. Sam Altman was on stage at that announcement. And so they are trying to push some of these bigger partnerships. And I think it's one of those stocks where if they can get some momentum in their fundamental business, then this is one that could have maybe better longer term upside. Think about it, 6 to 12 months.
Low, tick alert minus 800.
Valued the same way.
Let's talk about another one that we don't tend to talk about as much. I believe it got an analyst upgrade today. That's GitLab, which is sort of in the development ops, right? What exactly, first of all, I guess, what exactly does GitLab do, and how does it fit into this whole thesis?
GitLab does, that's right. DevSecOps is kind of the industry term, but the way you can think about it is they're sort of a direct competitor to GitHub, Microsoft's company that they acquired several years ago, that just helps coders basically manage their code bases, collaborate on developments that they're building. The thing that GitLab, I think, is trying to do to separate themselves a little bit from GitHub and some of these other coding assistants we're seeing, like Cursor, for example, $9 billion private company, is they're really focusing on the security angle that they have built into their software and built into their platform. Again, I think like in AMD, which we actually own both of these stocks in our long short hedge fund at Intelligent Alpha, like AMD, if they can start to get a little bit of traction with their customers here, I don't think there's a lot priced into the stock, and I think that could move things higher.
Marvell, is another one that you guys are looking at here. And this is also one that has been bid up, certainly, and that people have been looking for around this AI thesis. But what do you think is next here?
What Marvell really needs to do is answer this nagging question that they've had about Amazon as a customer. It feels like it's sort of a never-ending story about whether Amazon is going to continue to really build products with Marvell or not. And I think that's really the overhang on the stock. If we can kind of get some clarity on that situation, it doesn't feel like a positive outcome is priced in here. But I do think there's going to be a ton of demand, going back to this idea of a second source of chips, right? AMD
for the general purpose GPU, that's the best solution. Companies like Marvell and Broadcom, what they actually help companies like Amazon, as an example, do is develop their own custom silicon. I think there's going to be a continued large demand for that custom silicon. Marvell is the second place player to Broadcom in that space, but I think they could have a tailwind there if they could get some new customers. That would be incredible for the stock.
Another stock I wanted to ask you about, Doug, is Meta, because sort of more visibly and publicly than any of the other AI players at the moment, it has been throwing money out there, right? It's been throwing money at talent. It's been throwing money at CapEx. What do you make of that move, and is that a good or even necessary investment for a company like Meta?
Mark Zuckerberg he's the ultimate wartime CEO. When he sees an opportunity, I think he attacks it really like no one else. And to your point, I mean, they've probably spent several $1 billion, or at least allocated several $1 billion in just the last month or two to high-end AI talent. Because I think what Mark Zuckerberg was seeing was that their model Llama was hopelessly really trailing at this point the competitive products from OpenAI, from Anthropic, from Google, from xAI, and he just needed to take a shot to try to get back into the race, and that's exactly what he's doing. It's funny from a company perspective. I actually think Meta has done better deploying AI internally than maybe any other company. They do a great job, I think, building ad products that are powered by AI to help their customers get better results and spend more money on the platform. But as a model builder, they've been woefully last place, in my opinion. And so if they can get something going in the right direction there, that might be good for the stock. It hasn't been a conviction pick in our AI models more recently, but I think it's definitely worth watching.
It's so interesting that you frame it as him being a wartime CEO, right? This sort of idea that we're in an AI war right now amongst these companies. Do you think that there are going to be clear winners and losers, or do you think that ultimately the market's going to be big enough that there will be a piece for all the players? I mean, what are the stakes here?
I think there's competent foundation model providers, right? Maybe 2 or 3 infrastructure providers, and so everybody is trying to get their seat at the table for those winnings.
Oops. All right, sorry about that. I had to make a phone call. But we are watching CoreWeave, trying to hold on to this level. S&P, a little move higher. Spiders, hedging flows, flat basically at the lows in a tight range. We can see where the stickiness is. With GEX, you can see the stickiness here. If this starts to turn upward, look for shorts to cover. Looking at 0-day, pretty firm support right in this area. Okay, 0-day, you can see a lot of support in this area. Okay, support. Yeah, I've been using AI quite a bit, actually. Been using AI quite a bit. Working on some code for Thinkorswim. Okay, dealer hedge flows in this area looks like support. Okay, watch that purple line. All right, SPY. SPY turning back up. L4 is right here. Vol trigger. We want to stay above the vol trigger. All right, so we got some nice positive gamma in this area. The markets are bouncing. I can't help but think we need to further reduce our exposure. I'd like to get about 50% cash. Mhm. Okay, dealer hedge flows are starting to tilt upward. Okay, it might be an opportunity to buy some SPY. I'm gonna steer clear of buying SPY. Probably could buy some SPY here though, or SPXW.
new phones in the market will be able to do. And it's going to create some real sort of device envy among their users with the new iPhones coming out this fall, and indeed the phones coming out next year and the year after that. They're going to start to look really different. They're actually going to physically look very different when we're holding the iPhone as well. But the notion that you can do certain things in AI with a newer iPhone that you can't with an old iPhone could really create a new driver of demand for their physical devices.
What's your sense, Corey, of how excited consumers are with this AI? I know investors are excited, and I know many on the street are excited. What is your sense of how excited our friends and family are? You mentioned a new iPhone. You're expecting to take the stage somewhere in September. You'll unveil a new iPhone. I mean, is your sense a lot of folks will upgrade or not upgrade based on the AI features, or will it be about the processor and the battery and the camera? What do you think?
I think that the AI use cases aren't there right now. When the first iPhones came out, even before those location-based services, we couldn't imagine there would be multi-billion-dollar companies created with things like Instagram or Uber. And those things became possible largely because of the iPhone and other phones as well. And so I think that the ultimate use cases of AI, and we watch people try to use AI like a search engine. And those are not the true sort of amazing things that AI can do. I think that Apple might quite well be the leader in showing us actual functional use cases for the average person to put AI to use. And that's just not there yet.
You probably have to go for it, but I need one more Corey Johnson hot take. Jim Cook, you saw how there was some real hot talk about Cook, and analysts had raised this question about whether it was time to make a big change in the C-suite there in Cupertino, which you know, Bloomberg's Mark Gurman reported. Cook is saying Cook, he said. I'm just curious what you made of it.
Well, first of all, I'm not across Mark Gurman when it comes to covering Apple, but I learned a couple weeks ago I learned with Tim Cooks. But I think that over time we're starting to see some big changes in the leadership of Apple. Not one of his chief deputies announcing his retirement, I think last week, the COO, who's been so responsible for the success of Apple over the course of the last 2 years. And Apple has not had the kind of mistakes we've seen from every other technology company ever, which is build up an inventory when consumer demand or economies change. Apple has kept that from happening because it has such great control over the manufacturing process. But we're going to start to see some of these real senior leaders are just aging up at Apple, and we'll surely move on to some new leadership. We will see those changes, whether it's Tim Cook leading the way out the door or not.
Okay, the markets are basically just stuck right here. You can feel the stickiness. The market's not moving much. We are above the vol triggers, so that's bullish. Bullish above, bearish below. Core weave just hanging in there. Tesla trying to turn now. Tesla. TSSI hanging in there. Let's see. What is Target? Target a little dip today. Target, not much. A little dip. Let's go AMD. Let me put AMD here. AMD. Follow me some AMD. AMD Doji on the 60-minute sideways price action. Pretty much everything that I'm looking at sideways for now. Recall that we're looking for second half of August to be weak. Thank you for the share there, Scott. Recall that we're looking for the second half, the second half of this third quarter to be weak. So today is August 15th.
Low tickler at minus 800. Extreme low tickler.
What about what is leading?
Okay.
Right? The market seems to be broadening out. The rally seems to be broadening out, but now it seems to be narrowing again.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about this over the past 24 hours, right? It's sort of like an attacking everyone else trade. Kevin Gordon over Charles Schwab is pointing out that there's over 400 members of the S&P 500 that are currently down today, which means that essentially less than 20% of the index is up. I mean, if we look at just simply the sector action, it's just that. That is the only thing that is up today. Tech is leading and almost holding the S&P 500 territory, depending on what moment you look at it.
Yeah.
And so it's definitely become a lot more of a narrow rally, at least for now.
Okay, so what do I need to do? As a trader, you probably want to try to get to half cash, maybe 50% cash, or at least acquire more cash, take some profits off the table, especially if you're short-term options. We got FOMC tomorrow. We know that this time of year tends to be weak. Okay. Hedging flows are turning up.
Take advantage of this exceptional offer at each Mazda.
Okay, so we're still hanging out here. Still hanging out here. Okay, let's go take a look at SPY, just kind of hanging out just below all-time highs. Right here, all-time highs today. You have to keep in mind that this period, August 16th through September 30th, is more risky and has seen more pullbacks during this period than any other period in a yearly cycle, right? In the yearly uh, trend of things. So it makes sense to be less exposed to the market, not more exposed, until we see what the markets are going to do. Could be that this September is different, but I'm going to assume that it's not going to be different, and that I would want to take some profits off. Never hurts to take some profits, right? All right. So not feeling any kind of follow through at the moment. I don't know. I just keep thinking that de-risking is a good idea. Taking on fewer trades. I took some AMD. That really isn't moving much. I might take that off if it doesn't get moving. Something new. All right. Palantir's at the highs. We got a Doji at highs.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Okay, we keep getting low tick alerts. We got FOMC tomorrow. More of a fade. All right, so if you were looking to take some puts, we got a little bounce, I guess. If this drops through this area, we could see 6,200 tested. Okay, if this drops through this area.
Extreme low, tick alert. Low, tick alert minus 800. Okay, hedging flows are still hanging in there. We're not dropping off. Watching core weave for a move. How was that?
It was really good.
The ramen?
Like,
Yeah.
it's like a good change.
The idea came from the Vietnamese restaurant that we go to.
Mm.
The one by Pho.
Pho Ming?
Yes. Yeah, that's where the idea came from. So beef broth with pork, vegetables, and
That's
ramen
good.
noodles. Oh,
I'm testing if I can eat with my thing. That's what this is.
oh, okay. All right, AMD is starting to turn up. All right, let's look at AMD hedging flows. Watching hedging flows is like a cheat sheet, understanding what dealers are doing. You're not guessing what the market's
about to do. All right. So here is AMD, and we're seeing AMD is starting to turn up with hedging flows. Not expecting it to break out again. I mean, it's gapped up quite a bit. For this to close at the upper half of the daily range would be good. Okay, I'm gonna pop open a Dr. Pepper. Maybe not. No, I'll drink some water first. Okay, Tesla turning. Tesla turning. Tesla looks like it's going to turn for a day trade. If you're looking at a day trade, what I like to do is buy dips and then, sell half or three quarters of position when it gets back up to the highs. And then maybe swing some, maybe a quarter position, swing it. So that's what I'm going to do right here. I'm going to take Tesla. Again, I'm taking very little risk. I would normally take maybe 20 calls or so. Maybe I'll take 5 here and look for continuation. Tesla. Let's see, Tesla. We'll go with Friday calls. I know that they're going to be cheaper. And if we get a move here, Tesla, if we get a decent move here, we don't have a buy order block. Keep in mind, we don't have a buy order block, but we came right down to liquidity down below. We're trying to stay above the 200-day. Okay, 50-day is overhead. Okay, I'm going to buy some Tesla here instead of yapping. I'm going to go with Friday, July 18th expiration, and I'll take a 40 delta. That's 320, and I'll sell 325. 320, 325. I'm about to enter into a trade here for Tesla. Looking for upside. ABCD pattern, $1.46 per contract. Okay, not filled here, so we must be moving pretty quickly. The bid in the market's pushing this higher, so I'll buy at the ask. I'll buy at limit ask on Tesla. Limit ask, $1.48 instead. Okay, so I took the 18 July, 320, 325, 320, 325.
I want to say one other thing about the inflation story. Frankly, I think there's too much attention right now on the tariff effects, and not enough attention on just the underlying rate of inflation. The Fed's goal is 2% inflation. So let's say there's been very little effect of tariffs so far. The inflation rate is still a little bit low.
Okay, I'll give that about 50 cents. That's 140 to make 350. Okay, I'll risk 75 to make 350. $75. Okay, Tesla needs to keep going, needs to keep turning. I'm going to risk $75 to make possibly 350, 355.
Eric, if part of this is the Fed needs to bring down that inflation target, or I should say bring up that inflation target, excuse me, is that part of the issue here?
Okay, let me see what's going on here with CNBC.
So I do think it's really been about a week that it's kind of sputtered a little bit, but that's after a solid run from about $55 a share 2 months ago to now about $68 a share. Estimates are going up. It's priced at about 17 times forward earnings and getting a lot of AI orders. So there are, in addition to NVIDIA, which I think is attractively priced, but if you're worried about that price, there are names like Cisco out there. There's the names like Cisco out there. Josh, looking back over to you after we heard from the Commerce Secretary, also talking, quite in detail about power and the fact that he believes that there's a kind of a market for power players, whether they go to red state or blue state, they're going to try to seek the most attractive offer. Any thoughts about the energy sector in particular on the back of those comments?
I have an energy position. The sector is not acting well. I think these are very cheap stocks. A lot of people who have avoided the sector.
I would agree with Josh. Energy, for the most part, is pretty cheap.
The purpose of owning oil and gas stocks is not necessarily that you're a bull on oil and gas per se. It's that you think
Supermicro up quite a bit. I might take about half of my Supermicro SMCL off, only because I have a pretty large position. I have 1,000 shares, so I want to reduce my exposure. We are looking pretty good. Probably follows through. Maybe I'll sell SMCI and hold on to SMCL. There's no reason to have both. SMCI. Okay, we're trending. Okay, so we have no pivots here now until we get up to 56, 62, and 66. You see that? These three pivots here, those three pivots are where we're going to run into some supply, most likely. You can see that, you can see the band on SMCI. You see these three pivots here, 66, 62, 56. That's likely where we're headed. We got the 921.50, 200-day. 200-day is trying to turn. It's flat right now, but the 921.50 are stacked above the 200-day, so that's bullish. RSI is rising. Am I screaming into the mic? Am I too loud? We got all of these rising. Looks good. Once we get into this little crevice right here, prices could scoot through there very quickly up to this 56 level, 56, 57. So I'm going to hold on to this position for a few minutes, for a few days more. Okay. Everything all of a sudden started looking good. All the New York bangs.
Meaningful price targets are to you, Jimmy. Just what's your thought on this company as we start to see this race really accelerate when I think some people thought it might be. Yeah, well, I would say I don't think there's anything specifically newsworthy about Microsoft specifically today. So this is an example of when the trend gets going, it is your friend, just ride it. I can't tell you, none of us on the panel today can tell you how long it's going to go, but enjoy it while it continues. And by no means am I saying that Microsoft has some track stock's going to go down $5 a share. That's not my point.
it may be a little bit pricey in the high 30s as a forward multiple. It may give some of that back if you get some seasonality in August and September. But this is the highest quality of high quality companies. It's a stock that you want to own for the long term. I might not buy exactly this price.
Well, can I ask you a question? You mentioned that you trimmed Oracle. This is a stock. You look at the chart right there from the April low. 3 months up 30%. Why isn't this the same strategy? Why not trim a bit off this?
Because I don't want to trim everything. You know, it's not a moment where I want to build up some huge cash reserve. I was talking to you about this before the show. I would like to have 7 to 10% of cash going into this earnings season to be able to pick up some names that will indubitably get hit for the wrong reasons during earnings season. But I don't want to go out and trim Oracle, Microsoft, Nvidia, all of these stocks, Amazon, Alphabet. I want to let it run for the most part. Oracle, nothing personal. It's had one heck of a run. It's basically tripled in 2.5 years that I've owned it. So that was a very bright candidate.
All right, Sam, I'll give you a quick word. We got to get out of here. But Microsoft looking at it trading at 35 times forward earnings. Your thought?
Yeah, so for me, as it relates to Microsoft, I mean, clearly Azure is a centerpiece for the stock. It's up 54% year over year, 17% of which is AI related, AI driven. So it just kind of relates back to the story we were talking about in terms of infrastructure and AI build and data center build. You know, so I continue to like the stocks up 20% year to date, and they guide to the high end, you know, in the last quarter. So I continue to like this one.
All right, coming up next, the committee's take on banks as earnings season kicks off. Jim, he's making a move in the space. Plus, Josh Brown is back with his best stocks in the market. Halftime back, just 2 minutes.
Low tick alert -800.
All right. You know, I see things moving higher. Could be that we're just seeing some rotation, but I can't help but think with the markets at all-time highs entering the August period, August 16th, it's going to get a little bit crazier. We still got a little time to go. Still got a little bit of time to go. July through August 15th. I don't know why I was looking at this thinking it's August 15th. Pretty soon. We got a month to go. Maybe we break out. Who the hell knows? Got to keep a close eye on price action. I would really suggest that you keep an eye on junk bonds because these will lead most of the time. Didn't lead back in February, but most of the time junk bonds and high yield corporate will lead. Okay. Okay, risky assets, HYG, junk bonds.
Low tick alert -800.
Biotechs, XBI. And S&P 500. Okay.
Welcome to halftime. Big banks kicking off this earnings season. We're talking JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Citi all posting quarterly beats. Jim, you just trimmed JP Morgan. You also own Citi. Why don't we start with JP?
Yeah, well, look, you know, it's not like I'm trying to tempt Josh into to getting on my case. I've dodged plenty of rocks on the show. Maybe that'll happen here. Nothing negative about JP Morgan. I've been overweight the financial space for quite some time. JP Morgan has been fabulous, and by virtue of its returns, it's simply too much in the portfolio. I'm trimming it. Still thinking.
Yeah, you see, other smart people are trimming as well.
Which is a bigger position than JP Morgan, because I feel that for many years it has been undervalued. In fact, it's hit a high today that goes back to the great financial crisis. Since the great financial crisis, it has traded most of that time below tangible book value. To use a phrase that we often use on this show, you know what? It's deserved to trade at a cheaper valuation than everybody else. But for the last couple of years, it has been more than pulling its weight. It has been turning itself around. Jane Fraser, the CEO there, Mark Mason, the CFO, are doing a fabulous job. They're returning capital to shareholders. Share count has decreased to 40%, 40% over the last 10 years. $4 billion this quarter, which is 2.5% of the market cap. The expenses are going down, profitability is going up. A lot to like in City.
City had a new 52-week high as well, but I think you're trying to very lead. Josh, got to come back to you. What do you think about him trimming his JPM stake right now? For and against it? Look at his face. Look at his face. Let's just talk about it for a second. You make the face. People want to see the face, Josh. Really driven by investment banking and trading revenue. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see how you can look at a chart of Citigroup and not see what Jim sees. The stock is going higher. I think it's going to $100. So it looks outstanding. Citigroup. It looks outstanding. I don't own it personally. It looks outstanding. And if I weren't so heavily invested in JP Morgan, I would probably buy it. I think Jimmy's going to make money with Citigroup. And when I look through the details of that report, and I'm not somebody that follows Citi closely, what stood out to me, the most important thing, is $84 billion in revenue for the full year, which is the high end of Citi's guidance. If you know the history, Citi is not a company that has had any right historically to give guidance at the high end ever. So that's where they are, and I like that confidence. They have done a lot of the right things over the last few years. Now you're starting to get credit for it as an investor. So I like what Jimmy's saying. As far as selling JP Morgan,
John, but what about trimming JP Morgan? That's what we really came to talk about.
It's okay. I can take it.
Well, Frank, Jimmy can sell JP Morgan. The world needs ditch diggers too.
Great line. We all love it.
Let me just say this.
But Josh, what's the argument against trimming right here? The stock's had a big run up from the April low. Two very strong quarters, really driven by volatility. A lot of people think that volatility is going to ease in the back half of the year.
I think I'm just a different investor than Jim is in this regard. I own JP Morgan, I swear to God, since the London whale. Okay, you might have been in college. I'm not ever selling. Like dividends reinvesting. This is just not the way that I own certain stocks that are my core positions. I really don't care if it underperforms Citigroup for the next 90 days. I have nobody to answer to in that regard, given how much this.
All right, look, the market's just sitting here watching AMD just sideways, CoreWeave just sideways. I might take these off if they don't start moving because they're meant to be day trades anyway, short-term swings. Okay, watching S&P. Hedging flows still tending to be a bit higher.
shares pulling back 5%. With that, we get over to the headlines with our Pippa Stevens at CNBC HQ. Good afternoon, Pippa.
Hey, Frank. Immigrants who arrive in the U.S. illegally will no longer be eligible for bond hearings as they fight deportation proceedings in court. According to multiple reports, the changes were detailed in a memo last week from the acting director of ICE. The new policy is expected to face legal challenges. Oral arguments will begin today in the sensational trial of a Colorado dentist who's accused of killing his wife by poisoning her protein shakes with cyanide and an ingredient in over-the-counter eye drops. Prosecutors also allege James Craig later tried to pay someone to kill the lead investigator on the case. Craig has pleaded not guilty. And SiriusXM is betting on advertising to capture new listeners. The radio company launched its first ad-supported subscription plan today called SiriusXM Play. It's a cheaper option than its long-standing ad-free offering, coming in at $7 per month. Frank, back to you.
All right, Pippa Stevens live from CNBC HQ. Thank you very much. All right, coming up next, Josh Brown is ready with his best stocks in the market. He's highlighting a few top names on his list ahead of earnings this week. Halftime Smith right after this.
All right. All right. Looking good. Looking good. All right. The markets are just sideways, sticky area, staying above, hanging out above the vol trigger for now. SPY, S&P, hanging out above the vol trigger. We're right on top of it right now. Okay. So you can see that we're right on top of the vol trigger as we speak. Okay. There's the vol trigger right there. Okay. We want to stay above this level. Maybe we rally into end of day, in which case we'll be taking some profits off into strength. On day trades, continuing to reduce exposure. I'm not talking about long-term stuff. I'm just talking about trading accounts where you might have options that expire on Friday or next week. We got FOMC tomorrow. So just reducing exposure. We've had a tremendous rally the last couple of weeks. Okay, we're dropping through vol trigger now.
That's helping. So I think we have an industry that
So David Holler, I'm going to go back to you for a moment. I'm curious in particular, we overall, to your point, saw some performance in the bank. But man, Wells Fargo still seems to be having a tough time of it here, even though we saw some of the metrics be here, but the company's net interest income or guidance is below what was estimated. So even though they just got the green light from the government, right, to be able to return some cash to shareholders, they're still having a tough time.
Right, yeah. And that has a lot to do with their lending volume, their plain vanilla.
And we're back on halftime with Josh Brown's best stocks in the market. Josh, you have two names that you want to highlight ahead of earnings this week. We're talking Netflix and Interactive Brokers. Let's start with Netflix.
Okay. So Netflix is Thursday after the market closed. The street's looking for $11 billion. That would be 15.5% year over year. On the revenue side of the earnings, $7.08. We have, the earnings number would be up 15.5% year over year. We've been writing about the stock positively all spring, all summer in that stocks column that we do for CNBC Pro, and I hold the stock personally. We would not be a buyer ahead of this number. It's not that I don't think it will be good.
It's that I think it's very possible you're going to sell the news reaction here, given how good the price action has already been. I'm planning to stay long. This stock is up 45% year over year. So I just think like part of the equation in best stocks in the market parlance is to just be aware of what the momentum is here and how much of that news flow might already be priced in. So if I'm not in the stock, I'm a wait and see and maybe trade the reaction. If Netflix, for whatever reason, does a great number, but the market's not that excited about it because they already knew it would be a great number, that might be a great opportunity to be a buyer if you're not already long. Interactive brokers is a different setup. I think this is a potential breakout in progress. We don't know yet, of course. The quarter is going to be really important here. But for me, I would take this risk going into the print. Look at the way Robinhood has been trading. Understand how excited the investor class is about the markets. And it's pretty easy to see a scenario where IBKR puts up another beat on new accounts opened. That's like, other than the earnings to the revenue, that's really the most important metric. The stock itself is emerging from a cup and handle pattern. You can see it clearly when you look at a 1-year chart. RSI is 71. Some would say that's a little overbought. I don't see it that way. I think new highs should be accompanied by high momentum. So I like it here, despite the fact that it's been going up. And the most important thing to understand is this is 55% retail, the commission mix here. So if you think Robinhood is up for the right reasons, given the momentum amongst retail traders, you should be able to extrapolate that and see a better than expected quarter coming out of interactive brokers as well.
All right, Josh's best stocks in the market. We're talking interactive brokers and Netflix. Jason, I want to come over to you. You own Netflix as well. What do you think about Josh's thesis and the stock, just from your own point of view?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Obviously, the stock has run a ton so far this year, up 40+%. Year to date, they had a great quarter last quarter. I think one of the things that I'm following, I think password sharing and ad-supported tier are behind them in terms of catalysts. I'm looking towards operating income. They also plan on spending $18 billion in CapEx, for content spend this year. So let's see how that plays out, through the second half of this year. But I continue to like the stock and stay long.
All right, Netflix shares pulling back today, down about 0.5%. Coming up next on Halftime, we have our call of the day. We'll be right back.
Well, I'm telling you, as a man, that's bullshit. It's total bullshit. You have to tolerate that shit. You are nuts. You are nuts. You're not a woman. You don't look like a woman. You don't act like a woman. You're fucked in the head. What's wrong with you? You are fucked in the head. You're an embarrassment to the million. You look at yourself, for Christ's sake, really. For Christ's sake, who would want to even be close? My God, really, it's horrible. You are not a fucking chick. How do you fucking live with yourself? How do you think there's one person that really thinks that you're a chick? I know a lot of people that agree with me. GM, what the fuck's wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Oh, fuck that shit. I am. Fuck that shit. Deal with it. I don't want to deal with it.
Oh boy, that's funny.
Yeah, we're going to have a conversation on that coming up. Stay tuned. You're watching Market Capital.
All right, just watching the markets, not doing much at the moment. SPY sitting on the ball trigger. This could drop quickly. Be aware of it. Maybe put on some SPY puts just in case it does drop out. All right, maybe I'll take some SPY puts just in case for Friday. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow, Wednesday. With the Fed, we might get something going on with the Fed. Puts.
this is your AI advantage. Get a free demo at
Modern home security, my tale. Let's see what they've got that I don't.
24/7 monitoring that acts on the alarm in 5 seconds to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. This is simply safe. Lights are on their way.
Trust no one, ever.
Maybe Simply Safe and I could work together.
Scaredy cat.
There's no saying like Simply Safe.
Time is up for a call of the day. 3 and rear end. It's overweight over at JP Morgan. Really setting strong cash generation and a relatively clean balance sheet. Lake, I want to come over to you.
I do. The stock's had an amazing run. It's up 52% in the past year, trading 20 times earnings. 2 years ago, when I was buying it, it was trading 13 times earnings. But the turnaround is still looking for operating margins to expand over 200 basis points in the upcoming quarter, and gross margins to expand over 100 basis points in the upcoming quarter. And it's important because a turnaround really is indicative of what you can do with the margin from until you can see the growth. And that's going to be the other question. They've got a whole bunch of new products that lead to better organic growth. I think it might, but we might have to wait one more quarter for that. So I like the story. I wouldn't be adding to it here.
Reports on Friday. Also go to JP Morgan upgrading Otis worldwide to overweight. Josh, you own this one.
Yeah, look, this is a name that if you look at the impact of tariffs during the last trade war in 2018, it was de minimis. It cost them a few $1 million. The thing that people don't understand about Otis, yes, they know they make elevators. The real business here is maintenance. Maintenance is not optional. It's not price sensitive. If buildings install elevators, those elevators must be maintained by law. And that's where the net income growth is coming from. In the Otis story, it's where the profits are. So I'm long the stock. It's been on the best stocks in the market list. I think it punches higher from here, and happy to be long.
All right, move on to American Express, downgraded to neutral at Maness. Jason, you on this one?
Yeah, so AXP is close to 6% so far this year. I think net interest income growth has been a good story for them in years past. Cross-border travel has obviously slowed some. Credit quality is still strong, but I think a little bit of the concern for me is the rising cost of
JP Morgan, hanging in there. JP Morgan. What's Coinbase doing? Coinbase. Coinbase sideways. I might take some Coinbase off. Got a nice profit. I'll go ahead and take some Coinbase off. If it continues higher, great. I'll take it. I'll take some more and get back in. But for now, Coinbase, I'm going to take a little profits. I'll try to get, hopefully we can get a little bounce and get out closer to the high of the day. Okay, looking good. Google, what are you doing, Google? Google just sitting here consolidating. Microsoft looks like it wants to do something. It's not showing weakness. Only thing I don't like about Microsoft is that day traders are in it, and occasionally you get these day traders come in and they short and it drops quickly. But Microsoft looks like it wants to keep going. Microsoft. Apple had a nice surge. Right around 11 o'clock, Apple had a nice surge. Microsoft just trending. Will this ever come back down? Microsoft just keeps going. Looks good. AMD. Okay, AMD just kind of sitting here. CoreWeave. Same thing, CoreWeave. Spiders, S&P. All right, not much to look at the moment. All right, I'm going to put on Yahoo Finance. I'm going to step outside for 10, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. just get some sun on my face. Give me a break for 10 minutes and I'll be right back.
The last several weeks have been notable. So the demand side seems pretty firm and not at all.
And not all, the sort of number go up philosophy that was the thing really that propelled crypto for a long time. I mean, that's still there, but it feels like that
We're never going to let that go.
I mean, that's why a lot of people still buy it because they think it is something that is going to continue to go up in perpetuity in some cases. But then, how important and what role is the congressional discussion around crypto having this week?
Two big things, and let's link the macro side. Although I'm more Fisher Price than Fisher Black when it comes to macro. But look, the dollar's had its weakest first 6 months of the year in many, many years. And so this idea that both gold and Bitcoin are being latched onto as stores of value is pretty credible, right? Also, you have treasury companies that hold Bitcoin and other assets becoming more popular. More people are just learning about the ETF and learning about how allocating to Bitcoin can diversify a portfolio that has many asset classes in it. So all of that is less number go up and more just kind of mainstream kind of education and adoption. We feel great about that. The rest of the market, either all the way down through our top, CoinDesk 20 names, which was up 16% over the last week, really feels like last November, where there was new hope for regulatory clarity, right? And so, as you mentioned, there are three big things in front of Congress this week, which we're very hopeful a lot of great work will get done, and maybe even the Genius Act gets close to being signed. That helps all the other blockchains, I think, more than it helps Bitcoin, right? So Bitcoin is going to benefit, I think, from being top of fold, right? But Ether and the other layer ones like Sui, like Solana, they're going to benefit because there's more anointed activity on their blockchains, think stable coins, right? And then other service providers and information providers, other institutional forms of how digital assets can create ease for us in the blockchain world, all of that's been propelled. So if you look at this past week's rally outside of Bitcoin, it looks a lot like what happened last November when kind of hope got renewed.
Just really quickly, Andy, sort of what's the next price target from here? What directionally do we think is going to be happening?
I think rather than focus on a Bitcoin price target, which I think is hard, we feel that demand right now is very strong and very durable. So we think that we're safe there. What we'd like to see with better regulatory adoption is the rest of the market keep up. So keep an eye on the CoinDesk 20 index, which is very broad-based and very diversified. The CoinDesk 5 index, if you're just interested in Bitcoin and Ether and a couple of the other top names, that's a good index to keep an eye on. But we think that investors will, at this new chapter, start to actually broaden their horizons from Bitcoin and look at index funds, which will help diversify them and give them access to these other names.
Thanks so much, Andy. Appreciate it. You too. Coming up, details on the trade news out of the White House this morning. Stay right here.
The Animal Kingdom Amusement Park is open for the 2025 season with new ticket admission of only $45. Book your birthday parties, family reunions, corporate events, and more. Visit FamilyKingdomFun.com for our calendar of events for the season. See you soon.
Celebrate Independence Day savings all month long at Bell & Bell GMC. Get 0% APR on the rugged Sierra 1500 or up to $11,031 in total purchase allowance on select models. Bell & Bell GMC in North Myrtle Beach.
When it comes to bath time, our dogs deserve better. During their most personal moment, show your love with the Bubble Brush with its built-in shampoo dispenser. The Bubble Brush cleans and soothes your pet's skin while removing dirt and loose fur. Your dog will love it. Chappie gave it a 5 point rating, our highest honor. Make bath time their most cherished experience with the Bubble Brush.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic press makes a smelly mess. Introducing the Great Garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grater, rock it back and forth, and say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The Great Garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your Great Garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the Great Garlic is. Stay tuned for a special free offer from Flash Force Tactical Flashlight. With its powerful telescopic zoom, the Flash Force Tactical Flashlight gives you a super bright light visible at a distance of over 2,000 meters. With 7 useful modes, plus a USB rechargeable battery, the Flash Force Tactical Flashlight is always ready to light up the night. And if you scan the code on your screen and order right now, we'll send you a second Flash Force Tactical Flashlight absolutely free. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. Scan the code on your screen to order now.
President Trump saying this morning on Truth Social that the U.S. has reached a trade deal with Indonesia. It comes days after the president sent a letter to Indonesia threatening a 32% tariff. Joining us now, Yahoo Finance Washington correspondent Ben Werschel, senior reporter Prof. Subramanian, who's going to talk to us about the autos angle. Ben, let's talk Indonesia first. What do we know so far?
We don't know a lot so far, Julie. As you saw in that post, Trump ended it with an all caps details to follow and 3 exclamation points. But it does come, as you mentioned, after one of the most sizable threats last week from Trump, which was this 32% tariff on Indonesia, which would have fallen on our 22nd biggest trading partner. And driven by a sort of 3-to-1 deficit, nearly 3-to-1 trade deficit we have with that country. Indonesia, the negotiators were here in Washington last week, kind of following that letter and to keep talks going. They came out of that talking about a pause on that 32% tariff. But again, we don't have details on what exactly this deal entails, but it does appear to be a key breakthrough. As Trump said in the post, the talks appear to have progressed beyond those trade negotiator talks to president talks, and there now seems to be a breakthrough there with a lot of focus on industries like palm oil, clothing, manufacturers. Those are kind of the big issues between the U.S. and Indonesia. One quick warning for markets as we kind of await the word on this, whether this 30% tariff, how that's changing. We did see a similar pattern of this with Vietnam last week. Trump had a post that said details to follow, which actually saw a surge of optimism, but then when he actually released the details, which in that case was a 20% tariff on Vietnam, which has a lot of overlap with Indonesia, markets, or at least footwear manufacturers, came back down. So there's a lot of details remain to be seen here, but it does appear to be kind of essentially his fourth trade deal as he go ahead into August 1st.
And also on the tariff front this morning, the European Union has finalized a list of $84 billion worth of U.S. goods that could face countermeasures if the U.S. goes forward with its plans for that 30% tariff on August 1st. So sort of readying these countermeasures. Pras, what would that mean if that indeed that happened for the likes of Boeing and U.S. automakers?
Well, of that 75 billion is industrial goods, right? So 12.8 billion in aircraft supplies and parts, machinery, another 10.3 billion, and then around 9.3 billion in autos, right? But I mean, for the Boeings of the world, look, it's gonna hit the Boeings, the precision cast parts, Honeywell's, Textron of the world. Like the key U.S. suppliers for the aviation sector are going to get hit by the potential tariff. But what the EU is really worried about is that 30% tariff on goods and 25% sector tariffs that still remain on autos. And look, it's hitting Mercedes bad, it's hitting Porsche bad, hitting Volkswagen, Audi bad. Look, they're all having to take sort of hits to their sort of bottom line because of the fact they're trying to price protect some from buyers. They can't do that forever. And so the question is, can they get this deal done before the fall, where the 2026 mileage comes out, the new cars come out in the U.S.
So obviously there's a lot at stake with the EU tariffs. We're starting to hear about these other peripheral countries as well. Ben, I want to follow up with you about the NVIDIA news today. This news from NVIDIA that they expect that the U.S. government will start to allow them to get their licenses approved to ship some of their chips into China, the H20 chips. Is there any indication or is there any movement on talks between China and the U.S.?
Yeah. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had some commentary this morning on that. He did an interview on Bloomberg. His line there was that this NVIDIA chip, he confirmed that NVIDIA chips were part of those conversations. He called it a bargaining chip to upon between the U.S. and China on these larger trade talks, which encompass a lot more issues like rare earth minerals, to get this NVIDIA piece done. Bessent also confirmed that China talks are continuing. The key deadline to watch there is August 12th, which is when that 90-day pause runs out. What Bessent said is that they're trying to have another meeting either before or after a larger China gathering at the beginning of August to do that. His overall message is that markets shouldn't be too worried about this August 12th deadline, but
hash brown. Toast breaking out, new 52-week high. What's up?
Jason Snyder.
Emerson Electric, significant demand for industrial.
Jim Lebenthal, the last word.
Walt Disney Company, it's pulled back about 4% from a recent high over the last week and a half, but I think that sets it up for the next leg higher.
All right, with that, we'll take a look at the markets very quickly before we let you go over to the exchange. Kind of a mixed picture right now. Actually, seeing the Dow hit, I believe it's lows of today, down about 0.25%. The Nasdaq up almost 0.5%. That does it for halftime. The exchange starts right now.
Thank you very much, Frank. A huge day for NVIDIA, a big push on energy, and a dash of debate around a high-flying stock. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. The S&P did hit a fresh intraday record to start the session, but we're a ways from that now. NVIDIA is the reason why. It's also helping the Nasdaq stay in the green right now. Otherwise, we're near session lows. The S&P down about 0.5%. The Dow down 0.8. The news that NVIDIA is set to resume chip sales in China, though, is sending those shares to a fresh all-time high today. It's trading at 170 with a 4% gain. And yields are on the move as well. We'll have more on NVIDIA in just a moment. But take a look at the 30-year touching 5% back above that level today. Again, it's still a global bond sell-off, but this is in the wake of CPI this morning, in the wake of more chatter about the new Fed chair, whoever that may be. The 10-year 448, the 2-year 395. And a quick check on the banks. JP Morgan, Citi, and Wells kicked off earnings this morning by beating estimates. The shares of Wells are under some pressure by 5% after they lowered their outlook for net interest income. The other Citi up about 3%. We'll hear more on that next hour. Let's start with NVIDIA hitting an all-time high again today after the company received approval to resume sales of its H20 AI chip in China. It's a major win for the company, which has suffered from tariffs and export restrictions. And our next guest owns the stock. Let's bring in Nancy Tengler. She's the CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tengler Investments. Nancy, great to see you. Kind of catch us up here on NVIDIA's, your thinking, this valuation now, opportunities in China, and all the rest of it.
Good to see you, Kelly. You look great, healthy.
Thank you. I'm sleep deprived.
So I guess I'm upset. What?
Sleep deprived, but go ahead.
Well, you have the same 5.5 kids. So I guess I would just say that valuation is not as stretched as everyone would argue. I don't know that you buy it here. We were adding during the April tariff tantrum. We picked some off at $108 a share. We added to the position while we've been trimming Broadcom, which has actually outperformed NVIDIA over the last year. But if you look at fiscal year earnings growth, 2026 is supposed to be 45%, then 33%, 27, 14%.
Low tickle at -800.
Trading at a forward PE of 40. So you're actually paying less than 1 times on a price earnings to growth basis. So unless you think the growth in this company is done, I don't think you sell the stock here. I don't think you necessarily buy more, but on dips, you step in and add to the holdings. I would also just point out AMD is actually up more because their M1 chip is going to get reinstated as well, and that's going to benefit the whole space. So the AI trade is what as an investor I'm focused on. I've been talking about productivity for the last 3 years, the analogies to the 90s, and the need to pivot to old economy companies that are invested in the new technologies, and then providers of, or embracing the new technologies, and then providers of the chip, the picks and shovels. So I think we still love it, and we continue to hold it. It's one of our largest holdings in our growth strategy.
That will be reassuring news, although maybe bittersweet for those who didn't jump in as the stock kept kind of making those comeback moves. And AMD, to your point, up 6%. You mentioned trimming Broadcom. I mean, what else do you do tactically in the AI space right now?
Well, so we've been trimming the winners. So this morning we were in trimming Broadcom and Oracle. Oracle is both are the largest holdings in our TGLR ETF. With Oracle at 6.5%. So we wanted to declare some victory.
Okay, hedging flows are definitely turning down now. Okay, Apple's trying to push here. Apple's trying to make a shot at the highs here. Everything else is pretty much sideways in a choppy sideways pattern. NVIDIA, good news today, but it is off the highs of the session. Microsoft's trying to push a bit higher. Here goes that. Apple's trying to push. Apple.
Since the IPO, when was it too late to buy it? If you believe in the regime change that NVIDIA is providing and
what do you make of the market more broadly, Nancy? So sharing, I mean, we're talking about the outperformer today being NVIDIA, being a name where you can point now to stronger sales. You can probably point to the real fundamentals of the reason why. And with many of these other AI as well.
All right. So Susie's saying that the 30 years above 5%. Okay. Ooh, let's go look at bonds. Let's take a look at bonds. Let's look at the 30-year yield down here at the bottom. 30-year Treasury bond ETF, 30-year Treasury yield. There we go. 30-year Treasury yield above 5%. Recently, as May, this started moving lower, relieving some of the questions and the thoughts. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's starting to move. About yields, are those moving higher? The 10-year yield. Let's take a look at the 20-year bond. 20-year bond pulling back. 20-year bond is pulling back. All right, so yields are higher. Okay, we talked about that in the weekend video as well. 7-10-year. Let's see what the 7-10-year looks like. All right, that's losing the 50-day. 7-10-year. All right, so all of this is telling us that yields are moving higher. So yields will be a headwind for the bulls in the short term. Okay. Let's see what the German 10-year yield looks like. That's moving higher as well. German 10-year. Fed rate 4%. Okay, I would just reduce risk. Longer term, maybe if you want, maybe you take a little bit off. I'm not really that worried about longer term stuff. The Fed at the end of the month, FOMC, we've got VIX expiration tomorrow. We got OPEX on Friday. During the weekend video, I was postulating that we would see some volatility pick up and for the markets to move potentially back into the range back towards 6,200. So far, that hasn't really transpired. So, can't get too bearish because I don't want to miss upside either. Okay, large cap 62.55. We hit 6,300 this morning. Where are my? Let's see, where is? Give me 1 second. I'm looking for a few things. Industrial production. Okay, that's sideways to slightly lower. Industrial production. Michigan consumer sentiment. Michigan consumer sentiment turning back up from the green zone. This is a buy zone area. This is only one indicator. Bonds. $30-year bond, a 30-year mortgage off the worst levels that we saw back in 23, the end of 23. Right before the election, the market started to move back up. All right.
Of the AI trades. Look, if you believe in this innovation and in this technology, there's no reason stocks like NVIDIA, core, but how would you describe a core week from that point of view?
I mean, again, it's a little bit of an art and a science in following a stock like this. We don't have free cash flow in our model through 2027 with debt increasing.
Cycles, I got the industrials. Copac cycle is built for the weekly, so we'll look at some weekly indicators. Let's see. IBB weekly had turned up. SMH daily. SMH at the highs. A little extreme, right? I would love a little back and fill, especially for stocks like NVIDIA trading at highs. NVIDIA is off the best level of sessions. It hit 172 and change. Let's look at the weekly. Weekly. Okay, weekly. Weekly time frame. SMH weekly. Okay, that's been trending higher. You can see the weekly on SMH since the April 7th reversal week. Most weeks have been higher, except for two, which went sideways. Semiconductors still very strong. For long-term investor types, I don't see a reason to get panicky or, start taking profits in a big way. Everything I look at is just short-term. New highs, new lows. Okay, so we're above the zero line. We're just kind of flattening out a little bit. Advanced decline, pulling back. So breadth is pulling in, contracting. Okay, number of stocks moving higher are contracting. We've got a red elder stick, first red elder stick we've seen in a while on the NYSE. Let's see what the institutions are doing with their shares. This XII is just a reflection of what they have in their core portfolios. They don't seem to be that weird right now. They don't seem to be weirded out. They're not selling. Okay. So these are the 75 stocks and institutions' core portfolios. You can see the names. You're familiar with all of these. If you've been in the markets at any length of time, you're familiar with all of these names. Let's see what Target's doing. Target. All that said, I'm still reducing my exposure. If I've got, 1,000 shares like Supermicro, I'm considering reducing my risk in Supermicro. I have Supermicro and SMCL both, so I don't need both of these. Maybe I just take off SMCL, up big on the day. Okay, that's starting to fade. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. Closing order. 2107. All right, so I had 1,000 shares of SMCL. I took the entire position off. I'm going to hold on to SMCI. The only reason I'm doing that is just to reduce my exposure. I don't need both positions, so I took that. Nice gain there. Nice gain on 1,000 shares. Let's see, UMAC. Let's see what UMAC is doing. That's back to 1124. The high yesterday. UMAC. Let's take a look at UMAC. Drones. Okay, we're off the best levels. We're up at 13. We're $2 below that level. So maybe we get back to that. We're making higher lows and higher highs, so I'll hold on to UMAC. Okay, CoreWeave is trying to do something right here. CoreWeave, watch CoreWeave. I got back into CoreWeave a little bit higher up. I believe I have the 150s. Let me just check real quick. CoreWeave.
Governor Josh Shapiro, appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much. Great to be with you. So, you know, you got to listen. There's a lot of
155, 160, and I have what? CoreWeave. I have. Oh, I took that off. Okay, I already took that off. I'm just like, what? What? I thought I sold this. I did sell it. Okay, CoreWeave. I sold the 138, 145 vertical I had because 145 is the cutoff for me. Okay, so this morning I sold the vertical at 145, the 138, 145 call vertical. I know it's kind of odd. It was 7 handles wide, but I wanted to go with those strikes for a particular reason. I didn't write it down. I don't remember exactly what it was, but 7 wide instead of 10 or 5 wide. Took those off first 15 minutes, and you can see that I had my max profit right there at 145. It got up to 146. Now we're moving higher. So I went out to August 15th. I bought the 155s. Those were 40 delta. And I sold the 160 call. So now we're looking at CoreWeave for the breakout. Watch CoreWeave for the breakout here. CoreWeave for the breakout.
Pennsylvania energy and the ingenuity of the Pennsylvania workforce.
CoreWeave for the breakout.
Make a quick joke about myself.
This is a day trade for now. I'll sell half of it if we make it to 150, 155. If we make it there, or start to get to that point, I got plenty of time. But I would like to reduce exposure, be more in day trades right now. My investing account, not touching my investing account. So I'm just talking day trading account. Sometimes I go swings on these. I have swings on Apple, on AMD. AMD is a day trade now, but it was a swing from yesterday. Amgen's not doing that great. Amazon, that's a swing. Google is a swing. I got ASST. That's not working. Somebody mentioned ASST. I joined you and it didn't work. IBIT. Looking for Bitcoin to bounce. That's fading. I got Reddit. Looking for Reddit to make another shot to the highs. What do I have here on Reddit? Reddit, I have August calls. Okay, Reddit. Watching Bitcoin for, watching CoreWeave. CoreWeave. Okay, what do we look for? Can anybody answer what we look for on CoreWeave, for example? Any stock that we're looking for. First thing we do is look for buy order blocks. Check. We got buy order blocks. CoreWeave, we have buy order blocks. Okay, do we break through this area? Although it's not shown, there's probably some supply right overhead. Let me go to the 15-minute. Maybe there's some on the 15-minute that shows up. Okay, no, we had a liquidity grab. You see that hand? You see that wiki candle right there at the open? Liquidity grab. That's institutions. They'll push it up. Stops get taken out. Some people will buy along and then they drop it back down. Okay, looking for more fill. Now we're starting to move higher. We got a fair value gap. Looking for that to maybe come back in here and fill that. Love to see it break above this high, 147. Coinbase. Meta's down nearly 1%. Okay, Meta, let's go to AMD on this. AMD's hanging out. CoreWeave looking for the breakout. CoreWeave looking for the breakout.
To the future success of our Commonwealth. And so that's why I've doubled our investments in Votech. We've increased the number of apprenticeship programs here in Pennsylvania. Our building trades are a central part of our growth strategy.
We have the people here in Pennsylvania, and we're investing in training them, and we're working with the private sector to make sure they're a key part.
Because we're wrapping up with this 90 billion in announced commitments.
Okay, looking for core weave to break higher.
With the B. Maybe that number ends the day higher. I don't know. President is yet to arrive. Are you sort of pledging that the permitting reform that you just referred to can get done? Because as we've talked about, you can put all the money you want in something, Governor. But if you can't get the permit to build the power line, it's all done.
It's all about speed to market. And by the way, I'm not only pledging you here on CNBC, I've sat with all these CEOs who are planning to put out their press releases today and have already sat there and said, okay, what's your punch list? What's your timeline? What do you need? And I've got my strike team there ready to go on the permitting side. Look, there's a long road for these companies to travel from the press release they issued today to when shovels go in the ground. But the length of time it takes will not be hindered by the Commonwealth. We will be the value add that they need to get to market quickly.
Well, listen, Governor Josh Shapiro, it's amazing what you guys have put together in a relatively short amount of time for this energy summit here in Pittsburgh. Amazon Web Services, Alphabet, BlackRock. You got so much in private capital here, public capital as well. The president set to arrive. We'll let you go so you can, do your governor stuff.
Thank you. Good to be with
What
you.
is it?
GST. Get stuff done.
Governor Josh Shapiro, thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly.
Rockstar performance all around. Gentlemen, thanks. Brian, we'll see you again soon. And a lot next hour, in fact. Coming up, it's Crypto Week in Washington with Congress set to pass 3 bills. What does it all mean for the companies like Coinbase? We'll ask their chief policy officer next, with the shares up 122% in the past 3 months. Plus, our market guest is calling for a half-point rate cut in September, another half-point coming by the end of the year. What it'll take for the Fed to get there, that's all ahead on The Exchange.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Okay. Core weave looking for the breakout. We got buy order blocks. We got fair value gaps. Core weave looking for the breakout. All right. Pew, pew, pew. Okay, it's 122, 123 on the East Coast, the best coast to coast with the most. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com on this fine Tuesday. Sunny out in Myrtle Beach, a little warm, but it's nice out. It rained earlier, so we got a little bit of much needed moisture. Okay. All right, core weave moving higher. Core weave. Looking for a break higher. Oh boy, core weave.
Welcome back. Dow's near session lows. Crypto week is underway on Capitol Hill.
CoreWeave looking for something.
Key pieces of legislation, including the Stablecoin Regulation Act, known as the Genius Act. Stablecoins getting a lot of attention lately, particularly after Circle's massive IPO. The shares are up 540% since its debut just last month. They're 198 today. Morgan Stanley and Barclays say they see the growth of stablecoins benefiting traditional payment companies. Markets and stablecoins will give Coinbase boost, initiating it with a buy after those shares have more than doubled in the past 3 months. Joining us now to discuss it all is Faryar Shirzad, Coinbase's Chief Policy Officer. Faryar, do you have a number in your head that stock hits and you go, I'm time off to the sunset?
I think the potential is enormous. We're talking about updating the financial system.
Okay, CoreWeave looking for more upside. Okay, day trade only.
The potential of that is enormous. It's enormous for Coinbase and its stock, but it's huge for the economy. That's very exciting.
But do you look at the last 3 months and go, you know what? It's not that easy. I hear some of even those who love Bitcoin have been fans, have been in it from the start, see the gains as big as you mentioned, go, well, okay, we don't go through periods like this that often.
I think the last 4 years under the Biden administration were really unusual in the sense that you had the U.S. government
Starting to move.
all-out war against innovation in digital assets. It just didn't make any sense. And so the fact that we're sort of back normalized.
I love this guy. Reminds me of my dad. I post this on the social channel. It's so funny.
It's sad we lost 4 years, for really no reason at all. But I'm glad we're back in the game and the U.S. can be a leader again.
So, and that's a clever take on the situation. But there are 3 pieces of legislation this week. Genius Act is specifically about stable coins. This one, we get a lot of questions from people. What are stable coins? Why is Circle up so much? And it does feel like we're in a little bit of the hype phase.
All right, CoreWeave starting to push.
U.S. government, I wrote about that today. They're buying lots of treasuries already. If this legislation passes, they have to be back one-to-one with super safe assets.
Let's go, CoreWeave. Let's do it. Let's do it already. Let's go. All right, so looking at CoreWeave. All right, so we want to see dealer hedging flows also moving higher in addition to what we're seeing on the screen. All right, let's go look at CoreWeave. Looking at dealer hedge flows, not picking up yet. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Okay, so there we go. Dealer hedging flows are starting to pick up a little bit. Little spike in dealer hedging flows. Okay.
Issuance of a tokenized dollar, $1 will be held in reserves, typically in the form of U.S. Treasuries. So right now, stablecoin issuers around the world are the 16th largest holders of U.S. Treasuries. By some estimations, stablecoin issuers will become the largest holders of stablecoins, bigger than China.
Okay, a little spike there, but it's right back down. All right. Let's see what calls are doing. Calls.
Well, it's a productivity boost, right? So where you
CoreWeave, what's going on here? Amazon. Amazon. Note the hedging flows for Amazon. Amazon pulled back a little bit. Let's see what Google looks like. CoreWeave. CoreWeave. Okay, hedge flows orange. Orange, glad. This is pushing higher. Puts are flat. The hedge flows or calls, bullish hedge flows that calls are turning. All right, so everything else is pretty much just sitting here watching Snowflake and Meta.
Stablecoins is right, but getting the rules around the market structure for crypto technology is really critical. It'll decide when the CFTC has jurisdiction, when the SEC has jurisdiction, but more importantly, it'll make sure consumers have clear-cut protections and innovators can build in the United States the next generation of financial rails. It's super exciting, but we need to have clarity
pass the House. The Senate will work on it. They'll get it to the president in October, we hope, and we'll be off to the races.
Well, off to the races. We certainly are. See if it's a buy the rumor, sell it back kind of thing. But for now, it incredible pace of deployment and obviously of gains as well. Faryar, thanks. Appreciate it today.
All right, thank you, Kelly.
Faryar Shirsad. Coming up, NVIDIA hitting an all-time high after the company said they expect to resume sales of the H20 chip to China. But would this deal have come together without CEO Jensen Huang playing the role of diplomat? There he is in a leather jacket. We'll talk about that indicator next in Tech Check.
Cool. What we got there? Core weave? Okay, cool. Cool. Cool, cool. All right. Core weave, just watching that orange line. I want to keep that headed higher. Okay. 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 Not a bad day. I mean, it's not the best, but we had a nice gap up this morning. We were faded off of the best levels. We're up 50 handles at 8 o'clock or so. Faded off of that. What are we doing right now? Okay, we're red at the moment. Markets are red. Okay, we're down 10 handles, 9 handles. Okay. Markets are mixed. Let's look at the up-down volume is mixed as well. We got 1.7 up on the Qs, 1.7 down on the SPY. So those are working against each other, I guess. New York FANG components pretty much sideways. We got some nice lift in Google right here. Google's starting to turn up. Let's look at the Google hedging flow. Google hedging flow. You want to see that orange line rising? It did. It's at the high of the day. So high of the day. Google turning up. Okay, let's see what Google can do. Core weave, we're watching core weave. We want to see that continue. Right up to the high. Do we get rejected there? Are we done on core weave? What happens at the high stays at the high. Okay, so back to core weave. Back to core weave. Let's go look at the tape. Let's look at the tape. Core weave, the tape. Okay, mostly calls trading, you can see. All right, what's most active today? Top options volume is in the indices and NVIDIA, 3.5 million in volume on NVIDIA. You can see in the top left. Second to the left, we've got NVIDIA again, 1.7 billion top daily notional. Gamma, 1.7 million. Top daily movers. Okay, nothing really interesting there. We got largest daily trades, Microsoft, MicroStrategy, Meta, and Tesla over here on the right. Okay. This is NVIDIA. So let me go to CoreWeave, CRWV, CoreWeave. Okay, mostly calls trading on CoreWeave. We can see what's traded. Okay, we're looking for stocks that are bought at the ask. Okay, ask right here. Above the ask. We got above the ask here. Okay, CoreWeave above the ask. Not big volume.
Beijing, and he was, for now at least. NVIDIA's H20 chips, once banned in China, they will be back in play as a result of a calculated play that NVIDIA's interests are not separate from U.S. power. They are aligned with it. And this has really been once Trump's playbook. Frame NVIDIA as essential in the AI arms race and key to keeping Huawei from building a truly independent AI ecosystem that could threaten U.S. leadership in the long term. Now, Jensen's approach, it stands in sharp contrast to other mega CEOs. Apple's Tim Cook, of course, he played China whisperer during Trump's first term, but it hasn't been effective this time around. That's because chips have become negotiating leverage in broader trade talks. You got Mark Zuckerberg and Senator Pichai. They have tried a more overt charm offensive, but neither have secured a strategic win in the way that Wang just did. And of course, Elon Musk, who went from Trump's confidant to public foil in just a matter of months, Jensen has stayed disciplined and diplomatic with a clear message, and that is NVIDIA's dominance serves America's interests. You hear that out of White House folks as well.
Okay, looking good. Core Weave looking for a push higher. All right, the NDC is turning back up. I do have a hedge. Okay, so it's a hedge. It's not a trade. So these puts, I bought some cheap 620 puts just in case the markets cannot hold on to the volatility trigger. We were looking at SPY sitting on top of the volatility trigger. We dropped below it. Okay, we're back above it. So this is a back and forth, rather than trying to guess what the market's going to do. I took a hedge. Okay, so if this evaporates, if the puts evaporate, that means all my longs are doing the right thing and they're moving in the right direction. Okay, right direction being higher and making more profit. So I'm not that concerned about the hedge. It was small anyway. It's only 10 puts. That's just meant to be a hedge. So if we lose on the hedge, so be it. I'm looking more at the holding on to my gains. Okay, so that's a hedge. Looking for Core Weave. Can I keep going? Let's keep an eye on it. Let's see what's going on with Core Weave. Okay, Tesla turning back up. Microsoft turning back up. Apple turning back up. Okay, these New York FANGs all of a sudden look a lot better again. NVIDIA is starting to turn up. Tesla might be a day trade from here. Apple looking good, maybe for a day trade on Apple. I like CoreWeave right now. CoreWeave's looking good. All right, CoreWeave. What else do we got here? AMD, Tesla. Why is this? Why is this on Tesla? All right, let me go. Blue. 3. Okay, I want to do AMD. I want to pay attention to. Oh, wow. They need more colors, more numbers or something. Let's see. Red, orange, lilac, purple. I'll go purple. Is anything purple here? I'm trying to set up links on my charts. Thinkorswim. Okay. CoreWeave. CoreWeave is on purple? Oh, it is. Okay. All right, let me look at the AMD because I want to keep an eye on AMD too. AMD. Okay, that looks okay. AMD is just sitting here chopping around sideways, up and down, up and down. Okay, keep in mind the previous 3 weeks price action. Week 1 and 2 were very bullish. Last week, week 3 was a doji. And we're consolidating. This week, I should say, is the doji.
Says if you like 35% inflation, go ahead and fire the Fed chair. Jamie Dimon JP Morgan's earnings call saying the independence of the Fed is absolutely critical, not just for the current Fed chair, who I respect, but for the next Fed chairman. Next Musk says this is another soft read. He still expects the Fed to cut by full.
God, I hate when they talk about freaking politics. Talk about care. I don't care, CNBC. It's really annoying that you got to focus so much on politics. Just focus on the price action and the stocks that are moving, and I'll thank you very much. Let's see. Okay, so that was MP Material Apple deal. They were just talking about as we tuned in. MP Apple, a deal. UMAC. UMAC, I'm going to take half of my UMAC off. Oh boy. Okay, so core weave, just kind of tapering a little bit. S&P had a nice little rally off the low. It looks like shorts got caught and they started covering. Palantir is starting to turn back up. Palantir, I don't know. I have focused on bright horizons for Palantir. Nothing says it can't base up here and pull back a little bit to the 50-day as we go through earnings season, but longer term, Palantir, as it continues to gain more in earnings, eventually the PE will, compress a bit. PE is kind of high, but the rule of 40 most likely will be close to 100 after this next earnings. So I'll be very curious to see how that rolls out. Palantir putting together deals with just about everybody under the sun now. The last deal was back in May, and that was with big banks to create more efficiencies using AI and the Palantir ontology. So yeah, that looks really good. They're gaining customers. They're adding so much. Looks good. CoreWeave's starting to pull back a little bit. S&P can't seem to get out of its way. AMD sideways. Not feeling the momentum. Maybe we get something. Maybe we'll get something in the 2 o'clock hour. We're trading at all-time highs. I have a suspicion that institutions would like to see it pull in a little bit. That's why the momentum feels like it's stalled, even though we made a new high, new all-time high on the S&P. I just had the feeling that institutions, I wouldn't want to be buying big up here. I wouldn't want to be buying a couple million shares of anything at the highs. I would rather a pullback. Now, that said, there are stocks that have pulled back already, like Apple, like Supermicro, which Supermicro is just coming out of a base, at the low, cup and handle, an elongated handle or a range. It broke above that. It's trending. So this is good. As an institution, I'd be buying. Also, Apple broke a downtrend. It's tech. That at some point, Apple's going to announce that they've acquired a company like Perplexity or something like that. Dan Ives keeps complaining about Apple not being, or I should say, Dan Ives complaining that Apple is behind in the development or use of AI. All the other companies like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia, they're all, spending lots of money, Meta, and developing agents and processes and software to utilize AI. They're all doing it. Apple, unless I'm mistaken, unless I've missed something over the last couple of days, they have yet to do anything to indicate that they're not behind the eight ball. So Maybe they're doing something in secret. They don't want anybody to know, but they're losing executives. One recently went to Meta, I believe. One or two being called away from Apple. Apple needs to get into gear here. So yeah, so the point is that where would I rather buy Apple? Would I rather buy Apple up at the highs? Would I rather buy Apple up here? Obviously not. I'd rather buy Apple here. So this is the third week that Apple's been above the 10 EMA. So Bo and other people that are in Apple, my suggestion is that we're probably going to do fine. Once earnings come around, there's a possibility we could pull back a little bit, I guess, back to 195 or 190. Don't really see that happening, but especially if they announce something. They have enough cash on hand. They could buy state of New Jersey. Yeah, looking for this looks good. So I'd be buying dips. Okay. What about some of the security stocks? Security is the second leg of AI. Okay. So there's going to be a lot of activity in security when it comes to AI. People not really focused on it too much, it doesn't seem. But Palo Alto has 34% annual earnings growth, right, year over year. It's developed a security. I don't want to call it an app. I don't know exactly what to call it. It's called Strata. It's an automatic response security. They also have Prisma Cloud and Cortex. Okay. Share price versus fair value. The share price on Palo Alto recently, let's take a look at Palo Alto Networks. I know, Frano, you got a position, right? Palo Alto. It just bounced at the 200-day. This is day number 2. It's trading at 192 192. Palo Alto is trading at 192. Fair value has it at $261. That's a 25% gain from here. CyberArk, CYBR. These are all names that were mentioned by Dan Ives as a second derivative play on AI, a second derivative play, because what we know right now is NVIDIA, with its global AI data center market and its global generative AI market, those two markets alone are expected to 9x and 10x respectively over the next 10 years, 9 years. So these AI plays that institutions are getting involved in should broaden out, according to Dan Ives and other things I've read, should broaden out to second derivative plays like cybersecurity. Cybersecurity has a CAGR of 36%. Let me just check something real quick. All right, so CAGR, that's a compound annual growth rate of 36%. That's huge. That's huge. So it has a CAGR of 36%. The in the security sector, that's a secondary derivative of AI. There's many of those different groups, not just security, but that's just one. And the thought is that obviously AI is not optional. It's a prerequisite. If you're going to grow a company into the future, you need to be involved in AI. If you're not thinking AI, if you're not thinking about apps for yourself or apps for your futures, other people are doing it. Other people are thinking about apps that they can sell to you to make your life easier, more efficient, more productive. Palo Alto these companies have to protect those apps and your data, and that's where the AI is going to kick in. CyberArk is known for its identity security. That's really important. Okay. Its subscriptions are growing by 50%, 50%. $1 billion in revenue for its subscription services, identity security, privileged access. CyberArk is all over this. Okay. CYBR. Okay, so keep an eye on CoreWeave. It is pulling back into the previous range. CYBR, cybersecurity, CyberArk. That's below the 50-day. The other one was Zscaler. Zscaler, Zero Trust Security Exchange, URL filtering. It looks at the filter that looks at the URLs. It back checks for phishing and malware attacks. Its revenue year over year, 24%. Its rule of 40 is 52. Its rule of 40 is 52. Zscaler. Okay, so it's probably going to base. I would assume it'll base near the 50-day, and that'll be a better entry. So there's no hurry here. Okay, and you got CrowdStrike. Of course, CrowdStrike had a problem with last year with some outages. A programmer or something screwed up, and one of his programs killed like Delta Airlines. They had all sorts of cancellations and everything. But CyberArk's climbed back since last August. It was during my birthday. I was down visiting my mom. So this is sitting on top the 50-day. Now, what I'm doing, rather than picking individual names, I just have a position in cyber, CIBR. That bounced off the 50. This is the cybersecurity ETF. So I have a position in this. I have this in my kids' accounts as well, my long-term accounts. And I'll day trade around this, short-term swing trade. But CrowdStrike also, endpoint protection, workstation, laptops, tablets, smartphones, connect users to apps via the Falcon system. Okay. They have 22% earnings growth. Their CAGR, their compound annual growth rate is 36%. And it affects security in all many markets, not just airlines. So, yeah, the future is bright. If you're in your 30s, man, you got to be excited. Man, I was so excited in my 30s when Cisco and Intel and all these companies were developing during .com during the 90s. During the 90s, the markets went nuts, right? And made many millionaires. Many people that I know, I kept telling them, you want to be involved in this, involved in that. And, many of them listen. All the people who listen, all the people who knew what was going on with the internet, Al Gore invented the internet. So that helped us out a lot. Computers. Man, you look at a computer that was developed in, the late 80s, early 90s, and you look at what's out there now, it's ridiculous to even talk about it. But being an investor during that time was like the best thing that ever happened to many of us. I mean, if I hadn't been investing, I would have had a hard time making it through the COVID years, right? So let's take a look at S&P 500 over the years. Okay, S&P 500. Okay, S&P. How many times have people said, this can't keep going? The markets have got to top. The market's got to roll over. Now, we did have a nice rollover in April that we were able to buy. Now, I'm not saying that I know that the markets are not going to pull back. All I'm saying is that the markets tend to outsmart most people. Since the March 9th, 2000 reversal, okay, prior to that, the 90s, over here, the 90s, this is where I started getting investing. In 87, I started over here in December of 87. Okay, you can just see the markets have just kept going, kept going, kept going. Okay, look where the markets are. Look, bottom left corner is where I started investing, and I was in 87. You know, so almost done this for like almost 40 years. And, you know, we have periods where the markets do roll over. We've been in this secular bull market since 2009. You can see where that pivot is right there, dead center at 666. Remember 666? The market's reversed, and we've been in the secular bull market since 2009. We've had cyclical bull and bear markets, intermittent, but the trend is still up. The trend is still up. And AI is just kicking in. And it used to be that, you know, we got to see who's going to monetize AI. Well, they're already starting to monetize. Many of them are monetizing AI, whether it's Trade Desk using or Meta using AI to better serve clients that want advertising suited to their business. AI, you know, AI in security being developed with the help of Palantir and other companies like that. You know, what I just got finished discussing with security stocks, you know, it's going to affect so many markets. So you have to be really excited. I mean, I was excited over here in the 30s and in my 30s, right? Where the markets were going. Early 30s. Got the big run up in the 90s. That was a lot of fun. Then everything rolled over. I told my friends, you know, that I was working with at the time, you know, you need to start trimming your positions. Many of them listened, some didn't. You know, I don't see anything like this right now for the markets to roll over in a big way, right? I don't see anything remotely like that presently. And this has been a hell of a run since 2009. Something will happen. But think about it this way. Let's say you're investing and you're constantly worried about your 401k investments. Just know that the markets are not going to be crashing in one day. Okay, the exception was 1987. That crash lasted in 3 days. It was down 33%. Right on Black Monday, it was down 29%, and the following 2 days, it was down a total of like 33%, I believe, before reversing, and then it started moving higher. Even on that occasion, the markets were back up to those highs where it rolled over a year later. So it's like the pullback that we've had recently in April. If you didn't freak out and sell everything at the low, and you just took the heat, maybe didn't do as much investing. If you did that and you didn't sell everything, you did very well because we're right back up to the highs. Okay, don't get shaken out of the markets. Right now, I don't see anything like COVID or the bear market, the cyclical bear market that we had in 22. The trend is up. If anything, I'll see a short-term pullback. Okay. Now, I reserve the right to reassess the markets every day. If something were to happen today, tomorrow, the next day, the market's still not going to pull back dramatically in one day. It's going to give you plenty of time to get out of the way. You might lose a little bit, 2, 3, 4, 5%, but you're not going to be down 50% like you were back in 2007, 2008. That's not in the cards right now. Okay, I realize I just talked for about 15 minutes about whatever, and CoreWeave pulled back a little bit, back to the breakout level, okay? But not doing a whole lot at the moment. Not doing a whole lot. Watching SPY. Want to stay above the vol trigger. We're back above vol trigger. You can see that right there in the middle of this. At the middle of the screen is the vol trigger. 1 day estimate. You see that right there? The 1 day estimated move. Okay, we came right down to that. Okay, you can see that right there. 1 day estimated move, we came right down to it. And zero gamma, back above. Both zero gamma and ball trigger, we're back above that. So I do have a hedge. I'm not worried about the hedge. The hedge could evaporate, which will be fine with me. I'd rather have the hedge. I'd rather have the hedge blow up and go to zero and have all my positions ripped to the upside than not be protected if the markets do decide to fade like Russell's looking for. Okay, so I think we're well positioned at the moment and just looking for reasons to do anything in the evening session. Apple's pushing a bit higher. Microsoft broke out to new highs. Did you buy Microsoft? I think I bought some Microsoft, didn't I? Didn't I buy Microsoft? Okay, up down volumes mixed. Let me go back here. Did I buy Microsoft? Let me look at my trades for today. Took profits in Coinbase, CONL, took profits in CONL, took profits in SMCL, Supermicro. I had too much exposure there. I had 1,000 shares of Supermicro. I took the entire position off at 2110. SMCL took that off at 2110. That was a pretty decent move there. I took Coinbase, CONL, took that off. I took a SPY put hedge. I talked about that. Took some calls on Tesla. That's not working yet. Took some calls on CoreWeave. Looking for that to bounce. Got back into AMD. That's been moving sideways. But these are all small positions. Okay. Normally I would do 15, 20, maybe 25 calls. I'm talking 5 calls on AMD, call verticals. $75 stop to make 350 max. Okay, so that's a pretty good risk reward. And right now, AMD is just kind of sitting here doing nothing. Not expecting a whole lot. Got a buyer block prior to the opening bell. And since then, we're like in between these levels. The high, that peak right there is the high right here, or AMD. Okay, so here's AMD. That's the high right there. There's a wick. I don't know if you can see it. There's a wick right there. Okay. So there's a buyer block. There's the wick, and we're right in the middle. So nothing to fear right there for now. Also bought some TSSI. Okay, that's just kind of sitting here. I bought some TSSI, and I added to it. Okay, I added to it on the dip. Okay, TSSI. This will follow Supermicro most likely. Supermicro. It'll probably turn up soon. We also have Dell, a Dell position. Dell, we're looking for that to continue higher. Dell dipped this morning. Pretty much what we're seeing across the board. Stocks are maybe showing a little bit of dippage. Apple. Looks like I took some profits on Apple, but I didn't add any new positions. I had some Apple 210, 215s. That was a swing from yesterday. Apple's still going. So I still have August calls for Apple. Bo and other people in the trading room are still in Apple, I imagine. I think you said Friday is your expiration. Okay, Apple. That's up nice. AAPX. I have that position still. AAPX. Shares. We're starting to move higher. So I have AAPX. That's the derivative. AAPX. Okay, AAPX. I have shares in AAPX. I only have 300 shares of this. I would like to double up on this, get to about 500 shares maybe. AAPX. Okay, for Apple. That's 2 times long Apple. Less risky. Think about it this way. I got some at $20. Actually, it's less because my son bought this last week, I believe. So we're right around 19. So what's my downside? My downside is 2 points. All right. So it's about 10% on the downside. Worst case scenario, if this did drop below The 50-day, I'd probably be out with about a 4% loss. But do you think that's going to happen, or do you think Apple's going to keep getting bought by institutions looking for Apple to do something in AI that was unexpected? Because people kind of stopped talking about Apple because they've lost interest. So I'll hold on to some APX. I'm looking to double up my position to get about 500 shares. I do have calls, and we're just watching Apple right now, moving on up with George Jefferson. And was it Wheezy? Is that her name? Wheezy Jefferson? And the maid. What the hell was that maid's name? What was the maid's name on the Jeffersons? I was watching that the other night. You want to laugh? You want to laugh? Watch the Jeffersons.
Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley. Those are key names going forward. Again, all these names have run incredibly far into these earnings. And so, because airlines started earnings, right? And Delta had a nice beat, and that sector all moved higher. We're going to get United Airlines tomorrow with their earnings. That is a sector not sitting at all-time highs. So the bar there isn't as high as let's say financials. So when you look at the entirety of the financial group that are all moving today, right? Goldman's down on this is ahead of their earnings. It's just a matter of how far they've run. Take your own financial and plug it in, and the discussion is the same. Are the earnings good enough to hold these valuations?
Yeah, they have a shortfall, and they did have a single institutional client in Asia
Jefferson.
for $52 billion from the firm's index funds over at BlackRock. So that big client redemption did hit the quarterly results. The stock has been down over 5% today, folks. So that's something that
Sherwin-Williams scheduled home delivery.
Yeah. Why is Vinny watching the Jeffersons? All right. Watching the markets moving back up. All right. I love the Jeffersons. They're so funny. They crack me up. You get so depressed sometimes. I don't get depressed. I'm just saying some people get so depressed to get so wound up with the markets. You forget. Go out into the woods. Get the hell out of the city. Go out into the woods, sit under a tree and just watch the trees back and forth. Reminds me of that movie with what's his name? Kira Sedgwick and Vinnie Barbarino. Why can't I remember his name? Oh, damn. My mind just went blank. I'm having a senior moment. Oh, welcome back. Oh, Travolta. Why can't I remember Travolta? Welcome back, Cotter. Anyway, there's this part in the movie where he's got some sort of issue with his brain or whatever. He's having a, I don't know, maybe a something growing in his head, and he's like talking to Kira Sidgwick, and he's saying, they're just listening to the trees, the trees moving. What the hell is Vinny talking about? Just, I don't know. I feel bad. Some people are so stressed out. They watch YouTube. They watch all this shit that's going on, with um, ICE and politics, and you get wound up. You watch all these stupid videos on YouTube with people beating each other up and everything. No, it has nothing to do with the markets. I'm just saying, and sometimes you just got to step away from it all, and clear your head. I've managed to be a clear-headed person most of my life, and you only live once. Why be so stressed out all the time? I don't know. Can't speak for everyone. Anyway, I was talking about George Jefferson, lighthearted comedy. Just watching the markets moving higher. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Talking nonsense right now, I realize. But I just care about everybody in the trading room. And here goes Apple. Apple's pleasing. Okay, Apple continues to move higher. It's not just about me talking on the markets, trading, and telling you what I would be doing. Look at the buy order blocks. Okay, you know the setup. What are the buy order blocks are telling you? Look at the volume. Where's your supply overhead? When we start to get up towards this upper strikes up here, you want to be taking profits off the table. But it's like a big family in the trading room. If you're a new member and you don't realize it yet, a lot of people very helpful in the trading room. We lost one of our members recently, Rick Lee Star, used to help out everybody. I was just thinking about him a few minutes ago. Always thinking about him. But very helpful. It's like a big family in the trading room. We make jokes. We carry on sometimes. Sometimes we get a little carried away. You might be on one side of the political spectrum versus some of the other people in the trading room, but we try to keep it neutral for the most part. We get off the rails sometimes, but in the bigger scheme of things, we're here to make money and to lose as little as possible. So everything I do, everything I talk about during the trading day is about making money. Okay. Now it seems kind of shallow, but that's why we're here, right? And we're here to make money. Whatever. I'm not here to give it back to whoever, I give it back by showing the setups that I am taking and would take on a given day. And we see good results, we see good results. So we're trading at highs, just looking for the markets to give us some signals, trying to reduce my risk into strength, taking some day trades. Apple's doing very well. Looking for AMD to do something. Looking for NVIDIA to give a signal that we're going to start seeing a bid again in NVIDIA, because NVIDIA has been trading at the highs. Okay, it's been trending. AMD all the way up there, top right, just keeps going. It was just a few weeks ago where we couldn't get above 150. We couldn't get above 150, and now we're just trending now. Palantir couldn't get above 130, right? Palantir. Okay, now we're at the highs. Palantir. That said, I'm not going to chase a lot of this because we are a bit extended, it feels like. And we're just looking for something to hit the wires that's going to make the markets pull back in a little bit. That'll be another setup, another opportunity. Okay, we had a big gap up, all-time highs this morning, and we faded most of that. We're trying to get back up there. I do have a hedge on. SPY. There's Wheezy. Here's what's her name.
Oh, is anything wrong, Reverend? Well, Florence, you've been one of my strongest supporters. So I just
Florence.
stopped by to tell you that it looks like we're going to have to cancel that trip to Ohio. What? But they practice so hard. I know. But the church's heating system just...
All right, so Broadcom on the move there for Farmer Jim. Broadcom, I still have a position in Broadcom. Do I want to do anything here on Broadcom? Okay, yeah, I want to take some Broadcom off. I have Friday calls. This is up big right here. Okay, we're surging back up to the highs. Actually, I have the 25th. I have the 25th, but still, I want to take some off here. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, create a closing order. Let me take some Broadcom off here into strength. All right, so Broadcom, I'm looking for another pop to the upside. Broadcom. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get off the rails here and I start talking about nonsense. You just take me with a grain of salt. I'm here to entertain, as well as talk about the markets. Try to stay away from politics and try to make as much money for you as possible while I'm doing the same and lose as little as possible. That's why we have stops. Okay. I've been using this system for about, I don't know, I guess 6 to 8 months. These buy order blocks, sell order blocks is very, very nice visual way of seeing what's going on in the markets. The strategy is once you see a buy order block, look for overhead supply. If it's 2, 4, 6 points overhead or further, and you got a buy order block, you want to take a trade, just take the trade. Okay. So the entry, if I were to take this trade right now, my entry would be there. My stop would be underneath this buy order block. And I'd be looking for at least 2-to-1 upside. All right. Can I get 2-to-1 upside? Looks like I can get 2-to-1 upside here. Okay. 2-to-1. That's 2-to-1. Okay. So 2-to-1 would be a move back up to 287. So let me get, that's the 15-minute. Let me see what the 5-minute looks like. 5-minute. I'm looking for supply. We're trading at all-time highs on Broadcom. So we're not likely to find supply up here. Let me just go to the 30-minute real quick. 30-minute. Okay, 30-minute. 30-minute. Okay, looking for supply. There's no supply. We haven't traded up here. So why would I find supply? Think about it for a second. We're trading at all-time highs. A lot of people don't understand that or are afraid of trading all-time highs. They think that the market's going to pull back. Well, that's possible. But think about the fact that we're up here. Who is going to sell to you at higher prices? Only the people that bought probably today or this week that are looking to take profits. And then we'll get another, we'll get another pivot high, short-term pivot high, and we'll look for the prices to pull back in like we did over here a couple of weeks ago when we moved outside the Bollinger Bands. But for now, no trading up here. So looking for that 2-to-1 move. We're breaking out to the upside. TTM looks really good. TTM is opening up over there on the right. Broadcom, I'm going to take some profits, though. Let me take some profits. Okay. Okay, that's me taking profits on Broadcom. Taking profits on Broadcom. Okay. Maybe take a little bit more off. Okay, I've got 25 calls on Broadcom. Let me take another 5 off here. Let me take another 5 off. This is a nice gain. Yesterday, I saw Farmer Jim was talking about Broadcom, looking for more upside. That turned out to be good. I'm going to sell a little bit more. I'm going to sell 10 calls total. Broadcom, I'll hold on to 15 for now. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple, I might take some Apple off as well. Okay. Oh, man. I hate when I do that, but I just happen to look at my P&L. I sort of look at that as a jinx, but the P&Ls have really, I don't know if you've noticed over the last few weeks, P&Ls are really jumping, especially if you've been trading options, because a lot of these stocks have zoomed higher, like AMD. That gap up was a gift this morning. Same with Nvidia. There's probably going to be a lot more upside on those, but for the time being, because we're trading at all-time highs and there's potential for the markets to pull in a little bit for earnings. Hasn't happened yet, but we have VIX expiration tomorrow and we got OPEX on Friday. So the next couple of days should tell us a little bit more about what to anticipate. I'm taking the opportunities to, what I want to do is think about it this way. If I have 25 positions and I'm talking to you about the markets, it's very hard for me to watch 25 positions because invariably those 25 positions, some of them are not going to do what the others are doing unless we have a rare kind of rally like we had 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago. This week we've had a doji, so that's telling me that some of these positions probably won't follow through. So for me to have 25 positions open makes no sense on my trading account. Right, my trading account, I want to get down to about 10 stocks, which is what I've been doing. That's my plan throughout this week, is to reduce the number of open positions. So I got Apple open, I've got AMD, I've got Amgen, I've got Amazon, got Google, Core Scientific, CoreWeave. These are more short-term trades. CoreWeave, Nvidia, the semiconductors, SOXL, SMCI, Tesla, TSSI from this morning, Uber, UMAC, United Health. I need to get all of these to, like, United Health isn't doing anything right now, so that's kind of just sitting here wasting away. But my goal is to, if I don't sell, half of these positions, my goal is to sell at least half of the open positions that I have. So if I'm have SMCI, that's what I did just now. A few minutes ago, I sold all of my SMCL because I have two positions, SMCL and SNCI. Why do I have both? I don't need it. In some ways, TSSI is kind of echoing Supermicro, but Supermicro, if you look at Supermicro, all right, so this is one of the positions I would like to trim, Supermicro. Okay, so here's Supermicro, but do I really want to trim it? I mean, what's the worst it can do? What's the worst that Supermicro can do right now? Probably pull back to the 9 EMA again. So can I stomach a $3, $4 volatility over the next few days? Yeah, sure. So rather than having I have 600 shares here, I had 1,000 of SMCL. I just sold the entire SMCL and I'll hold on to this. I also have TSSI. I only have 200 shares of this so far, but I'd like to add more. TSSI, I bought the dip. Now, I'm not convinced that this dip is going to hold. So if I'm wrong, I'm only wrong on 200 shares, not 1,000 shares. So a full position would be 1,000 shares, right? So in this case, so because I have 600 shares of SMCI, I'm probably going to limit this to maybe 400 shares total. So far, this looks good. Higher lows, they keep getting bought. Okay, so that's good. Everything looks fine. So TSSI is probably going to be fine. So I'll swing this another day. But my goal is to reduce the number of positions I have open. And I was hoping that we were going to get some sort of news about the nukes. Did anybody see anything? SMR. Okay, so Frano mentioned this on Monday early, that the nukes were in play. So I liked what I saw here. Or was it Friday, Frano? Was it Friday you mentioned something, and then again on Monday? I think you mentioned on Friday because I think I bought this before it took off on yesterday. So you got SMR, sorry, I'm getting Supermicro mixed up with SMR. You got OKLO. Okay, these are all moving higher. I liked SMR better just because of the setup. I like the Bollinger Bands, how tight they were in the 50-day and the volume. Last time this had a tight squeeze, you see that? It was at 16. We broke out at 18. Look at the volume right there. Starting to look like right here, right? MACD, crossing back up. Stochastics, this is a perfect setup. This is a perfect setup for a follow through. So I'm going to hold on to SMR. I might double up on this position because I was waiting for, supposedly there was going to be some sort of announcement about the nukes. I don't know if they did it or not. But Oklo and Nanonuclear, these three were the ones on my list, along with Lightbridge. Okay, and there's a few others, but these are the ones that I've been focused on. So I liked SMR the best. You can see it's the cleanest chart, the best look. It's only $40. I believe Oklo is what, 80? Oklo? Oklo is 60, 62. So I'd rather buy SMR, ride the trend, much cleaner look to it. So this is a position I won't sell. I'll probably add to, and I'll reduce my exposure in some other names. Target Target's not really doing anything. Target, I might just get rid of Target. Okay, Target. I'll give it another couple of days. Target, if it gets above 106, I'll hold on to it. Right now, I'm going to hold on to it just because I bought it like 3-4 weeks ago, looking for the breakout. So it really hasn't given me a reason to sell it per se. Broadcom, we took Broadcom off just now. All right, so I'm accomplishing my goal. I am taking things off. Amazon trying to break out. I have AMZU. I'd like to sell some more AMZU. Amazon calls I have. All right, those are up. I should probably take these off, actually. Amazon, July 25th, 225s. Okay, I'm in the money right now. I have Amazon 225 calls, so that's something I should consider selling. I'll wait for it right now because Amazon looks like it wants to go. So I'll take Amazon off into strength. Probably today. AMZN. I have AMZU, the shares, so okay, obviously this was a setup recently because I still have the risk reward on there. Something's missing here. Oh, I'm missing my missing the TTM. For some reason this disappears. I don't know what makes it do this, but I have to load up another one and then delete one. Anybody know why that's the case? I'm not sure what I keep doing to make this TTM disappear on my 5-minute or short-term charts. It's on the daily. Amazon. Okay, Amazon. I'm looking for it to break to the upside. Amazon looks pretty strong. It broke above these pivots right here. Amazon looks good. Okay, so TTM continues to open up. So if you zoom out on your daily chart, you can see Bollinger Bands are opening up. TTM is cyan, so that's telling me to stick with it for now. On the 5-minute, this is the 30-minute. On the 5-minute, okay, there's no overhead supply. We're trading at highs here. Okay. Okay, we have some supply right overhead, so I might take some Amazon off here. Let's see. Let me go ahead and do that, 225s. I could hold on to this a little longer. I'm going to go ahead and take this off. All right, so that'll take that off. Okay, so I still have AMZU, the shares AMZU, but I took the options off because the options have appreciated in value very quickly thanks to TTM and volatility. Okay, AMZN looks good. Just trending. I could hold on to this, but again, I'm trying to reduce my exposure in my trading account. If this was in my retirement account, which is not, I don't have any Amazon in my retirement account for whatever reason. Netflix pulling back. I have Netflix. Thursday is Netflix earnings. I want to reduce my exposure and put credit spreads on Netflix. Netflix. I have put credit spreads. Let's see what I can get out of this with Netflix. Create a closing order. Yeah, no, I don't want to sell this yet. I might do some sort of protective play on the. What was that? Okay, Amazon has sold some into strength. Okay, so I'm out all of my Amazon calls right now. I just have AMZU. Okay, nice little pop back up to the high. What's CoreWeave doing? CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave pulling back into the range. It was a quick pop on CoreWeave, but didn't follow through. Okay, that's okay. If we get another gap up like we had yesterday or today, this was still a gap up, even though, the close was down here at 125.67. It closed at the low of the day on Friday, gapped up yesterday, gapped up again today. If we get one more gap, that would be great. So I'll keep a small position in CoreWeave. Also watching AMD. Okay, AMD fading a bit from the high. We bought the dip. We sold into strength this morning. First 15 minutes, we sold into strength. Okay, we bought back on the dips here. Hopefully that'll play out right. Tesla trying to turn the corner here. Tesla for day trade or whatever. If this kind of holds here, we need to get above the 200-day. Okay, we need to get above the 200-day. We're still having trouble. The last 2 days we're stuck right here. The 200-day is that dotted, I don't know if you can see it, this dotted line right here. This dotted line, okay, comes all the way over here to price. Okay, so we want to see that. Want to see the price action get above the 200-day, and then we can get a little bit more comfortable with what Tesla might do. Looking for it to retest that upper Bollinger Band. 20-day is still descending down and to the right. So I prefer to have stocks, if I'm going to do swings, I prefer to have stocks that are trending up and to the right, right? The moving averages are up and to the right, like Microsoft. Microsoft's much more comfortable. If I'm going to take a trade on Microsoft, day trade, first thing I want to see is the stock trending on the daily. Then I'll look at the 60-minute. When was the last time it came down to the 20 EMA? When it comes down to the 20 EMA, that's your setup. Okay, there's other setups, but this is one in particular because I'm looking for the 20 EMA to hold. Once it starts to reverse and start to move back up to the highs, I can put a stop underneath the 20 EMA and look for a 4 or 5 point move there, which we got in Microsoft over the last 2 days from the low. So Microsoft at the high. Do I have Microsoft position? I think I do, actually. Microsoft. Another thing that I would like to take some profits on, Microsoft. Let's see, do I have? Yes, I do. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft is up. What is my expiration? I have 18 July. Okay, so I'm going to take these off. Create a closing order. Microsoft is at the high of the day. I'm going to take Microsoft off of here. I have a call vertical. What's this? Why is this not selling? Wait a minute. Microsoft monitor Microsoft. This is plus. Create a closing order. Why is this not doing this? Microsoft. Let me do it this way. Let me do Microsoft. I have a vertical. For some reason, it split the vertical up, and I can't seem to close it. Let me go. Let's do it this way. No, that won't work. Okay, buy. No, whatever reason, this vertical is not, it's separated for whatever reason. Why did it do that? Microsoft, TOS does some weird stuff sometimes. Let's see. Let me do it this way. See if this works. Sell a vertical. Okay, this will work, right? Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, I figured out how to do it. All right. All right, Microsoft, I'm out. Microsoft, I'm out at the high of the day. Okay, near the high of the day. For some reason, Microsoft was separated. It had the trade as 2 custom trades. I don't know why it did that. It might have had something that sold prior to it. Whatever. The point is I'm out of Microsoft with a profit on the verticals. I'm reducing my exposure still. Okay. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 2:34 on the East Coast, the best coast. The coast with the most. I'm looking for direction. Looking for direction. The markets are just sitting here. You can see the hedging flows, that purple line. The hedging flows continue to move sideways. This is gamma. Let me delta. Delta. Okay. A little more purple on the deltas, right? So we're staying above this level right here. You see this? This is 0-day right in here. Okay, we're staying above that. That's positive deltas, positive gamma. Let me turn the 0-day off. It's pretty much the same with 0-day turned off. Let me go to see what SPY is doing. SPY, okay, you can see that calls have been hedged most of the day, leading. So I have a hedge on that expires Friday. Totally fine with the hedge blowing up if the puts don't work. It's purely a hedge just in case we wake up tomorrow and we're down. We're up today. If we're down 20, 30 points, I'll go ahead and take those off. Hopefully, the hedges expire worthless and all of my longs continue to move higher. That's the hope. Okay, I realize I've been rambling for like 30 minutes straight here, so I'm going to shut up for a few minutes and I'm just going to watch the markets. Okay, all right, so Amazon, I just sold Amazon a few minutes ago and that turned out to be the evening high right here. Amazon, I just sold that position. I have AMZU. Let's see what Microsoft is going to do. Microsoft, I just sold Microsoft on these upticks right here. Okay, so these upticks right here above 508, I just sold that on that last candle. So that's looking okay. I'm at the high of the day. I don't care if we move a bit higher. If that does, and you're long Microsoft, that's great. You know, I hope I was supposed to shut up. I hope it moves a bit higher. So Microsoft coming back. Apple's starting to do the same thing. Maybe reduce your exposure in Apple. Okay, looking for Apple to get back above 211. We got supply overhead for Apple. Buy order blocks on Apple. So that always looks good. Whenever you see buy order blocks during the day and the markets and the asset in question continues to make higher highs and higher lows. I love seeing these buy order blocks with no supply overhead indicated. Okay, there goes Google. Google, I sold some Google as well. I'm talking so much, I don't. No, I didn't actually. I held on to the Google. Okay, because I have August. I have August calls on Google. I'll leave these alone. These are up though. Google, they're up $55 per contract. Okay, so I'm going to shut up here. I promise in a minute. If I've talked to a couple of people occasionally in DMs, and you know, one of the things that some have mentioned is like I'm trying to make that goal of $250 to $500 a day that you mentioned, right? Meaning me. So if you make $500 a day, and you average that, including your losses, if you're still at $500 a day by the end of the day, if you're up $500 a day, and you can be consistent about doing that, you can make $10,000 a month. Now that seems to be an issue with some. So bring your goal down to $250 a day. Okay, 250 should be fairly straightforward. Okay, if you just trade one position or two, and you can find buy order block and no supply overhead, or buy order block and at least 2 to 3 points, 4 points upside. If you can see that setup, you can make $250 a day. You buy 2 calls, it moves 2 to 3 points. If it moves 3 points, you just made your 250 a day. I mean, that's pretty straightforward, and it really is a great strategy. It does work. I do it all the time. Okay. Some days are better than others. Some days you don't make $500, 250, 1,000, whatever your goal is. Sometimes you don't. The next day you might lose 250 to 500, but the average for 5 days is $500 a day, right? So today was kind of slow, like TSSI. TSSI is moving against me right now, but everything else is doing well and it's moving higher. So look for the buy order block. If you see it on the screen and I'm not talking about it, try to get my attention, you know, jingle my chain, whatever you call it. Okay, you see the buy order block. Okay, the setup goes like this. Okay, you put your stop underneath. Okay, wherever your entry is. Okay, I wouldn't buy it up here because my stop would be probably underneath this wick right here. Okay, you see that wick right there? That's probably where I would put my stop. All right. So if I entered right now, if I took an entry this time of day, I put my stop underneath this area. So I would need at least 2-to-1 upside, right? So to get 2-to-1 upside, 2-to-1 upside, I would need probably what, 186 or so? I need right around 187. Can I get to 187? I don't know that I'm going to be able to do that this late in the day, but look at the volume coming in right here. Look at the volume. Where'd that buy order block go? Oh, here's my buy order block. Okay, so we do have buying. We got some volume right in here too. Watch for that push to the upside. So if I bought right here, I'd put my stop underneath this. I'd look for 2-to-1. In the case of a 50 delta call, I would look for 2 points, at least 2 points higher. So that would put me up here near 187. Okay, so you need at least $2 to make $100 on one 150 delta call. Okay. Does that make sense? I mean, it's very straightforward. It makes total sense to me. I say things sometimes and maybe you're not getting it. Okay, let's look at Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft this morning, right out of the gate, Microsoft gave us a buy order block, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Microsoft. Okay, so we got buy order blocks out of the gate this morning. Okay, right here, pre-market. Okay, we had a pre-market buy right there. Okay, you see it? Okay, so at the opening bell, I'd be looking at Microsoft. I'd put a stop underneath. Okay, let's say I bought in this green, obviously this is in hindsight, but this is the setup. It doesn't change. So I buy right here. Okay, this is my buy point right here, right in that fair value gap. I look for it to pull back to the fair value gap because that's what it usually does. Once it gets going, I put a stop underneath the first buy order block right here. Okay, and I'd be looking to the upside. Now, obviously, this is in hindsight, but where are we right now? Okay, right now we're at almost a 3-to-1 for Microsoft. So the setup doesn't change. Buy order block, stop below. Where's my entry? Can I get 2-to-1 upside? Where's the supply? Is there any supply up here? There's no supply. We're trading at all-time highs. There goes Microsoft. And I think I sold all my Microsoft like a schmuck. I sold all my Microsoft and it's going to take off. But I did sell it at the high. So I got pretty much what I was looking for, right? So buy order block, second buy order block. Even if I took the second buy order block and I entered up here on the breakout on that fair value, the fair value gap right there, you see it? This fair value gap. Even if I waited for the second buy order block, put my stop underneath, right? Where do I need to get? Right now we're not close to 2-to-1. It's like 1-to-1, right? 1-to-1. So to 2-to-1, I need to get up here. 2-to-1 would be, can we see this by the end of the day? If you took that earlier entry around 11:30, 11:10, there's your buy order. There's your stop underneath the buy order block. Look for upside. There's no supply up here, so the odds are we're going to see higher levels. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense, and you can see what I'm doing. Okay, Microsoft looking really good. Let's look at another example. Okay, we know that NVIDIA gapped up today, right? NVIDIA gapped up. However, right at the open, profit taking came in. Do we see a buy order block? No. So I wouldn't buy the low. Just using the strategy. Now you could, and I would have been right if I had bought the dip, but that's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is a buy order block. Let's look at CoreWeave because that's something that we did. Okay, CoreWeave pulling back. All right. So CoreWeave, we took profits on a previous position at the open in that first 15-minute candle. Now it's working against us. We do have a buy order block, but it's coming back down to it. So I'm not really worried about it because it's only 5 calls. I sold 25 this morning. That was a great gain there. So we pull them back a little bit, probably a little bit too soon. Just looking at the way prices are trading right now. Hopefully this does work and we gap up again tomorrow. I only bought 5 calls this time. I had 25 this morning. I took that entire position off. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple we talked about, right? Apple. Okay, Apple. Yeah, we talked about this. We had buy order block this morning, right? So the trade is on the dip. You get the buy order. Okay, where do you buy? Okay, I would have probably bought right here. I didn't already had a position, but I would have bought right here on that fair value gap. You see it? That would have been my entry. My stop would have been here. And I would have looked for upside. I would look for the upside. At this point, some of you are already in it. I know, Bo, you were in it. I had some calls I took off earlier in the day. But this would have been a 4-to-1 up. This would have been a 4-to-1 trade. Okay, so when I looked at Apple earlier, I didn't see that possibility, but here it is, 4-to-1. So if you bought a 50 delta call, you would have made $200 per contract, at least $200 per contract. 209, 211. No, you would have made $100 per contract, but that was a nice move there. So, yeah, 50 delta call, $100. You know, a couple of trades like that, or 2 calls on a trade like this, you make $200. You make close to $5,000 a month. Make your goal achievable. Okay, that's one thing I can say to you. Make your goal achievable. The other thing is when you're taking these buy order blocks, right? You want the markets to be trending in your favor, right? So we want the S&P to be trending. It is. S&P is trending. Now, if the S&P was moving lower, like over here, I'd be doing the exact opposite. I'd be taking sell order blocks and shorting the markets, taking puts, looking for 2-to-1 down volume. But because we're in trending up and to the right, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in buy order blocks, buying the dips if I miss the early morning, buy the dips, B and C pivots, buy these, okay, and buy those, right? So here's A up here. It happens to be at the open, S&P, looking for a B pivot. Okay, now we're looking for a higher low. Does that coordinate with what we're seeing on the hedging flows? Are the hedging flows turning up? Let's see. No, they're not really. So I wouldn't be trading S&P per se. I would stick with my hedges for now. Maybe I'm all over the place right now. This makes clear sense to me. Okay, Google. Google, I think we talked Google, right? I believe we talked about Google. From the open, yeah, we did because I put this on here. Okay, from the open, we had an opening range. We had the opening range. My stop would have been down there. I would have, yeah, we did this. We talked about this because that was my fair value gap there. Look for supply overhead. There is none showing on the, because we moved through this area, it erased what would be a sell order block overhead. Okay, there was a sell order block up here before, but we went right through it. We went right through it, so it erases it off the screen. If I turn off one setting, it'll stay on the screen. It just looks cluttered when I have that. So buy order block, buy order block. Google is giving us reasons to be long and continue to stay long at the moment. Tesla, no follow through on Tesla. Let's see if Tesla has supply overhead that I'm looking for. Probably does. Probably has supply overhead. Yeah, you see it right there? That's supply. So that's what I'm looking for. Okay, here's a buy order block. Okay, so this is late in the day. We've got an hour and 10 minutes to go. So this is a perfect example of what I'd be looking for in real time. Okay, so this is the setup. We have supply, overhead, Okay, how far is it? That's 314. Okay, so you got more than 2 points to the upside, but we don't have enough time. So Tesla is a possible trade here. And the way, if this was early in the morning and I saw supply overhead at 321 and the S&P was trending higher, then I'd be looking for a setup where I would put my stop. I wouldn't put it right here. I'd put it down here underneath this liquidity, maybe even this liquidity down here. So if I were to enter on a move back above this buy order block, I would pull this up to the next area of supply. And what would that give me? That would give me just about 2 to 1, right? You see that? 2 to 1 risk reward. Also, I know with an option that if this turns back up and takes out this, if it takes out this pivot, does this help, guys? I don't know if I'm like just belaboring the point. See that pivot high right there? Okay, if this takes out this pivot high, okay, how far do I have? How far up is the supply that's noted from this morning? Okay, we dropped 4 points. At this point, we would move at least 4 points. So that would give you $200 per contract if you took a 50 delta call. This moves back above this horizontal right here, this pivot. I don't think there's enough time for it to bounce, but if it does, that would be the setup. You put a stop underneath, wherever it makes sense. See if you can get the upside. You got the 2 to 1. I know if as an option trader, I know that if this breaks above this level, it's possible that I could see 2 points, maybe even 4 points to the upside. So that would be $200 for a 50 delta call. In this case, I would probably take a 40 delta vertical. I would buy the 40 delta, sell it like a 20 delta, and look for a 4 to 5 point move, making my trade less expensive and still thinking the same way, right? Stop down below. I'm not going to take it. It's just that's what I'd be looking for right now. All right. Looking for a bounce, core weave. Looking for a gap up tomorrow. The way I'm looking at core weave, let's see CRWV, core weave. The way I'm looking at core weave is I've been looking for a base. I've been looking for a base. Okay, so keep in mind core weave was below the 20 EMA, is now back above the 20 EMA. And one of the reasons why I took a swing yesterday, I was looking for a gap up. We got the gap up. We got the whole, we held near the 50-day. Okay, we're above the 50-day core weave. Been looking for a base. Okay, so with core weave, I'm basically, sounds redundant. I'm looking for a base in this area, basically like this. Okay. So to me, it doesn't matter what it does. I'm just looking for this, and then this, and then this, back up and back down. Okay, and eventually break out. Why am I looking for a breakout? Because this company is like in the epicenter of what's going on with AI. All right, they have the servers. They're partnering with other companies like APLD. I don't even know what that's doing right now. APLD, Applied Digital, using some of their server space, right? Okay, this is probably going to turn up. This is exactly what I'm looking for on CoreWeave, but I don't think it's going to take that long. We're basing, RSI is turning, MACD stochastics is turning, volume is starting to pick up again. You can feel it. You can feel it changing, right? At least I can. Maybe I'm psyching myself out. But we're going into earnings. People are getting cautious. I'm looking for trades like this that have faded from the high. All the hoopla, people getting all crazy because they put together a deal with CoreWeave. It faded from that hoopla, but the hoopla and the idea hasn't changed. So this is probably going to run right back up to the highs. I want to buy the dip. I don't want to buy the rip and get stuck up here and wait for a month and a half for this to get back up to the highs just to break even and then take my position off because I suck at entry, right? I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to buy the high. Not only that, if you talk to Russell at all, you know that he looks at the moves outside the upper Bollinger Band on, I think it's day 3 or 4. I don't know if Russell's listening, but on day or three or 4, he's looking for this move outside the upper Bollinger Bands to move back into the Bollinger Bands. It's a sell signal, basically, a short. Okay, whenever you're 4 or 5 days outside the upper Bollinger Bands, that almost never continues. And if I enable 3 standard deviations, you can see the 3rd standard deviation is the dotted gold colored line on the outside. You can see for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days it hit the 3rd standard deviation. 5 days. That's almost a dead giveaway. This is going to pull back. Okay, let's see what Supermicro is doing. Supermicro. Okay, it's at the 2nd standard deviation. The green line is the 2nd standard deviation. The gray is the 1st standard deviation. The gold dotted line is the 3rd standard deviation. So we're the first day above standard deviation 2, right? Over here, you can see standard deviation 3. We're zipped higher. Zipped higher. Okay. Okay, I got a headache from talking so much. I said I was going to shut up, and I just didn't stop, right? Okay. So let me turn something on here, and I'm going to rest my voice for a minute.
Winding things down here at Stocks and Translation, but make sure you check out our other episodes on the Yahoo Finance site and mobile app. We're also on all of your favorite podcast platforms, so be sure to like, leave a comment, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Coming into Power Hour.
Make your dog a Quattro dog. Credelio Quattro offers the broadest parasite protection of its kind, protecting against ticks, fleas, heartworm disease, and 3 intestinal worms, including tapeworms, in a single monthly chewable tablet. Use with caution in dogs with a history.
Okay, I'm now at 50%. I'm now at 50% cash in my trading account. With the trades I just took off, I'm 50% in my trading account.
Unis don't exist. Ha! Looks like we've got some work to do. There we go. Now that's what I call legendary. Look, I'm trending.
Vegas. Its history is littered with tales to begin with. I don't know what I was thinking.
Welcome to the danger zone.
But here at the Gold and Silver, we're legendary with great decisions. How much do you want for it? $600K. We know our history. Probably 1910-ish.
Give me 5.
The right people.
Thank you, Mr. David.
Good luck to you. And how to win big.
Look what I got. This is super cool.
Lucky for you, what happens here doesn't stay in Vegas. I might just be nuts for buying these things. Onslaught Friday is the channel only on Samsung TV Plus. Trusted Tour de France daily coverage on the NBC Sports Now channel. Put me on the podium. Daily updates from stunning, demanding, triumphant journey to stories. There's a late July 5th, 2027.
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better leader in the process? Well, Yahoo Finance has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor or just starting your financial journey, we offer invaluable market insights and strategies to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Lower. The only sector that's higher right now is information technology. It is fueled by the chips. That's NVIDIA, AMD. All the other sectors are lower. Hardest hit materials, healthcare. So, top of the tape. Should you lean into this record rally, or is it time to take some chips off the table? Let's ask Chris Hines, Merrill, CIO. So, what do you think?
I do think it's time to lean in. I know we're close to all-time highs. If not, we touched them today. We look at the trend lines that are going on. Sure, we're going to get some weakness, right? We have to reliquify the Treasury General account. You're going to see some liquidity come out of the market. Those are buying opportunities. If you look at over the next 6 or 7 years, Sarah, and we just kind of pause for a second on the next week or 2 weeks, the greatest CapEx boom that we are going to witness is yet to come. It's just now beginning. And that touches the AI spending. And that touches more than just one sector. It is. We've got trillions yet to go. So there's billions that have been deployed in terms of what has been announced. But in terms of actual input into the actual infrastructure, the digital infrastructure space, it's just beginning. Therefore, weakness in financials, industrials, utilities, information technology, those areas are buying opportunities, even though we're at all-time highs.
Not worried about that sense, tariff pressure, potential margin pressure if the companies have to eat that. We saw in inflation, some of it's getting passed on, but not that much.
No, it's really not. And if it does get passed on, we know it's kind of limited to a certain degree because you have to constantly have that to continue to pass it on. So what we like to say is these are turnstiles in terms of these worries. You go through them, you don't come back the other way. You can't. So once you go through them and if there's weakness, those are buying opportunities.
So you feel comfortable recommending people lean in after already we've seen a what? More than, I'm trying to look off the lows, almost 30% rally off the lows for the S&P 500. It's been 40% off the lows.
If this business cycle is just going, we have 6 to 7 years left of a true profit cycle, which is our opinion. You could potentially be looking at another double in the S&P, which is not a lot of heavy lifting because that matches the return that we've seen in markets over the last 6, 7, 8 decades.
So all of this, the spending frenzy over AI, the question is return on investment and whether that will match just how much this is costing.
You know, by default, if you have a catalyst as large as the data center build out is to create and match the infrastructure needed for the demand that's there, when you spend billions and ultimately trillions, the ROI compounds on itself and lends itself to a full profit cycle. So if you have generative artificial intelligence hitting at the cost line, it helps margins expand, it creates greater profitability, and then the ROI is there, not just in the public space, but also the private market.
And that extends to sectors like banks, for instance. I mean, they're a little bit weaker on today's earnings. Are you a buyer?
We're buyers of the financial sector. Somebody needs an asset manager. Somebody needs an advisor. Somebody needs a wealth manager. Somebody needs to lend into the space. And then ultimately you kind of put that out.
That's always been the case, but they haven't always been great stocks to hold.
But the lending itself that's going on, given what we talked about for the infrastructure rebuild, it's across the board. And that just also extends itself to the asset management community. Last time I checked, more people are going to need to retire. More people are going to need to actually.
Oh, great. I got out of Coinbase early enough. Okay, I got out at 12:48. 12:48 right in here. All right, so that dropped. Okay, I'm going to get back into Coinbase as well.
We have this theory that there's an asset-light era going on right now. The more asset-light you are, the less fixed cost you are.
Coinbase.
Labor, if that's the case, and they have the cash and they have the strong balance sheets, then multiple should stay higher than what we're all used to. relative to history, whether that's 18, 19, 20 times, 25 times,
Coinbase.
whatever, we'll let the market decide that. But multiple sticky.
Let me just look at the 60-minute. Coinbase. I'd like to buy this dip, but
Hey, Sarah, so just a little bit ago, we saw a key procedural vote go down after about a dozen Republicans voted against it. We're now hearing that their main concerns, remember, there are 3 crypto bills. One of them is supposed to go to Trump's desk this week. Trump said he wanted it, but those members are pushing back, saying that all 3 of them need to go together. And they're worried that if the one bill on stablecoin goes ahead to Trump's desk, another bigger bill on market structure around digital assets, wins it a security, wins it a commodity, won't be able to get done. So it seems like there might be a little bit of disagreement about exactly how these bills should be passed. What we know is that Republican leadership right now, they're regrouping, they're talking with members. And so we expect to see potentially another vote as soon as later this afternoon. Remember, this is supposed to be Crypto Week on Capitol Hill, a big week for the industry, a big week for lawmakers pushing this. And there's concern that if they can't figure out how to go forward on this procedural vote, they won't be able to do the actual votes on the bill later this week and could hold up progress. So a bit of a scramble here on Capitol Hill right now, trying to salvage these crypto bills. We'll keep you updated as we hear more. Sarah?
Is this a surprise? I think David Sachs from the White House was telling us earlier he expects these bills to all pass in the House and, as you said, be on the president's desk for signing this week.
It is a surprise, Sarah. I mean, I've been talking with folks in the crypto industry as well as lawmakers all this week. Everyone thought that the big discussion was going to be about what happened in the Senate on one of these bills, but one of them had already passed the Senate, and the White House was already making plans for a bill signing ceremony on Friday. So definitely a surprise that this has come up, a surprise that these members are so strongly pushing for these bills to move together. And remember, if these bills wind up being moved into a package, that means the one stablecoin bill that has already cleared the Senate and could have gone to the White House this week is now going to be held up until a much broader and more complex bill on market structure gets decided on. So politics going on Capitol Hill. And so it's going to be see if these members can be swayed to let all these bills go individually so Trump can get the bill signing that he wants and then potentially see that larger market structure bill move perhaps potentially later this fall.
All right, a bit of a twist there in Crypto Week.
Yeah, Tesla didn't work here.
Thank you very much. Emily Wilkins, Circle, by the way, down 5%. It's had a tremendous run in anticipation of these types of bills. Chris, what about you? Are you leaning into crypto-related stocks as well, since you like everything?
We kind of push that off to the side, Sarah. We're focused more on private markets, on the alternative investment space, as well as the public side of the equation.
Okay, the dip is getting bought. CoreWeave, Coinbase.
Blockchain management as we go forward for a variety of reasons.
And for that, you like with
the information services? Pretty much the information technology area. Financial services, another area that's untapped in that regard. And then as we move forward, if you really think about where consumer discretionary is going to go, particularly the larger retailers, if you do have a global business, whether it's remittances, whether it's moving supply chains, et cetera, everything is moving to digital infrastructure.
It's funny, as we speak, I'm looking month to date, best performing sectors are information technology and energy. Yeah. And the two sort of go hand in hand.
Yeah, and they do now. Our mid-year report is called The Asset Light Era Meets Innovative Infrastructure, specifically because that area of demand, power needs, is matched with where the money is. So if you follow the money, you usually follow the ROI.
With that in mind, Chris, hang tight. We'll get to Zero Bosa now, who's tracking the big move for shares of NVIDIA, talking about all this spending on AI.
Yeah, so it's a relief rally, but it's also a strategic reset for NVIDIA. The company confirming it will resume sales of its H20 AI
Coin, I'm just scaling back into some coins, CONL.
back into the pipeline. It's also remarkable how Jensen Huang pulled this off. Now he tied NVIDIA's fate to a strategic interest essential in the AI arms race and key to keeping Huawei from building a truly independent AI ecosystem that could threaten U.S. leadership in the long term. Now, that message, it appears to have landed in Washington. And so that is why you see Wall Street backing this move, not just for the near-term upside, but for what it signals about NVIDIA's position in the geopolitical AI ecosystem. We talked about this earlier, Sarah. The real winner here is CUDA. That's NVIDIA's software ecosystem that everyone from Alibaba to DeepSeek builds on. So with those H20 licenses granted, NVIDIA gets to keep selling just enough, even though they're not high performing chips, just enough to stay relevant and keep CUDA locked in as the default. Quickly, Deirdre, AMD is advancing even more than NVIDIA today. Does it also get a pass now to sell to China? I think that's the assumption. And also, I mean, if you take a look at sort of the more performant chips, one of its chips is actually better performing than an H20, so that could open up the field for them to sell more to China. Deirdre Bosa, thank you. Earlier today, I mentioned that I was talking to White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs, and I asked him about why we are relaxing some of these rules around allowing chip sales, the H20s in China. Here's what he said.
We shouldn't be selling our best and latest, greatest advanced semiconductors to China. But the H20 is a deprecated chip. It's not anywhere close to the state of the art. And that's why the Biden administration allowed the H20 chip to be sold to China. So this is a continuation of that policy.
Not as good chips. With more reaction, let's bring in Kestra Investment Management's Kara Murphy and HSBC's Matt Kenner. Chris Heinze is still with us. So Kara, I mean, just when you think the chips have been, big leaders, huge gains, maybe take some profits, you get new catalysts like today. What do you do with these stuff?
So we think actually for looking out multiple years from now, the biggest impact of AI is going to be in other industries where you start to see companies really innovate, use the new technology, think about how it supercharges their businesses. And I think there's a good argument to be made that this can start to help smaller companies as you go. So for now, it's been very focused on the really big names in the market. There's been huge concentration in those names. They've gotten all the valuation. They've seen all the earnings. But over the next couple of years, as we start to see companies in a lot of different sectors and industries think about how they can use that AI to automate their different processes, lower risk, I think that becomes a huge productivity driver for the U.S. economy.
Yeah, similar, Chris, to what you were saying. But just in NVIDIA in particular, I think today's move highlights just how well Jensen Huang has navigated the political situation.
Dip is getting bought, Coinbase.
Situation where he is able to now sell chips to China that were banned, where we still don't want them to have our most advanced chips. What does that say about the stock?
I think what it says about the entire vertical stack, if you have a vertical stack versus a horizontal stack, you're going to protect a lot of it. And what it says about, in terms of national security, what it says about protecting your innovation, that screams loudly. But at the same time, it still opens up a market for other parts of that stack to be sold into. And that's why you're seeing a lot of fervor come back again into the space. And again, it's easy to get overly excited about all of this, but the total addressable market is just beginning. We haven't untapped the last phase. We're just going into the second phase.
Matt, what about you as a multi-asset strategist? How do you factor AI into the different assets?
Okay, the dip getting bought, Coinbase.
Actually, going into the Q2 reporting season, it's pretty bullish because, of course, when we look at these expectations, they've been slashed not only for the overall market, but in particular also for tech. So you look at S&P earnings expectations for the tech sector, their bottom-up consensus is actually saying that earnings are going to remain flat quarter over quarter, even though you guys were talking just about AI capex and AI spending. Not only did that in Q1 meet expectations, and not only did it defy any sort of concerns around DeepSeek that we had in January and February, it actually surpassed expectations. And now we've got that additional benefit from the weaker dollar and the additional benefit from very, very steep cuts in expectations. So I do think the next couple of weeks, particularly for the tech and for the AI sector, particularly for the mega caps, is going to be absolutely crushing. I think really people are way too bearish. Particularly when you look at some of the numbers already coming out with, really we don't see much of an impact of the tariff noise yet on the overall earnings numbers.
Although, I mean, the share price performance has been very strong, and the lesson from the banks today is that when you have a strong run-up, it's a tough setup to, for a good reaction to earnings. I mean, the bank earnings were fine.
Yeah, they were fine, but also expectations were high going into it. Whereas, you look at the tech sector, in fact, we've seen these big cuts there. And I do think that people are still perhaps a little bit worried around some of the AI capex spending, if that can really hold up, where I'm much less concerned. And even when you look at it from a bit of a broader sense, we see in particular when we compare the US versus Europe, particularly in the US, the use of AI, the practical use, the definitive use of AI, of things like data science, machine learning, LLM models, but also generative AI. We see that much more widespread when we look at earnings calls within the S&P 500 and compare that to Europe, we have almost around 100 examples where really in the Q1 reporting season, where really companies are very practically already using AI, definitively already reporting either cost benefits, benefits to margins, very, very different from Europe. And again, it's not only the tech sector, but also the US overall in a much better position.
To your point a little bit, if you're worried that AI has already been factored into the U.S. market, well, guess what? The S&P is up 6% this year. The German DAX is up 20%. You just heard Max tell how much more ahead in advance the U.S. companies are when it comes to implementing it.
I think the other important piece of that the equation is expectations, right? So as we look at U.S. market valuations, very, very strong. And obviously, that's where the earnings growth has been looking backward. Looking forward, I think we see much, much lower valuations in Germany and other European countries.
Your Netflix trying to push back up. Netflix turning. Tesla's still drifting lower. That didn't work.
Valuation spreads, and you have weakness in the dollar, looking for other alternatives. I think that means that we could see some legs to this non-U.S. equity rally elsewhere. So again, it doesn't mean that earnings necessarily have to turn down in the U.S. It's simply that differential starts to narrow.
Where do you think the expectations are most mismatched in the market right now?
So I think broadly between Europe overall relative to the U.S., I think those earnings start to narrow. In Germany in particular, I think we start to see a pickup there. We have a lot of infrastructure spending coming online there, and that can help drive that.
What about within the U.S. market, Chris? Any expectations mismatched? Just reading into some of the, for instance, reaction to the bank earnings today, where things got a little.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a run up there for the last few months. There's a lot of mix going on in the financials earnings right now, but I think the industrial sector, that's the guts. Kara was talking about different parts that will benefit from generative artificial intelligence build out. There is exposure, high exposure, non-dollar assets in engineering and construction and industrials as well. But if you think about defense and aerospace and the build out of these data centers and the guts needed, I think you're seeing a revaluation in the industrial sector that's just getting going.
What about, Max, the impact of tariffs on earnings? I mean, is that why you think expectations are low?
I think so. When we look at earnings cuts and earnings expectations cuts for the second quarter, actually they've been the steepest cuts in earnings expectations in about 3.5 years. And we look at corporates themselves. That I think is the funny thing, that normally what you are seeing ahead of an earnings season is that corporates are rushing to lower their guidance. Right, we get these pre-announcements where they're trying to guide expectations from analysts lower and lower, just to lower the bar to beat, so we get this sort of 70-75% beat rate in the end. Right now, actually, on average, historically, you get around 3 negative pre-announcements relative to 1. Right now, that ratio is almost 1 to 1. So corporates themselves are looking at this and are saying, you know what, yeah, tariffs and uncertainty, we kind of get it. But let's be honest, actually, you guys have been downgrading all the expectations so much already. We're kind of happy with that. We don't even need to guide you lower. So I do think that really people are a little bit too bearish when it comes to tariffs. And when it comes to looking at Q2 and sort of, I feel it's almost desperately being like, okay, so, there's going to be this sector and that sector and those names where we're going to feel the first margin impact. And people really forget about how steep those earnings expectation cuts have been, number one. And number two, how much of a tailwind the weaker dollar, even in an equity market like the S&P 500, where, 40% of sales are coming from non-US based, and you look at the first 20 names, it's about half of the revenues that come from non-US sources. So the weaker dollar really is a fantastic tailwind.
I mean, you're all very bullish. So Max, what's the risk to your second half call here?
Look, I do think it's yields.
Coinbase getting bought. Coinbase is racing back in the other direction.
Which of course would be very, very unwelcome news. That is clearly a risk. I think what is a risk also is that, around tariffs, we've seen it today with CPI, some good sectors in the CPI, some good items, furniture, appliances already starting to pick up. If we do see more evidence of goods prices picking up, CPI, and that's spilling over into other categories as well, perhaps the market says, you know what, the Fed's not going to be able to cut at all over the next 12 months. Of course, would bring us thoroughly into what we call that danger zone, what we call the zone where really all risk assets take a hit on valuations from higher yields, but not quite at that level yet. I don't think 4.5% is that level yet. I think it's more towards 470, 480, but that is a key risk.
Yeah, 10-year yield just below 450. I'll give you the final word here. What would be the risk that you see? Is it higher yields in the Fed can cut?
I think that is certainly one of the risks. We also have very concentrated market, high valuations, and still policy uncertainty. I think the market is
Netflix on the move. Netflix coming off the low.
average weighted tariff expectation than we were in early April, and the market has completely blown it off. So from here, a new policy uncertainty that would really hit the market has to be a new type of uncertainty, not tariffs. Has to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, because we're cool with tariffs now. We're good. We're good. I mean, they're not proving that inflationary, so it feels like that was a big risk.
And I think companies have had time to be able to digest, right? CEOs understand what the impact is. They've diversified their manufacturing sources. Investors understand it. That timing has worked in our favor.
All right. Well, great discussion. Thank you all for joining me today. Kara, Max, and Chris. We'll send it over to Pippa Stevens now for a look at the biggest names to watch here moving into the close. Pippa. Hey, Sarah. Well, CoreWeave is jumping after the company announced a $6 billion AI data center project in Pennsylvania. The commitment includes an initial 100 megawatt data center with the ability to upsize. Now, shares have more than tripled since CoreWeave's March IPO. And for more on that announcement, tune in next hour for an interview with CEO Michael Trader. Meantime, MP Materials surging 25% after signing a $500 million deal with Apple to supply the tech giant's rare earth magnets. As part of the deal, the two companies will launch a new recycling and processing facility. The deal, of course, comes after MP announced last week that the Pentagon was purchasing a direct equity stake, stock up more than 80% this month. Sarah? Yeah, those rare earth magnets, very much in demand. Thank you, Pippa. We are just getting started here. Next, Apollo's Torsten Slot on today's CPI print, what it means for the Fed. We are live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
When his term is up next May. And Besson telling Bloomberg there's a formal process that's already starting with regard to identifying the nominee to become the next Fed chair. Went on to say there are a lot of good candidates inside and outside the Federal Reserve. I'm just curious, Diane, this political pressure on the Fed, which really does seem to be increasing here. How, if at all, Diane, does that impact your job as an economist? Does it affect, Diane, your forecast? Does it affect how you think about risk to your forecast?
Well, it certainly affects risk to the forecast. After Jay Powell's term is over, he does have a board position, which he could stay on in, which a couple of Fed chairs have actually done, stayed on after their chair to finish up his board service through January of 2028. That is a choice he has, and it's his choice to make. And that's not something, of course, the administration would like because they actually want to have that extra seat on the board. And much of it will depend on how much there is a threat to the Fed's actual independence. Is there going to be an actual, a bending to political will within the Federal Reserve? That always backfires. We know that it happened in the 1970s, and it's part of what seeded and stoked the stagflation when OPEC prices exploded in the 1970s was actual interference by the Nixon administration. And it's really seared into the institutional memory of the Fed, of the mistakes of that era, and every central bank out there of the mistakes of that era and what causes stagflation. We've seen the most extreme of this in Turkey, where they basically, had their central bank stimulate, and they had a major depreciation and a huge surge in inflation, and it was really very counterproductive. And rates end up going up and wiping out all the gains that you get from the stimulus. So, no matter what they do, the complexity for us as economists is to watch if there is real, tangible threat to the Fed's independence, or even a perceived threat that can actually put upward pressure instead of downward pressure on Treasury bond yields. And that's not the direction that the administration wants to go in.
Diane, so good to have you on the show today. Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Callie, I want to get your thoughts on what I actually just asked Diane Swank about, which was John Besson, these comments, Callie, that he made to Bloomberg that Jay Powell should step down from the board when his term is up next May as an investor, a strategist. How do you think about that?
Well, I definitely agree with what Diane said. It's not customary for the Fed chair to stay on in a governor position. You see that all the way back to at least Arthur Burns in the early 1980s. But it is it's Chair Powell's choice, and the Fed is in a really tough spot right now. I think we can all agree that Powell understands the threat to independence. It's a risk that you have to consider, especially when, as a portfolio manager, you're looking at how to hedge your portfolio and knowing that the risk, as Diane mentioned, does sit in the longer end of the curve. And look, if you're hedging against economic weakness or a stock sell-off, you're not going to get that out of the longer end of the curve if it's influenced by Fed independence and government deficits and these external risks that you have to think about. So I definitely think it's a risk. I think it's a low risk given what we've seen, but I think it weighs large on investors' minds. And some people might be setting up their portfolios for the chance of a Fed independence crash.
Do you think, Cal, we were talking about this off camera, do you think investors
Just resting my voice. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
Powell already look into, okay, the post-Powell world, Trump's going to have his pick. That pick will largely, you would assume, be in line with his perspective. What do you think about that?
I think it's starting to happen. I wouldn't put too much weight on it. It's certainly a smaller scenario than some would make it out to be. But with all the rhetoric going around, especially the market reaction,
Hello, tickler line is
Trump
800.
suggesting that he may fire Powell a few months ago. Yeah, I definitely think investors are taking that into consideration, and what that can do is potentially make them lean on that rate cut scenario a little too much, especially heading into next year. I mean, the Fed's hands are tied. I agree with Diane on that, especially after today's report. If you're Jay Powell, I mean, this is the report that you feared, but in a way you expected it because the Fed expected to see some impact from tariffs throughout the summer.
And Jared Callie bringing up that CPI report. Walk us through how, Jared, the market's responding and reacting to that.
Sure. Let's talk about what happened today. I'm going to put the S&P 500 futures on because they were open at 8:30 a.m. Eastern when we had this report, and I'll just circle it right here. We had a brief spike to new highs, and then on the open, we pretty much drifted into the red here, and we've been in the red most of the day. And I want to show you what happened in the bond market because that's a little bit of a different picture. I'm going to focus on the 30-year. Usually I talk about the 10-year, but 30-year is now above 5% at 5.02%. And you can see, and this is an hour behind us in Central Time, we got a little bit of a dip here, and then we rose. And right around the time of the open, we were heading into that 5% territory in the 30-year. Anytime that's happened in the past, I've noticed that stocks tend to roll over. And so that's something that we saw happen. There was a little bit of pressure on the open here. NASDAQ is a different story. I was talking about the S&P 500 before. NASDAQ in the green today, thanks to some of those mega cap stocks. But I want to show you a longer term look of what I'm talking about here. This chart right here shows the S&P 500 in white going back to October of 2022. Why October of 2022? Because that's when the bull market began. And in green here, I have the CPI reaction in the S&P 500. So in the beginning, we had a bunch of reports that were better than feared, not as bad as feared, and we saw big reactions to the upside in the S&P 500. And as it turns out, we have had about 15 percentage points, thanks to these CPI days that are being reflected in the S&P 500's total gains over this bull market period. A little bit off of the highs here, but now I want to show you a different picture. And this is the 30-year Treasury yield. And in white, this is what the 30-year has been doing. You can see it's pretty choppy there, but it has been touching either above or just below or exactly at that 5% mark several times here. And that's where we are right now. And that's a critical level. And I think it's instructive that we are seeing a 5 basis point move to the upside in the 30-year. So the net result of all of this is not a great net reaction because basically the 30-year has gone nowhere on these 30-year yield. The 30-year has gone nowhere on the CPI days, but it has been trending up since last October. And today is just kind of that final bucket in there. So you put it all together, these reports do matter, and CPI has been the biggest contributor to the S&P 500 gains. And now it is pushing the 30-year to the upside above that critical 5% level. And guess what? We're seeing stocks, for the most part, roll over.
All right. Thank you, Jared. Up next, Team Trump has been saying the market understands what they're doing on tariffs, but observers may have other thoughts. And that story coming up. Stay with us.
Because I think that the momentum in inflation is very strong. I do think that the labor market will also continue to be reasonably tight. But to your previous discussions here, I think some of the bullishness when it comes to the overall S&P, it is the case that inflation is about to go up. And let's not also forget that the dollar has been going down 10%, which in the Fed's model of the US economy would lift inflation on its own by 0.3%. So it's not only about tariffs putting upward pressure on inflation, it's also the decline in the dollar that's putting upward pressure. And I think that makes it very difficult for the Fed to cut rates before we get to the end of the year.
But you have to be even surprised as an economist that we have had such a remarkable decline in the US dollar and such a dramatic increase in effective tariff rates. And so far, we're still getting 0.3% increases monthly on inflation.
You're absolutely right. I am surprised by that. The Fed is surprised by that. I think the consensus is surprised by that. So the good news, the bull case for the S&P and the bull case for markets is certainly that inflation continues to be relatively muted. And the bull case is certainly also what you said here in the beginning, namely that if service inflation continues to slow down because of the slowing economy, then goods inflation on its own could be putting some upward pressure alone, which would not be enough to lift inflation meaningfully. But yet again, Jay said on 3 different instances, he said in Sintra in Portugal, he said in the congressional hearings, he said at the press conference that he expects a meaningful rise in inflation over the next several months. That's a very, very strong statement from a Fed chair, and I think the market should pay a lot of respect to that.
What about the impact of the big beautiful bill now that it has passed? When do you expect that to start showing up in the data at all?
Yeah, so I do think that this only going to have a very limited impact on GDP because the one big beautiful bill was mainly an extension of tax cuts. So our marginal tax rate last year was 37%. Next year, it will also be 37%. So that means that there is no tax cut coming to consumers. Corporate taxes, 21% last year, 21% next year. There's no incremental increase in spending by companies, no incremental increase in spending for consumers. So the impact on GDP is only going to be a limited 0.3% positive. So yes, although that is also still a positive, I don't expect to be much lift to inflation overall. It is, of course, a big hit, of course, to the overall outlook for the budget and for the debt level, but it is not going to be much because it's just increasing the level of debt without really doing much to tax rates. They will be exactly what they were last year, and that's the exact same level also that we see next year.
Great to talk with you. Great to debate with you. Always Torsten Slot. Thank you very much for joining us. Chief economist at Apollo. Down 350 or so on the Dow. Home Depot, Goldman Sachs, and American Express shaving the most off the Dow, though the Nasdaq remains higher, thanks mostly to chips. Up next, a trip to 7,100 for the S&P 500. One top technician says the market's bull run shows no sign of slowing down. We'll also take you live to Pennsylvania, where we are expecting to hear from the president this hour. We'll be right back.
All right. The Opening Bid Unfiltered podcast.
Welcome to Stocks in Translation. Welcome to Financial Freestyle. Welcome to Decoding Retirement.
Welcome to Living Not So Bad This Year.
Welcome to Trader Talk.
Welcome to the Big Idea.
Welcome to Yahoo Finance Sports Report.
Welcome to Word Money.
From Wall Street to Main Street to the C-Suite, we're your daily lifeline. Because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on yahoofinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, your favorite streaming platform, and wherever you get your podcasts. Netflix turning.
Reporting quarterly earnings on Tuesday, including JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Citi. More, we're bringing in Chris Whalen Global Advisors Chairman. Chris, great to see you, especially on set.
Yeah.
Let's go right to some names. I'm going to start with what is not working good. Wells Fargo is down about 6%.
Apple pulling back.
Getting hit. Lowered net interest income guidance here. That appears to have surprised some folks. Chris, what do you make of the print and the reaction?
I think the reaction's overdone. This is a very different bank than it was when the Fed put the cap on assets. The numbers were okay, nothing spectacular, but the whole industry is like that. Jamie Dimon barely growing. He actually was down slightly on revenue. Same with Citi. Citi is growing corporate loans. That's about it. Consumers not doing
So
it.
you on Wells, you think this is
Buying opportunity.
It is. It's an overreaction.
Yes.
Let me ask you this, because in terms of what's ahead for this bank, you mentioned this last month, released from the Federal Reserve asset cap. CEO Charlie Sharp saying we now have the opportunity to grow in ways we could not He says able to move forward more aggressively so consumers and businesses and communities. What do you make of those comments?
He is going to grow a bank. It's not going to look like the old Wells Fargo. Remember, the old Wells Fargo had a third of the residential mortgage business at one point in 2008, and even after. They saved the residential market for a decade after the crisis. Now they're going to look more like a traditional community bank, corporate lending, consumer lending, a few other things, but they're going to make loans inside their footprint with their branches, with their people. They're not buying third-party production from other firms anymore. So it's a very different story and it's less risky. So to me, if you like a JP Morgan, if you like some of the other big banks, but you think they're too expensive, go look at Wells. You know, same thing with US Bank. US Bank is still digging out from a huge acquisition in California. They're going to be penalized for that.
You mentioned JP Morgan. Let's touch on that report too. One thread to highlight there. Investment banking, Chris, fees rose 7%. Street is expecting a decline. What happened there?
They work harder than everybody else. Jamie drives them like, a demon from hell. And they also remember, look, the CFO of a large bank has a lot of leeway as to when they recognize revenue, putting GAAP aside for a minute, okay? So Jamie always meets and beats his estimates. He's got that flexibility. But I also think, the franchise that they have, the way they finance it, the different components they have is really hard to beat. They have 10 points of operating efficiency on everybody else. How do you compete with that?
Well, let me ask you, looking at the stock reaction, it's down about 0.5%.
Right.
Is that explained, Chris, by just a run into the print? Is that a valuation concern? Okay, that's
You are looking right now at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where we are waiting President Trump. He's about to speak at the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. He's there alongside the senator. The host of the summit, David McCormick, will take you there live as soon as we hear from the president. But they are there to tout the president's energy and innovation agendas, talking AI, energy all day long. In the meantime, speaking of AI, it's continuing to fuel this market with the S&P giving some back. Also, sort of not far from records here. Our next guest is bullish macro risk advisor John Kolobis says the charts are pointing to even more gains ahead. Joining me now is John. So you're going to throw out a 7,100 number?
Oh, 7,100 for next year, for sure. I think the window is open for a move to 7,100 early next year. That has a lot to do with how we have recovered off of the April lows. Since April lows, self-inflicted bear market, lots of breadth thrusts off of it, a lot of surge of momentum, and just to push higher to new highs has been confirmed by an incredible amount of breadth. So the structure of the market is still bullish, and with breadth expanding the way things are, I think it's very possible to get something.
Because of how broad this comeback has been, confidence.
Correct. Yeah, that's like, so the first leg was, can we get the thrust? Can we get the movement? Can we break the
comeback like this?
Actually, mostly yes, I would say. Right? We hit a major support level, and then we recovered off of it quite nicely. But it was right over on April 9th. On that day, when we had the 10-to-1 advance decline ratio. So that's it.
We're a long way there. All right, John, sorry to cut you off, but we got the president speaking now.
It's an honor to be here. And I have to say about David and Dean, the toughest race it was. I said, this is going to be a tough one. And every campaign stop that I made, we had lots of people, tens of thousands would be a small crowd. And I'd invite David and he'd get up and do a fantastic job. And it all worked out, but he won a race that was really not doable. I think his opponent was here for a long time, and his father was there for about 50 years at least total. And those people are nice to meet when you meet them. So I just want to congratulate you. It's amazing. Wouldn't have done it without David. That's exactly what I'm saying. You mentioned Butler, but nobody really talks too much about because they didn't see the order. But I just looked down to the right before the thing said, "Oh, there's David McCormick. He's running for the Senate. David, come on up." And there was so many people. There was a little problem he had coming up because I said, "Look, just do it later." And then about 2 minutes later, so if he would have come up, I don't know what the hell would have happened. This way, right? let's see. I want to take the full credit for that. I said, no, we'll do it later. So I didn't say that. Who knows? Really great job. Exactly 1 year ago this week, David was at that rally in Pennsylvania. 12 months later, look at what we have. We have a president. We have, really, I mean, if you think about it, we had a country, and I just left the NATO leaders. I left the Middle East, the King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, as you know, here, so great, and UAE. These are three great leaders. And then we just made a deal with NATO where they pay for everything, and we give them the ammunition and the missiles, and we give them whatever they want. We got to get that war stopped. It's so bad. But every leader said, no matter where, they all said the same thing to me. Some of them separately, but in the same words, just about. He said, it's amazing. 1 year ago, you had a dead country. We were dead. And we didn't think you could ever come back. And now today, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. We're back in Pittsburgh to announce the largest package of investments in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's not even close. I don't imagine it's too close. I don't think second is too close. That's a big statement. This afternoon, 20 leading technology and energy companies are announcing more than $92 billion of investments in Pennsylvania. If you want, we can probably get them up. Let's start them. But this is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America. We're doing things that nobody ever thought possible. As of about a month and a half ago, when we came back from the Middle East, we came back with $5.1 trillion of investments from the three countries that I mentioned. Great people, great leaders in those countries. We came back with many, many planes that they are going to build through Boeing. They came back with a package of goods that were, nobody's seen. I don't think anybody's seen $5.1 trillion. And we are now at about 16 trillion dollars. And we're at a little bit less than 6 months, but really we're probably at 3 months because it took me a little time to get started, right? So in 3.5, 4 months, let's say, we have $16 trillion. There's never been anything like that in history. You can go for years and they didn't have numbers like that. If you look at the last administration, you had negative numbers. You didn't have positive numbers. Going in the wrong direction. We have the hottest country, and we're going to keep it that way. Today's commitments are ensuring that the future is going to be designed, built, and made right here in Pennsylvania and right here in Pittsburgh, and I have to say right here in the United States of America. I want to thank some great talent in the administration. I want to thank and say hello to a few people that are with us. Secretaries Scott Benson, Howard Lutnick, Doug Burgum, Chris Wright. Chris Wright's very friendly with the people up here. Doug, I wanted Doug for energy. I didn't know about Chris. And Doug said, no, I have somebody that's much better than me. Right? Doug never said that in his life. You have to know. I said, this guy must be very good. But what a team they are. We have one controls the land and one controls the energy, but it was sort of intertwined. So we put them together, right? We never even discussed who's supposed to be the leader of the pack, but boy, you are. It was one instruction: grill, baby, grill, right? And they were grilling. We have the EPA administrator. Probably, I must say this, Doug. I hate to say it, Chris, Doug, all of you guys. The most important man on the dais today is Lee Zeldin. It's called environmental protection because he's going to be the one that gets you a permit. He's going to get you a permit for the largest electric producing plant in the world in about a week. Would you say? Now, if you go nuclear, I promised him I'd give him 2 weeks. Okay, nuclear will give him a little more time. But the biggest problem we've had is it takes years and years to get permits, and he really is. He's a phenomenal guy. His history He's a great lawyer, great congressman, in a race that was, according to most, unwinnable, almost won for governor. He just missed it by a few points. And he's really fantastic. But he's essentially the Environmental Protection Agency, the top man, and he's got things rocking. And already they're building plants and they have their permits. These are permits that would have taken you literally 10 years to get, or I would really say 10 years before they voted against you, because that's really what was happening. It's crazy all over the country, but we're freeing it up. And he really is going to be able to produce. And I'm looking at the numbers of China, where they're producing a lot of electric. Well, they only have one man they have to worry about. Our friend, right, President Xi, he can do that by himself. I don't know if I can. Do I have the right to overrule you? Maybe. I don't know. Probably I do, but I won't have to. But so he has one man and we have one man. The one man is sitting right there. We appreciate you doing an amazing job. They're building plants already. They're building plants and they have already their permits. And I have to brag just for a second, because when I first heard about AI, it's not my thing. Although my uncle was at MIT, one of the great professors, 51 years, whatever, longest serving professor of the history of MIT, 3 degrees in nuclear, chemical, and math. That's a smart man. Kaczynski was one of his students. Do you know who Kaczynski was? There's very little difference between a madman and a genius. But Kaczynski, I said, what kind of a student was he, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump? He said, what kind of a student? And he said, seriously good. He said he'd go around correcting everybody, but it didn't work out too well for him. Didn't work out too well, but it's interesting in life. But I will say this, that we have the greatest brains, we have the greatest power, and we are going to have more electric. I said to some of the guys coming in, they wanted to hook up to the grid. I spoke to Mark, Jeff, and a lot of people. And they said, well, we want to know about the electric, because I was told we'll need from David. You're the first one that told me. That's why I hired him, because I said he told me something I didn't know. He said, you need double the electric of what we have right now, and maybe even more than that. Remember that? I said, what are you kidding? And that's double the electric that we have. Take everything we have and double it. And actually the number that was even low. You need more than that. And to do that, you'd have to hook up to an old grid, in many cases broken, and certainly very much open to destruction from bombs and planes and from, frankly, storms. You see what happened, that horrible situation in Texas. And you'd be subject to that. It's fragile, but it is old, and it can't have the capacity unless you totally rebuild it. That would take decades. And I said, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we, when you build your plant, wherever you may build it, you build your own electric plant? And nobody took it seriously. They sort of looked like, can't really take that seriously, because they didn't believe it was happening. So the smartest people, some of them on stage right now, would say, huh. And then they say, well, how do we hook up to the grid? We want to hook up. They didn't believe what I was saying. And I said, no, I'm really serious. I'm going to let you build, right, Lee? I'm going to let you build with your plant. You're going to build, we'll make you like a public utility. You're going to build your own Con Edison in New York. You're going to build your own electric factory, and you're going to make your own electricity. So this way you can have a great plant. And what you'll do is if you have excess, you can sell it back into the grid. You'll even make money from the electric business, because these guys do know how to make money. They'll end up doing things that will be shocking. And you're going to make your own plant. So when I looked at the numbers before, I saw a board outside, and it showed how much electricity China's making. Well, we just started. But we're going to actually end up doing more than them. And it's going to be done privately. You can own your own electric plants. And they'll be powered by maybe nuclear, maybe gas, maybe coal. You know, we brought coal back in. They won't be powered by wind because it doesn't work. I hate to say it just doesn't work. It's
low ticker minus 800.
Causes a lot of problems, but we have every form of fuel that you want to use for your plant, and you'll build a plant, you'll build your electric, and this way you have no excuses, because I didn't want to be the one that said, listen, we're trying to build that grid.
Extreme low ticker.
You can build it with your own plants, and so people heard that. They couldn't believe it, and finally now they believe it, because we have a couple that are already started, and they're building their electric plants along with their separate plant. And in fact, some of them are building the electric plant inside of the main building. So it's really exciting to see. But I was very proud of that, actually. White House czar David Sachs. David, thank you very much. Great job. David interviewed me on his podcast about what's that now, 2 years ago or something in San Francisco. And I said, this guy's very smart. If I pull this sucker off, I'm going to probably hire him in some form. I got to get him. But you've been doing great. Thank you very much. Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Precious. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job. You're doing great. Thank you very much. As well as State Senate President Pro Tem Kim Ward. Kim, thank you. Good job. Kim's very happy right now. State Senate Majority Leader Joe Pittman. Joe, thank you. State Senator Greg Rothman. Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you. I also want to recognize your great congressmen. These are friends, these are warriors. They just passed the great, big, beautiful set. Yeah, I get the word great. I like to say this. The really was really supposed to be great, big, beautiful. They got the big, beautiful. And I had great. They took the word great out.
President Trump speaking in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania today, alongside Senator Dick McCormick. They are hosting a big energy and AI conference. The president touting who's there, what was announced, 20 leading tech and energy companies announcing more than $92 billion worth of investments in the state of Pennsylvania. He's now thinking.
All right, we got 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go.
We'll continue to monitor and let you know if he says anything else. In the meantime,
Broadcom turning. Broadcom.
we're down almost 400 points, but the S&P is doing a little bit better, and the NASDAQ is actually positive, trying for a record close.
When did they report GILT? GILT? There goes Netflix popping. Netflix going. Okay, Netflix with a little pop in today. Netflix. Okay, so it looked like somebody took some profits there. Netflix. Okay, we got a couple of minutes to go. Got 6 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Tuesday the 15th. President Trump speaking in PA. Looking for these energy-related nukes to move higher over the next few weeks. Maybe tomorrow we'll see a little pop as well. Okay, Coinbase looks like it wants to keep going. Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase still moving higher. Coinbase. Okay, this is gonna go right back up to the highs. It looks like Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase. 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 Watching this rise into the close, Coinbase. Coinbase, nice move on Coinbase.
Ticker minus 800.
Nice move on Coinbase, coming right back up off the lows, Coinbase. Okay, we got a couple of minutes to go, 4 minutes to go for the closing bell. All right, some of these stocks are seeing some profit taking in today. We were up at the highs, not surprising. There is a little bit of weakness, looking for a follow through. Hope everyone's having a good evening. Looking forward to the closing bell. I got a hard stop. I got to run over to Costco and pick up some steaks and a few things. My son's going to be hungry. All right, so most of the New York Fangs have pulled back. Most of the New York Fangs have pulled back. We have 3 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go. S&P pulling back, so that hedge is working. Hedge is working. Google pulling back a little bit here. We could see a few days of profit taking. The markets settle down, come back in a little bit. We could see that. I'll save my judgment until we see how markets play out tomorrow. We got VIX expiration tomorrow morning. Wednesday, we got OPEX on Friday. Mm-hmm. Palantir, what's Palantir doing? Palantir bouncing around. Palantir is off. It's basically flat on the day. Got a doji up at the highs. Palantir. Always a possibility we could come back to the 20-day or the 9 EMA in the next few days. That's the closing bell. Okay, I got a hard stop. I got to run over to Costco and get there before the traffic bills. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I hope you did well today. Had a lot of good trades. We took some profits off into strength. We had Coinbase pull back a little bit, along with some of the New York FANG components. Markets pull back a bit. Let's take a look at how the dust is settling right now. S&P closing at the lows of the day. We were up 50 handles earlier on the futures. We're currently closing down 27 handles. For whatever reason, the market's pulling back. People taking profits. So got a big move from the high up here. Okay, shorts covering at the low. We got a move from the high right there, all the way down to the low. So it is what it is. Hopefully we'll gap up again tomorrow. We got a big, almost bearish engulfing candle on the S&P. Have a good one. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.